Hey everyone, thank you for tuning into my channel, Skepticus. You are on an extended episode of God-Free Bible Study. What I've done is I've taken all of the episodes for each book and I've compiled them into one long video. So there will be a very long video for Genesis, another very long video for Exodus and Numbers, etc., etc., etc. So if you've already seen the individual episodes, you can click off. I won't tell anyone. But if you wanted to see like everything from Genesis in one long video, that's what this is here for. So this is a bit of housekeeping. I'm glad to have you along for the ride. But if you've been watching the individual episodes, I'll see you again soon. Please enjoy. We're finally ready to get into a new book, the Book of Exodus. And it won't shock you to find out that, oh, there's lots of good stuff to go through here. This is going to be fun. I can't wait. But before I jump into that really quickly, I do want to mention a quick revelation, I guess, that I had after finishing the last video in Genesis. I've started this series partially because I feel like some of the best evidence against Christianity and Judaism and even theism to some extent itself is in the Bible, the Christian Bible, the Hebrew Bible. I mean, you don't have to go make esoteric theoretical arguments from some ontological atheistic viewpoint. I mean, if you really are wondering why maybe Christianity or Judaism are not cool religions, you can look in their own texts. And some of the things you'll find, assuming that you don't come into it with a pre-brainwashed mindset, but some of the things you find are pretty damning. But I also was thinking to myself that I've read the Bible as a Christian. I've read it as an atheist. So I don't know if this is the third or fourth time, because it starts kind of all mushing together with the times that you read little pieces of it here and there. So this is probably the fourth time that I've read it all the way through. But the funny thing is, to me at this point, you think that I whatever opinion I have about the Bible is already set. Whatever surface knowledge I'm going to gain about the Bible has probably already been acquired. And you wouldn't think that I would personally be getting a lot out of this exercise other than to just create content for my channel. And strangely, that is not true. I have been learning a lot about the Bible, and not in a good way, since I've been going through this exercise. And it's been surprising me because, again, I'm already an atheist. I've read it as a Christian. I read it as an atheist. At this point, you think it would just be me going through what I already know and saying, yeah, that sounds weird, or yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, that's fine, whatever, and just kind of working through it. And yet, I have to admit that there have already been a lot of things that I pulled out of Genesis, many more than I expected, that things that I had never caught before, things that I'd really never considered from a certain perspective. And when I did, it made me go, ooh, wow, that's really gross. Just things that were very unflattering that I had never even thought of. And this is a dude who has no love of religion and is already an atheist. You think I already would have covered these things, and yet I had not. But the revelation that came to me is that, I'm thinking, is it just that I'm reading it again and now these things are magically coming to me? And I don't think it's really that. I think what it comes down to, I've criticized that Christians, whether they're new Christians like as children or what have you, or whether they're dyed-in-the-wool Christians from years and years ago, regardless, they tend to open the Bible and read it from a pre-brainwashed point of view. They already have their opinions on the books and the major characters and the edicts of God, etc. And there's probably not a lot they're going to read that's going to change anything. But even as an atheist, I have to admit that there's a lot here that I'd never caught before. And I think I know why. Because even as an atheist, when I read the Bible, the chapters themselves aren't terribly long. Usually you can read through a chapter in anywhere from, 3 or 4 minutes up to maybe 15 minutes if you're a slow reader and it's a really long chapter. And I think you tend to just kind of go through them. You just kind of march through a chapter. These are the names of the sons of so and so. And then Joseph went up to here, and then God spoke to Abraham and said this. And, and then they all had to sacrifice 5 fatted lambs and cows. And, it just kind of drones a little bit. And it's not exactly great literature for most people, because even if you believe in what it says, most of it was written 3,500 years ago, and it doesn't speak to us very well. So I think we tend to just knock it out, whether you're pro-Christian or anti-Christian or anywhere in between. But doing this channel, of course, I don't want to just sit there and just blurt it out for the first time in years when I'm on the camera. So I pre-read this a little bit, not too much time, and I make some notes, and you're just trying to make notes for things that stick out to you, like, that's a talking point, or that's an interesting thing to talk about or think about, or I haven't considered this. And when I started doing it that way, there was so much more that came out of the text to me. And I guess, Christians could say the same thing in favor of the book. Like, if you really dive into it, there's all these great things to, details to pick out. And that's fine too. If you're Christian, pro-theist, whatever, then fine. If you're finding more out of, more in it. But it's just incredible to me how when you pay attention sometimes on a word by word or sentence by sentence basis, and you really start thinking, wait, what does that mean? Sometimes the answers are a little shocking even to me. What does that even mean? I'll just give you one quick example. Like in Genesis, when I was reading Genesis, I don't know how many times I've read Genesis before, but it wasn't until this time that I'm reading it, and with no direction from anyone else, I'm reading the stuff about Abraham and Sarah and how they are staying with the Pharaoh, and they're staying with Abimelech, and all these times Sarah is basically getting pimped out to these kings. And it wasn't long before I looked at it and I said, wait a minute, does Sarah have STDs? Because they keep talking about these houses having diseases and how God has to cure the diseases after she's gone. And no, the text doesn't say that. But it really seems like that when you read the text. And then I found that I went and looked on YouTube, not for this answer, but I just happened to be on YouTube. And there's another atheist content creator on YouTube who has a video that talks about the STDs of Sarah. And I thought, oh my gosh, it's not just me. Like, it's there for the reading. But if you're already presupposed to love Christianity, you're not going to come to that conclusion when you read it. And even if you're not, you're probably just going to read through that stuff pretty quickly and think, the Pharaoh's house had diseases and God cured them. And sure, whatever that means. And you move on. But this has been a very enlightening experience for me. So all that being said, I'm excited to get into all the joy that is Exodus. We're finally out of Genesis. We've gone through the life of Joseph, and now we are here to start Exodus. So this is Exodus 1. The Israelites oppressed. These are the names of the sons of Israel who went to Egypt with Jacob, each with his family: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. That's weird. It puts Levi. It says Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, a pair somehow, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. The descendants of Jacob numbered 70 in all. Joseph was already in Egypt, which they kind of covered before, but I guess they're giving us numbers now. Now Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation died, but the Israelites were exceedingly fruitful. They multiplied greatly, increased in numbers, and became so numerous that the land was filled with them. That's very interesting to me, because we've already seen, even though we have not gotten to the laws that the religious laws in later chapters and books that explicitly endorse slavery, we've already gotten some pretty strong endorsement of slavery through the fact that the God's chosen people have slaves, and he tells them what to do with the slaves, and he doesn't tell them anything's wrong with having slaves. So there's a very implicit, at least at this point, sponsoring or endorsement, if you will, of slavery. And it, to be fair, the godly people like Jacob and Abraham and all that, they weren't alone in this. Slavery was a common fact at that time of life, unfortunately. But at no point that I know of, even later in the other chapters and books, we'll see, I might be wrong on this, but at no time does God say, yeah, be careful how many slaves you have, especially foreign slaves, because that can be a problem. Because here it says on verse 8, then a new king, to whom Joseph meant nothing, came to power in Egypt. Look, he said to his people, the Israelites have become far too numerous for us. Come, we must deal shrewdly with them, or they will become even more numerous, and if war breaks out, will join our enemies, fight against us, and leave the country. I just want to make it clear here that for many, many nations that have had a high dependence on a slave economy or a slave workforce, this is not new. I mean, this has been a common problem throughout history. This is later than Exodus, of course, but the Romans, at numerous times in their history, wrestled with this problem badly because they, at times, had an economy that did not just have slaves, but had an abundance of slaves. And a lot of these slaves were not Roman. Well, by definition, none of them were Roman citizens, because you couldn't be a slave and a Roman citizen. If you were a slave, you were not a Roman citizen. But so these are non-Romans. There's basically foreigners amongst you who you're probably treating like crap. I mean, even if you treat your slaves well, you're still treating them like slaves. There is no great way to treat a slave while still keeping them a slave. And when they get to be too numerous, you got to keep looking around and thinking, we may have them subdued now, but what happens when they decide enough's enough? I mean, this is not an uncommon problem, and the Pharaoh's running into it. I don't know if God ever speaks to it. I don't think he does, but we'll see in later chapters. But I think in this regard, Pharaoh knows more about slaves than God does. So Pharaoh's complaining, hey, this is essentially a threat to our country. All these foreigners here that are slaves now, but what if they get wise or decide to rise up? So they put slave masters over them to oppress them with forced labor, and they built Pithom and Ramses as store cities for Pharaoh. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied and spread, so the Egyptians came to dread the Israelites and worked them ruthlessly. They made their lives bitter with harsh labor in brick and mortar and with all kinds of work in the fields. In all their harsh labor, the Egyptians worked them ruthlessly. The king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, whose names were Shiphrah and Puah, when you are helping the Hebrew women during childbirth on the delivery stool, if you see that the baby is a boy, kill him. But if it is a girl, let her live. The midwives, however, feared God and did not do what the king of Egypt had told them to do. They let the boys live. Then the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and asked them, why have you done this? Why have you let the boys live? The midwives answered, Pharaoh, Hebrew women are not like Egyptian women. They are vigorous and give birth before the midwives arrive. So God was kind to the midwives, and the people increased and became even more numerous. And because the midwives feared God, he gave them families of their own. Then Pharaoh gave this order to all his people. Every Hebrew boy that is born you must throw into the Nile, but let every girl live. There's some BS here. Something's out of whack. I'm going to explain this to you here. Almost from the beginning of this chapter, it's saying, oh, there's just too many of these darn Israelites. We know they came in with 70, but this is clearly a good while after that. I mean, Joseph lived to 120 or something like that and then died. And, now he's already dead. So we're at least 2 or 3 generations past that. I don't know what the numbers are. They don't tell us the numbers, but they do tell us that the land was filled with them. That makes it sound like there's a lot of damn Israelites around. But then what happens with the Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and these midwives makes no sense. It says, the king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, whose names were Shiphrah and Puah. That's two people, two midwives. Now, I don't know what the ratio is in the population of ancient, Israelites in when they were captives in Egypt, but I mean, how many midwives how many people would you have per midwife in your population? 500, 1,000? I would think you'd have at least one midwife per 1,000 people. So when it says the king of Egypt, who's afraid that these Israelites are filling his country, said to the Hebrew midwives, whose names were Shiphrah and Puah. In other words, he's saying there were two midwives. What? I mean, that can't be more than 2, 3, maybe 4,000 Hebrews in your country. Israelites, Hebrews, same thing. I don't know what the population was of ancient Egypt back then, but I mean, across the whole country, it had to be 1 million people plus, a couple million. I mean, something. The cities at that time often had, the villages would have 1,000 people or 500 people. The small cities, not villages, the small cities, bigger, the big metropolises might have, 20,000 people or something like that. But of course, you had a lot of people scattered around the countryside too. That's what I'm saying. The population of the whole country had to be at least 1 million, if not several. And if there are two midwives, that makes no sense. That the land was filled with them. If you Google this, I didn't even Google how many Israelites were there in Egypt. I actually Googled what would be the ratio of midwives to, ancient Hebrews. And this must be a common question, because when I Googled it that way, the answer that came back from Google's AI thing was basically saying, yeah, we don't know. The scriptures, according to scriptures, there were two midwives, but, a lot of people have assumed that they were like managers, essentially, that they were talking to the other midwives, and that there may have been as many as 500 midwives that Shiphrah and Puah were talking to. But even that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Here's why. Because the edict that came down from the king, I'm going to assume that the king's not a freaking idiot. Maybe he is. I don't know. But let's just assume he's not mentally ill. The edict that came down from the king only makes a little bit of sense if you assume that there's only a handful of midwives in place, because he's saying, if it's a boy, kill him. And if it's a girl, let her live. Well, there's only, I know midwives, if they were underhanded and evil, could do a lot of things to kill a baby that maybe even the parents wouldn't know you had done. But it wouldn't be long with your deliveries before this had happened 3 or 4 or 5 times in a row. People would be like, what the hell? All of Shiphrah's male children that she gives birth, that she helps to give in birth, die. And all of Puah's male children that she helps to deliver die. This strategy by the king doesn't make any sense if they're helping to deliver all kinds of babies. And if the land is filled with Israelites, not only could 2 midwives not handle that load, but it doesn't make any sense that an edict like this would go without being discovered very long at all. Now, if there were only 2 midwives and not 500, maybe they could have gotten away with this crap for a little while, because it wouldn't be that much. But then if there were only 2 midwives and there aren't that many deliveries, then it means that the land's not really filled with Israelites, is it? So this doesn't make any sense. Either the land isn't really that filled with Israelites, or there are a lot of Israelites and they're trying to push these directives to kill all the male children to a whole bunch of midwives, which that's going to blow up in your face. There's no way you can keep that secret, and that's just going to, first of all, you're going to end up with a lot of midwives being killed by angry villagers and stuff, angry Hebrews that realize that you've killed all their male children. None of this really makes sense. it makes for a nice story, like, ooh, the oppressed Israelites, and the king didn't like them, and he's trying to kill their boys, and he does this underhanded thing to try to get the midwives to kill them. But that's not going to happen. Come on, it doesn't even work. The math doesn't work. And this is really called out as well. I mean, even aside from the math, humanistically, it just doesn't make any sense, because it says the midwives answered Pharaoh. Well, it says, first of all, that they didn't do it. That they let the boys live because they're midwives. Their job is to try to deliver living children. If they didn't care about delivering living children, they wouldn't be midwives. And if they weren't very good at delivering living children, at least according to whatever the standards were of the day, they wouldn't be midwives for long. So they didn't do it. It says, when you were helping the Hebrew women during childbirth on the delivery stool, if you see that the baby is a boy, kill him. But if it is a girl, let her live. But the midwives, however, feared God and probably the other Hebrews, and did not do what the king of Egypt had told them to do. They let the boys live. Then the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and asked them, why have you done this? Why have you let the boys live? And the midwives answered Pharaoh, I love this. Hebrew women are not like Egyptian women. They are vigorous and give birth before the midwives arrive. Was their excuse that Hebrew women are brawny as hell? Oh, those Hebrew women, they're just squeezing them out, before we can even get there. That makes them sound like their way of getting the Pharaoh off their back was basically to say that our women are like cows, like they're just squeezing out these kids. They don't even need help. That's hilarious to me. So I guess the answer was, our women are just too brawny and that doesn't help. But the fact, I'm saying my contention that this whole initial strategy of the Egyptian kings, if it even ever was a thing, made no sense, because you can even see it in his remedy for it. Because then in his remedy, he says, then Pharaoh gave this order to all his people. Every Hebrew boy that is born you must throw into the Nile, but let every girl live. See, when you try to do it underhanded by telling the midwives, you're basically putting the midwives, you're hanging them out to dry. And that's not going to work, because even if they went along with it and managed to kill a few of the male children, like I said, that's going to backfire really fast. If you want to commit this kind of genocide, you basically have to own it and tell everyone there's a royal decree. The Pharaoh says kill the Hebrew boys, because if you don't, it could come back on you. I mean, the only way you're going to even get other people to buy into this genocidal act is if you make it clear that this is a pharaonic decree. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. So that is Exodus 1. See, let's get into Exodus 2 here. The birth of Moses. Now a man of the tribe of Levi married a Levite woman, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. When she saw that he was a fine child, she hid him for 3 months. But when she could hide him no longer, she got a papyrus basket for him and coated it with tar and pitch. Then she placed the child in it and put it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. Then Pharaoh's daughter went down to the Nile to bathe, and her attendants were walking along the riverbank. She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her female slave to get it. She opened it and saw the baby. He was crying, and she felt sorry for him. This is one of the Hebrew babies, she said. Then his sister asked Pharaoh's daughter, Moses' sister, that is, asked Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and get one of the Hebrew women to nurse the baby for you? Yes, go, she answered. So the girl went and got the baby's mother. Pharaoh's daughter said to her, take this baby and nurse him for me, and I will pay you. So the woman took the baby and nursed him. When the child grew older, she took him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. She named him Moses, saying, I drew him out of the water. This is, of course, a very famous story. It all kind of is at least reasonably believable if you assume that the Pharaoh hates the Israelites now and wants to get them out and wants to kill all the male children. It all gets, you know, it's like I said, fairly believable until you get to that last paragraph, and then it's like, wait, what? Wait, although I do love the fact that it's like, can you find a Hebrew woman to nurse the kids? So what do? They go find Moses' mom. So then Moses' mom got paid to nurse him, which I guess, of course, was nice because she got some more time. Well, it was nice, first of all, because assuming, I guess, she then knows her son's not going to be murdered or eaten by a crocodile or something. But also she gets to spend more time with him as she gets paid to nurse him. So it's fun, I guess, an interesting side note. But the last part of this makes no sense to me because it says that, they know it's a Hebrew child. I mean, Hebrews and Egyptians look different. They tend to have different skin tone and different hair texture. So there are ethnic barriers here. So that's why as soon as she sees Moses in the reed boat, she knows this is one of the Hebrew children, and she knows why this is happening because she knows her dad has ordered them all to be murdered. That all tracks. But then it says, so the woman took the baby and nursed him. When the child grew older, she took him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. Wait, what? How does that work? I mean, I understand that Pharaoh probably had a bunch of sons and daughters, and he probably doesn't spend a whole lot of time doting over his daughter because, like most kings, he's got a brood of children, maybe with different women, and he's got his affairs of state, and he's got his concubines and all this stuff. But still, the Pharaoh's daughter is going to be around the Pharaoh all the time. She's going to be, in court. She's going to be, at least in his vicinity. And if he is in his vicinity, it's going to become clear to him at some point that you have this new son, which I never saw you pregnant with. And it's going to be clear to him pretty early that that's not an Egyptian kid. In fact, he kind of looks like a Hebrew to me. Now, I guess, I don't know. I mean, the Hebrews aren't absolutely distinct in their ethnic makeup. So I guess he should have, and I'm sure did know that Moses is not an Egyptian kid. Maybe she lied and said, no, he's a Canaanite or he's a Hittite or something, because they all would have looked pretty similar to the Hebrews. But it doesn't say any of that. It just says basically she took a Hebrew kid, made him her son, by adoption, and then raised him as her own. You were right under the nose of the Pharaoh. That makes no sense. I mean, if you think I'm over litigating this, just think of an analogy. All right, what's the most recent formal slave setup that we know here in the U.S.? It's chattel slavery from the American South, right? Imagine if the plantation owners, who's of course is a white dude, his daughter finds a black child, a black boy, and decides to raise him as her son in the house of the plantation owner. Yeah, does it sound kind of weird now or unlikely? See, when you put it in more modern context or things that we're more familiar with, suddenly the story seems to sound kind of stupid. That's not going to happen. I mean, there were black slaves who lived, in the house. They were, as the phrase goes, house Negroes. I mean, and house slaves, that's what they called each other. And, you had the field slaves and the house slaves, and the house slaves lived a better life because they had the trust of the master and they could live with relatively more comfort in the house. But it's a big difference between saying you might have been a house slave versus your black child would have been raised as her own son by the plantation owner's daughter. Come on. That ain't happening. Just come on. Moses flees to Midian. We are still in Exodus 2. One day after Moses had grown up, he went out to where his own people were and watched them at their hard labor. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his own people. Looking this way and that and seeing no one, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. The next day, he went out and saw two Hebrews fighting. He asked the one in the wrong, "Why are you hitting your fellow Hebrew?" The man said, "Who made you ruler and judge over us? Are you thinking of killing me as you killed the Egyptian?" Calling him out. Then Moses was afraid and thought, "What I did must have become known." Well, I'm sure it became known amongst the other slaves. I mean, word travels when something like that happens. I mean, it may not have been known amongst all the Egyptians, but come on. When Pharaoh heard of this, he tried to kill Moses. But Moses fled from Pharaoh and went to live in Midian, where he sat down by a well. Now a priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came to draw water and fill the troughs to water their father's flock. Some shepherds came along and drove them away, but Moses got up and came to their rescue and watered their flock. couple of things. When Moses heard of this, he tried to kill Moses. When Pharaoh heard of this, he tried to kill Moses, but Moses fled from Pharaoh. Was Pharaoh trying to kill Moses because he heard that Moses had killed an Egyptian? Because I find it hard to believe that that would have been the trigger. Like, Pharaoh seems to hate the Hebrews, the Israelites. That's the same thing. Hebrew Israelites, same thing. He hates the Israelites. He wants them out of his country. He thinks they're a problem. His daughter has been raising one as her son in Pharaoh's own house. And the first time Pharaoh actually does anything serious about it is when he supposedly hears that Moses killed an Egyptian. What? Okay. And then, Moses flees to Midian. He's by the well, which, by the way, in biblical times, at least according to the Bible itself, the well is Tinder. This is apparently where everyone finds their future wives. This is where they hook up. I mean, how many times already now have we heard these stories about someone going to the well and Jacob met Rachel at the well when they wanted to get Rebecca met Isaac at the well. I mean, the well is Tinder. You could say, well, it makes sense at the time, like this is where the women are going to come and fill their cisterns or whatever. But I almost wonder if it's one of those things they put in on purpose. Like in old time Hollywood, when you couldn't show people having sex, they'd show them smoking. Smoking was Hollywood code for they just had sex. I mean, you can, I'm not making that up. You can literally read about and talk to people who were writers in Hollywood in the 40s and 50s, and they could not actually portray anything sexual. So they would literally at times put in a scene of the two of them smoking a cigarette, and it was absolutely supposed to be this code for they done did it. They did the nasty. I feel like it's the same thing here with Tinder or with the wells. I mean, I'm not implying that Moses met his wife at the well and then boom, they did it right there or something. But I'm saying it's like every time you hear talk of a well, it's like, okay, two people are going to be meeting up. There's going to be future stuff happening here. When the girls returned to Reuel, their father, he asked them, "Why have you returned so early today?" They answered, "An Egyptian rescued us from the shepherds. He even drew water for us and watered the flock." Which is funny because, again, he wouldn't have looked like an Egyptian, although he was probably dressed. He had all the attire and the makeup and, that of an Egyptian, so fine. They call him an Egyptian, that's fine. "And where is he?" Reuel asked his daughters. "Why did you leave him? Invite him to have something to eat." Moses agreed to stay with the man, bow chicka wow wow, who gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. He knew that was coming. Zipporah gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom, saying, "I have become a foreigner in a foreign land." During that long period, the king of Egypt died. Aw, what a nice guy, too. The Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out, and their cry for help because of their slavery went up to God. I'm picturing like Morse code. God heard their groaning, and he remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. So God looked on the Israelites and was concerned about them. Wait a minute. Wait. God just remembered them? The God who got them in the situation in the first place. I mean, we covered this at the end of Genesis. I mean, Joseph was generally speaking a pretty cool dude, but it was the dreams that God apparently gave to Pharaoh that started the whole cycle of the seven, great years followed by the 7 lean years, which then led to Joseph becoming the vizier essentially of the land, which led to the Israelites coming to Egypt. They are there because of God's plan. I mean, I guess, of course, according to the apologists, all of this is God's plan, right? But they are there because of God's plan. They are there because of the specific set of events that had been laid out already in the Bible. And also, yes, this covenant that he had with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, I mean, that hasn't gone away, but apparently he hears their groaning and he remembers the covenant. Now you remember it. I mean, I'm glad you remembered it eventually. I mean, I don't know how much longer it would have taken if they didn't start groaning. God heard their groaning and he remembered his covenant. Like, until then, was he just like, yeah, they look pretty happy down there getting beaten every day? That makes no sense. I mean, it's fine if you want to believe that God listens to prayer, which I think we already debunked in Genesis. But if you still want to believe that, that's fine. But the idea that we have to pray to God to get him to remember the things that he has already promised to us and our ancestors, sometimes hundreds of years ago or decades ago, that's crap. That's like, having to go to the grocery store every day and show them the terms and conditions before you buy your goods. Like, hey, you can't sell me a rotten apple. It's in the terms and conditions. Like, if you have to remind them every day, then at some point it becomes ridiculous. I mean, especially when it's God. God? Okay. God finally remembered his covenant. I mean, this is a long time ago, but God's already getting a little old in the tooth by human standards. So maybe he's getting a little dementia. Maybe he needs to hear the groaning. Maybe he does need that reminder. I don't know. I did wonder, like, when they did the whole Noah thing and he said, I'm going to put this, the rainbow here as a reminder of the covenant. He didn't say it's a reminder to us. He said it's a reminder to him. Which really makes me wonder, like, how many times has he been ready to wipe out humanity again? And then, oh, crap, there's a rainbow. That's right, I can't do this. Shit, I forgot all about that. Like, the fact that God needs reminders is really disconcerting. But, okay, fine. He finally remembered his covenant. That's really great. That puts a lot of faith in God's covenants, doesn't it? Exodus 3, Moses and the burning bush. Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his hillbilly father-in-law. No, Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. And he led the flock to the far side of the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses saw that though the bush was on fire, it did not burn up. So Moses thought, I will go over and see this strange sight, why the bush does not burn up. When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush, Moses, Moses. And Moses said, Here I am. Do not come any closer, God said. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. Then he said, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. I just remembered that this morning when people started groaning. No, it doesn't say that. At this, Moses hid his face because he was afraid to look at God. The Lord said, I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So that's really good of him. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey, the home of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. And now the cry of the Israelites has reached me, and I have seen the way the Egyptians are oppressing them. So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt. But Moses said to God, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt? And God said, I will be with you, and this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain. Moses said to God, suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? Then what shall I tell them? God said to Moses, I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent you. We're going to go back over some of this. Trust me, I'm just trying to get through the reading. God also said to Moses, say to the Israelites, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. God also said to sent me to you. This is my name forever, the name you shall call me from generation to generation. Go, assemble the elders of Israel and say to them, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, appeared to me and said, I have watched over you and have seen what has been done to you in Egypt. And I have promised to bring you up out of your misery in Egypt into the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, a land flowing with milk and honey. Once again, let's just repeat all of that all again. The elders of Israel will listen to you. Then you and the elders are to go to the king of Egypt and say to him, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has met with us. Let us take a 3-day journey into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God. But I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless a mighty hand compels him. So I will stretch out my hand and strike the Egyptians with all the wonders that I will perform among them. After that, he will let you go. And I will make the Egyptians favorably disposed toward this people, so that when you leave, you will not go empty-handed. Every woman is to ask her neighbor, and any woman living in her house for articles of silver and gold and for clothing, which you will put on your sons and daughters, and so you will plunder the Egyptians. Oh man, let's go through a couple things here. First of all, one thing really kind of lawyeristic here, but I just have to mention it. I don't know how many times this happens, but it always just strikes me as so odd. It says he goes to the mountain of God, and there the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses saw that the bush was on fire. It did not burn up. So Moses thought, I will go over and see this strange sight, why the bush does not burn up. When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush, Moses, Moses. Notice they're using God as being in the bush and the angel of the Lord as one and the same. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him. It doesn't say the Lord appeared to him as a burning bush. It says the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. And yet when Moses walks toward it, then it says that Lord saw that he had gone over to look. God called to him from within the bush, Moses, Moses. So the angel of the Lord is the burning bush. God is in the bush. The angel of the Lord is the Lord. You go figure that out. I'm sure all the apologists have a great answer for you, but you go figure that out. Makes no effing sense. That's great. I love that the Lord, the omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, end all be all of divinity, appears as a burning freaking bush. Really? That's what you got. A burning bush. You couldn't think of anything that was just, I mean, apparently Moses didn't need convincing because he's like, wow, there's a bush there that does not burn up. I guess Moses had never seen a candle in his life. So he thinks that if it doesn't burn up immediately, it must be God. But really, of all the things God can do in all the forms that one would assume God could take, I mean, even if he could be like a 20-foot man made of gold, or he could have wings, or he could shoot lightning bolts out of his arse, but instead it's a burning bush. I bring this up because, if you come back from the mountain and you tell me, Adam, I just saw God. And I'm like, what? You saw God? And yeah, he talked to me. And I'm like, what did he look like? He was a burning bush. That's my look. You saw a burning bush, but you saw God. Okay. Sure. I'm like, over here calling like to Baker act your ass. Like, yeah, I have a friend who needs a mental health visit. Like, really? A burning bush. Okay. That's the best the Lord's got, I guess. And then they're on this mountain, and God's like, whoa, don't come any closer. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. What happens if he doesn't take off his sandals? What happens if, when God is not appearing to Moses at this time, someone just walks with sandals over the top of that mountain? Do they get disintegrated? Did they get struck by lightning? I mean, we've seen where God's happy to just strike people down for being wicked with no other explanation, because God is a murderous SOB. I'm thinking that Moses is walking around outside. I mean, of course he has sandals on. It's the top of a mountain. It's not a temple. It's not a church. But apparently, whoa, take your shoes off first. Like, what kind of old lady crap is that? Like, okay, before we get down to this whole saving the Israelites thing, take your shoes off and put them by the door. Yeah, I don't want you tracking dust onto the Holy Land. Like, okay, sure. So once again, we hear that God cares just because he just now heard their cries. That's awesome. We get the first reference to the famous phrase, a land of milk and honey, which I just think is weird, because if you look up where he says the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. If you look up where this land was, it's it's the West Bank, it's the Middle East, it's Israel, it's Syria, it's Turkey, that kind of area. And I'm not saying that there aren't lush areas in that region, but I think even in the best scenario, the land of milk and honey, like a land flowing with milk and honey. I mean, clearly it's a bit of over the top exaggeration, just to tell them, look, I'm going to send you someplace wonderful. But these might be nice places when they're not under civil war. But the idea that these are land of milk and honey, like I can think of much, Hawaii sounds like the land of milk and honey to me. If he said, you have been good and I'm going to save your people and I'm sending you to Hawaii, that sounds like the land of milk and honey to me. The land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites does not sound like the land of milk and honey to me. But maybe it's because I'm, just some Westerner. I don't know. But this whole idea that, now I've decided, now I realize that, you guys, you people are not happy. Omniscient my ass. This is not an omniscient God. This is a borderline clueless God. And then he talks about this sign. Where is this? I have to find this. Give me just a second. And God said, Moses said, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt? And God said, I will be with you. And this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. First of all, that sentence, this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. What sign? I will be with you, and this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain. The fact that you worship God on this mountain will be a sign that I have sent you. So in other words, after you've already freed the people, this will be the sign. Like, That makes no sense. I mean, it chronologically makes no sense. Moses is asking, who am I that I should go to the Pharaoh? Basically, he's saying, look, when it's all done, you'll understand it's I who have sent you. But at that point, of course it will be. When it's all done, doesn't make any sense. What sign? But then I love this. This is the most arrogant, ridiculous shit in the world. I don't care if it's God. I don't care if it's divinity. But this, suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you. And they ask me, what is his name? It's like, first of all, is this Rumpelstiltskin? Like, is this, what kind of test is this? Like, we'll know you talk to God if you know his name. It is Rumpelstiltskin, really. The God of your fathers has sent me to you. And they ask me, what is his name? Then what shall I tell him? God says to Moses, I am who I am, which I guess means he's Popeye. I am who I am. Like, what kind of arrogant, nonsensical crap is that? And that's what's going to convince the other Israelites when they say, well, what is his name then? And he would tell him, I am what I am. I am has sent me to you. That's going to make the Israelites go, oh, I guess you did talk to God. So now I know that if I'm talking to a Hebrew person and I want him to convince the rest of his Hebrew friends that he talked to me and I am God, all I have to do is tell him, hey, when you go back and talk to your friends, tell him you talk to I am who I am. And that will convince everyone that you spoke with God. That and the burning bush, of course, because if it's a burning bush, it must be God. Bushes don't burn on their own unless God makes it happen. So that has to be God. And, oh, I am who I am. Well, oh, you clearly spoke with God then. Okay. Yeah. I am who I am. Can you imagine, like, in any other social context, like, oh, who is that you're talking to over there? Oh, I am who I am. Like, what the hell? And that's all it takes to convince them. And then God says to Moses, say to the Israelites, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of it, he starts this whole thing, has sent me to you. This is my name forever. The name you shall call me from generation to generation. That's going to make him believe, I guess. Because I guess the Hebrews and meaning the Israelites, they're not really big on empirical evidence, are they? I guess none of them have really learned about any of the laws of evidence, and they certainly haven't learned the scientific method. Yeah, all they need is for you to say that I am who I am. All right. And then he says, he lays out essentially in a really broad strokes what's going to happen. He says, but I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless a mighty hand compels him. Couldn't you just compel him anyway? You're God. Why don't you just make the king of Egypt one day wake up and think, I should let the Israelites go? You're God. You can do that. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you could give the Pharaoh a dream, a prophetic dream that could be interpreted by one of your Hebrews who interpret all the dreams like Joseph. Maybe you could give him a prophetic dream that makes it clear to him that he needs to let the Israelites go, because we already have evidence that the pharaohs have a lot of respect for these dreams. You could do that, couldn't you? I mean, couldn't you do anything rather than go through this whole rigmarole? And it gets worse. It gets worse in the next chapter, which we're going to cover here in the next video, where he basically lays out this whole process where instead of just making things happen, because he's God, no, he has to lay out this whole what's the name I'm looking for? The crazy convoluted machines that do a simple thing with like 10,000, or a Rube Goldberg machine, instead of just saying, hey, let's just put a switch. When you flip the switch, this is what happens. No, you create this incredible, ridiculous sequence of events where you flip the switch and it makes a bird fly across, who then sits on a lever, which then makes a mouse do the, like it sends a marble going down this ramp. I mean, that is your God. That is your Christian God, your Jewish God right here, because he's already started to lay this out, how he's going to make you jump through these hoops. But, chapter 4 is coming up, and it's going to get even clearer how he's going to make sure that this is as hard as possible. And when you realize why he's doing it, it's even more gross. But we'll get into that in the next chapter. So for now, we're going to break off with having finished Exodus chapter 3. Please join us again for Exodus chapter 4, another edition of an atheist Bible reading. And thank you for tuning in once again to Skepticus. I am Adam. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate the view. I appreciate any attention or love you give me, or any criticisms. If there's anything I've gotten wrong, and I know I have, put it in the comments, call me out, tell me I'm an idiot. I can take it. Even tell me why. I just don't understand, because if I knew God and accepted Jesus into my heart, then I'd understand all this so beautifully. I mean, it's not going to get you very far, but you can try that crap. I don't care. But thank you for joining us, and we'll catch you again on Skepticus. What up, YouTube? This is Skepticus. This is your boy Adam, and we are continuing with my foundational series, which is an atheist reading the Bible. Specifically, we are in Exodus. Just got to the first several chapters in the last video, so we are now at Exodus 4. We're going to get right into it. The only preamble I want to add to today's video is that, we're still, of course, in the very early stages of the Bible. All of these stories, to some extent, are foundational texts for Christianity and Judaism. All of these characters and these stories are some that are, or most or all of them are such that even non-Christians, probably many of them, have some familiarity with the names of the stories. But the story of Moses, in my humble opinion, was one of the most foundational stories that we were ever introduced to when I was a kid in Sunday school. I don't have any numbers to back this up or any evidence, but I would say that when I was growing up, this was probably seen even more so than stories like Abraham and Joseph and all that, and Isaac. I think that this was the whole story of Moses and Exodus was seen as being core to Christianity. It was seen as being a story that was for all, safe for all, good to tell the kids. It was not seen as having any problematic aspects. So definitely even much, much nicer than PG-13. And I think that the average Christian, especially those who haven't read this in a while, or maybe even the ones who have read it word for word, would tell you this is a great story and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing to be questioned in it. It is an inspirational story. It is God saving, freeing his people. It is God working through an kind of every man in Moses and lifting him up. It's God for the first time laying down his laws in the 10 Commandments. So I think that the average Christian sees this story, even the most cynical Christian probably sees this story as just nothing but a net positive. And yet, as I read it, it's surprising to me how much of it isn't. I'm not telling you how to feel about it, but here we go. You can make your own judgments. So this is Exodus 4. This starts off with, it's called Signs for Moses. Moses answered, it picks up right in the middle of him talking to God. on the mountain, the burning bush, all of that. Moses answered, what if they do not believe me or listen to me and say, the Lord did not appear to you? Now, just to give you quick context, because we're starting a new video here, remember, this is him talking about not talking to Pharaoh, but first he has to go back and essentially talk to the rest of the Israelites, because he's going to intercede on their behalf to Pharaoh. And I think even God understands that you should really get the buy-in of the Israelites before you do this. And there is a clear fear from Moses that the Israelites, when I go back and speak with them, are not going to believe that I talked to God, that I am doing this on behalf of God, etc. So that's the context, excuse me, for this conversation. So again, Moses answered, what if they do not believe me or listen to me and say, the Lord did not appear to you? Then the Lord said to him, what is that in your hand? A staff, he replied. The Lord said, throw it on the ground. Moses threw it on the ground, and it became a snake, and he ran from it. Then the Lord said to him, I just love that idea, like, ah! Then the Lord said to him, reach out your hand and take it by the tail. So Moses reached out and took hold of the snake and it turned back into a staff in his hand. This, said the Lord, is so that they may believe that the Lord, the God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has appeared to you. We should have a drinking game. Every time they say the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, drink. You know, I mean, I couldn't really do that because I would be plastered before we could even get through most of these chapters. They would be very short videos and even more incoherent than I already am. But what a great drinking game. Then the Lord said, put your hand inside your cloak. So Moses put his hand into his cloak, and when he took it out, the skin was leprous. It had become as white as snow. Now put it back into your cloak, he said. So Moses put his hand back into his cloak, and when he took it out, it was restored, like the rest of his flesh. Then the Lord said, if they do not believe you or pay attention to the first sign, they may believe the second. But if they do not believe these two signs or listen to you, take some water from the Nile and pour it on the dry ground. The water you take from the river will become blood on the ground. Moses said to the Lord, pardon your servant, Lord. I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and tongue. The Lord said to him, who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Who gives them sight or makes them blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go, I will help you speak and will teach you what to say. But Moses said, pardon your servant, Lord. Please send someone else. Then the Lord's anger burned against Moses, and he said, what about your brother Aaron, the Levite, whatever. I know he can speak well. He is already on his way to meet you, and he will be glad to see you. You shall speak to him and put words in his mouth. I will help both of you speak and will teach you what to do. He will speak to the people for you, and it will be as if he were your mouth and as if you were God to him. But take this staff in your hand so you can perform the signs with it. Moses returns to Egypt. Then Moses went back to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said to him, let me return to my own people in Egypt to see if any of them are still alive. Jethro said, go, and I wish you well. Now the Lord had said to Moses in Midian, go back to Egypt, for all those who wanted to kill you are dead. So Moses took his wife and sons, put them on a donkey, and started back to Egypt. And he took the staff of God in his hand. The Lord said to Moses, when you return to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders I have given you the power to do. But I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. Then say to Pharaoh, this is what the Lord says. Israel is my firstborn son, and I told you, let my son go, so he may worship me. But you refused to let him go, so I will kill your firstborn son. At a lodging place on the way, the Lord met Moses and was about to kill him. But Zipporah took... Hey, guys, I'm getting through this chapter first, but... okay, I'm sorry. At a lodging place on the way, the Lord met Moses and was about to kill him. But Zipporah took a flint knife, cut off her son's foreskin, and touched Moses' feet with it. Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me, she said. So the Lord let him alone. At that time, she said, bridegroom of blood, referring to circumcision. The Lord said to Aaron, go into the wilderness to meet Moses. So he met Moses at the mountain of God and kissed him. Then Moses told Aaron everything the Lord had sent him to say, and also about all the signs he commanded him to perform. Moses and Aaron brought together all the elders of the Israelites, and Aaron told them everything the Lord had said to Moses. He also performed the signs before the people, and they believed. And when they heard that the Lord was concerned about them and had seen their misery, they bowed down and worshiped. Now, I talked through in the previous video about how when you just take a chapter like this and you read it from beginning to end, and you just kind of get through it, I think a lot of these things don't hit the same way as if you actually carefully think about them, sometimes sentence by sentence or even word by word. So that's why at first I wanted to get through this chapter, because I just wanted to at least say, okay, here's the chapter. This is Exodus 4. The truck's rumbling by. This is Exodus 4. But, oh man, we got to talk. First, I want to point out that this opens up with Moses saying, hey, I'm supposed to go talk to the rest of the Israelites, but what if they don't believe me? So what does the Lord do? The Lord gives him evidence, all right? He gives him the snake, or the staff that turns into a snake. He gives him the ability to turn the water into blood. He gives him the leprosy thing with his hand, right? That may sound natural, but I want to point out that in any modern Christian setting, the idea that you require proof at all of God, or that anyone talked to God, or that anything spoken by your pastor is anything less than the word of God. I mean, the just asking for evidence in a Christian context almost puts you at odds with religion, with Judaism, with Christianity. They will look down upon you. They will scoff. They'll call you cynical and a skeptic, which, yes, of course, I am a skeptic, but they will act as though your request for any type of evidence at all is a character flaw on your part. Christianity specifically will just scoff at any suggestion that you make that, you know, I need to see some proof of this. I need to see this demonstrated for me. And not then, oh, I prayed for my son to get better, and lo and behold, after 6 months of intensive medical treatment, he got better. No, that's not the proof I want. I want to see, show me a miracle, or show me some proof of God. Show me God's works, and not just you pointing at a tree and saying that proves that God is real. No, show me actual evidence. When you bring this up to almost any modern theist, they will try to use your request for evidence. They will try to throw it back at you almost as though the request itself is a sign of some shortcoming in your personality, in your psyche, as if, how dare you actually ask us for evidence? You should just know that that our God is the God, and that you should follow the God, and yet you should worship and do everything that is asked by the God. And you shouldn't have to need any more evidence than, hey, there's a book that tells you to do the things that we just told you to do. And yet, in the book, we see where even God understands that, yeah, you're going to need some evidence. Like, okay, if God were to act like almost any other Christian that I know, God would have said, you don't need to show them evidence, just tell them to believe. Or here, I wrote some things down on some papyrus, just show them what's written that says this is true, and that should be evidence enough. I find this to be a delicious contradiction that Christians will so often fight you about this idea that you should even have the nerve to ask for evidence. And yet, in one of the most foundational stories of the Bible itself, God himself is essentially acknowledging that evidence is needed and there's nothing wrong with it. And oh, by the way, he'll provide some. If you ever have questions about anything in Christianity, whether you're Christian or whether you're an apostate or what have you, and you ever ask any Christian for some kind of evidence or you want to see some kind of proof and they try to turn that against you, just point them back to their own damn book. Point them to Moses. Point them to the fact that their God understood the need for evidence and decided to supply it. Now, I have a problem with the evidence itself, but that's kind of the next point. But at least he didn't just scoff at Moses and say, well, they should know because I wrote it on a stone tablet somewhere or because someone wrote it on a piece of papyrus. No, he actually gives them evidence. Now, that being said, the evidence kind of sucks. Okay. I know it says that he got the staff and this, the leprosy thing and the blood to water or water to blood thing. And that they showed this to the Israelites and the Israelites believed. That's great. Of course, we're going to see in later chapters that doesn't sway Pharaoh or the Egyptians. When I read this, when I was very young, I thought, well, it just didn't sway them because they're just stubborn and they don't want to understand the word of God. And they don't want, even though they see the miracles, they don't want to believe the miracles because they hate Hebrews and they hate Christians. And I know there wasn't a Christian at that time, but the way I was thinking as a little kid. But then as you get first of all, when you read the text itself, but if you get a little older and research the stuff, you find out that this evidence is flimsy as hell. All right. The snake and the staff thing, this is actually a common trick. It's a parlor trick. I mean, I haven't seen it live, but I've seen video of people doing the same trick. It has to do something, I think they take an actual snake and they can kind of cause it to stiffen up, essentially, and then they can get it to, go back to being itself. The point is that this is not something that's just unique, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe God made that happen. No, this is not that uncommon, especially in this time. And you'll see later on that this flimsy ass evidence doesn't help him much. So it's not very affirming of God that this was the first thing that he gave Moses to be like, yes, this will show them. I mean, and it convinced the Israelites. I guess that's good. But that wasn't really the whole point of this exercise. The point is to convince Pharaoh. And on that point, it failed miserably. And then the whole, put your hand in your cloak. And when it comes out, it will be leprous. And then put it in again. And when it comes out, it'll be fine. Give me something that feels less like a parlor trick than that. I mean, really, look at this. Now it's leprous. Look at this. Now it's not. You feel like maybe someone should do this thing or something, that just seems cheesy. Okay. And the water to blood, I mean, there's some trick there to make it red water, okay? And you can say, no, these aren't tricks, these are God. But I'm just saying, if this is God actually doing these things divinely, then he's choosing to create divine proof that mirrors the parlor tricks of the day. The hell? That's your proof. I mean, okay. Okay. So then, he goes back and forth. The Lord goes back and forth with Moses. Moses clearly is not terribly comfortable, even after he gives him these these miracles, the little parlor trick and all this. Okay, that's great. Moses clearly is still nervous, not feeling very confident. The Lord's getting a little ticked off. In fact, he says, yo, what about your brother Aaron? Aaron can talk for you. I'll work with you and teach you how to do these things too, but Aaron can speak with you. Like basically Aaron's going to be the front man. He's going to be the PR guy. I'd like to think of it as like minus the romance aspect. This is the first example, the first instance of literature of a Cyrano de Bergerac, we're gonna get Aaron to come step in. So good on Aaron. It's our first introduction to Aaron. But this is where I think this whole story starts to become disgusting. Okay? Because he says, hold on, I had to find the text on the screen here. In verse 21, the Lord said to Moses, when you return to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders I have given you the power to do. Yes, all the wonders. Ooh, look at this wonder. But I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. What? Let me read this again. The Lord said to Moses, when you return to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders I have given you the power to do. But I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. Now, I know when I was young, I didn't really catch that or didn't think of it. If I did, I didn't think much of it. I think before recently, I would have told you that Moses did his shtick. He performed his little tricks. He made his case. He told him what the Lord wants. And every time he told him, Pharaoh's heart was hardened. But that, as we go through the text now, we see it's not just that Pharaoh's heart was hardened. It's that God hardens his heart. And that's when I think this whole thing becomes really insidious. We have a God here who, first of all, had to be reminded in the previous chapters that he even had a covenant to these people in the first place. All right, that's not discomforting at all. He had to be reminded of this. And then when he finally says, okay, I see my people are sad and I have to go help my people and free my people, he comes up with this whole plan to get Moses to come present the case for God. There's another point I'll get to in a minute. Like, why do we even need to go through Moses? But that's another point. But then he tells Moses, I will harden his heart. Like, God is setting up literally this whole obstacle course that will end in that will result in the Israelites being suffering more before they are finally free. It will result in scores of innocent Egyptians being slaughtered. And he is doing all this just to ensure that we have to jump through all these hoops, essentially just to prove to everyone what a badass he is. This is God. If God wanted to say, those people are gone, Pharaoh, boom, make it happen. I mean, this is God. He can make that happen, right? But no, he sets up this whole obstacle course that Moses and Aaron and Pharaoh and all the people of Egypt and all the Israelites have to run through in order in order so that they can finally get to the point where they are freed. And even though God could free them now if he wanted to, he says specifically that I am hardening Pharaoh's heart. Why? So that he can make us all jump through these hoops and prove what a badass he is. That is exactly what's happening here, and I think it's disgusting. And you'll see as we go to the subsequent chapters that this is going to cause misery for everyone. And instead of just working his divine magic and letting the Israelites go free now, he has to make a point of hawing and braying about how he is the God and how he's going to smack everyone down. And why? So that he can show everyone that he is the freaking Lord. This isn't really about the Israelites. You think that the story is about freeing the Israelites, bringing them out of bondage in Egypt. It's not really about that. That is just a vehicle. It's the medium that allows God to show the world, and specifically the Egyptians and the Israelites, what a badass he is. And he would rather make sure that we all know what a badass he is, even if it causes unnecessary death and misery, rather than just to free them now. Keep this in mind. We're not done with this point, but I can only hammer it home so hard right now. So keep this in mind, because it's not going away. This story is going to unfold, and you're going to see exactly. And not only is he telling us right now, I am going to harden Pharaoh's heart, which I guess Moses is kind of meek here. But if I'm Moses, I'm like, dude, why? Why are you going to harden his heart? Don't do that. Don't do that. Make him listen to me. But no, he's going to harden his heart, and then he's going to make him do all this stuff. You'll see. And that's not even the end of the gross of this whole chapter. He goes to this whole thing. He shows Moses, comes to Moses with a burning bush, and he gives him these parlor tricks to that he can use to convince people, or at least some people, of the reality of what's happening here. And he has chosen Moses. I mean, Moses did not volunteer for this. Moses was out walking around. He's at the top of this mountain, and whoo, what do you know? There's a burning bush. And God instigates this entire plan of action. Okay, he instigates the meeting with Moses. He instigates Moses as his primary representative, and then kind of begrudgingly says, fine, Aaron can also be my representative as well. But it was always Moses was the first one. Okay, God came to Moses. This is God's plan. God chose Moses, and then out of nowhere, after he gives him this plan, we get this paragraph, which is just mind-blowing. At a lodging place on the way, the Lord met Moses. This is after he's already given Moses this plan of what you're going to do. He's already given him the miracle, the staff, and the hand parlor trick and all this stuff. And he's already given him the plan of what we're going to do. And you're going to use Aaron to talk. And he's given him all these details. He said, Pharaoh's going to harden your heart. This is after that. This is verse 24. Randomly, we get this: at a lodging place on the way, the Lord met Moses and was about to kill him. What? Where'd that come from? After you make this whole plan with Moses, you got this whole thing set in motion, and then out of nowhere, at a lodging place on the way, the Lord met Moses and was about to kill him. But Zipporah took a flint knife, cut off her son's foreskin, and touched Moses' feet with it. Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me, she said. So the Lord let him alone. At that time, she said bridegroom of blood, referring to circumcision. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? So Zipporah, and it's kind of interesting. It says, she cut off her son's foreskin. I don't know if this means that Zipporah had a child like before she met Moses with another person, although it never mentions that before. So you would think that Moses' son, that her son would be Moses' son, although it's not, it doesn't specifically say that. Although in these times it would be rare that Moses would have, been given Zipporah as a wife and she would already have a kid. That would be a little strange as well. So I'm assuming this is Moses' son. And I do understand that maybe Moses' son was not circumcised because Moses was raised in the Pharaoh's house, in a Pharaonic tradition, an Egyptian tradition. So maybe Moses was not circumcised, although you think his mom would have had probably taken care of that as a Hebrew before she had to give him up and float him down the river. It said she had him for 3 months. So it's possible, that's why Moses' son was not circumcised. I mean, not that I care, but here's the bigger point. Once again, any Christian who wants to tell you that God is omniscient, bullshit. That makes no sense. You're telling me that God set up this whole plan with Moses and was like, here's the staff, here's what you're going to do. You're going to go talk to Pharaoh. You're going to get your brother Aaron involved, all these other things. And all of a sudden, when Moses is traveling, he's at a lodging place and then Lord comes to kill him because apparently the Lord figured out that Moses Zipporah and or Moses had a son that was uncircumcised. You didn't know that before? That's not omniscience. And if you did know it before, why didn't you bring it up before? Apparently, your only recourse was to come down with this intent to kill him. Where the hell does this even come from? I have to admit, I don't even remember this from when I was a kid. I don't know if in Sunday school they just went right over that, or if we just never read this specific part of it. I don't know. Although, to be fair, I have to say this, that usually when you're a kid, you almost never, at least in the churches we were in, you almost never sit down and just read the chapters, all right? It's always, you got some illustrations that somebody's made for you helpfully. On top of the illustrations, they will pull out verses and chapters. They will pull out the pieces they want you to read. They will basically make the story for you, and they will use it they will build it with words from the Bible, of course. But in retrospect, it was probably already heavily groomed, those words. And they probably did not have, in the versions I was reading as a kid, the part about after the plan is set, then Lord just decides to kill Moses. Where did that come from? Oh, because the Lord finally figured out the so-called omniscient God. Yeah, right. Finally figured out that, Moses has an uncircumcised son. Time to kill Moses. I rarely say this because I know apologists can come up with anything, but I would love for any believer to justify this crap to me, to tell me how it makes even one iota of sense. First of all, how can you possibly believe that your God is omniscient? If he makes all these plans with Moses, he gives him the implements, he tells him what you're going to do, he tells him to get your brother Aaron involved, and then after the fact, God decides to kill Moses because he's found out there's an uncircumcised kid in the equation. Please tell me how that equates to omniscience. I would love to hear the logistical knots you have to twist your brain into to try to justify that ridiculous crap. Makes no sense. And then even beyond the question of omniscience, I mean, so the punishment for having a son who's uncircumcised is that I'm just going to come down and boom, take him out. That's the God you want to follow? That's your loving God? I know some people will be like, well, that's the Old Testament God. BS. This is the same God. It's the same God that Jesus worshiped. It's the same God who is the Father of Jesus, right? This is your God. after going through all this trouble with the burning bush and everything, and suddenly he just finds out. I don't know if a spy came and told him. I mean, was he just walking around one day and like, wait a minute, I think that kid's uncircumcised. I'm going to go kill Moses. How does that make any sense? And Zipporah's son, like, it doesn't say how old Zipporah's son was, but this makes me just cringe. Zipporah took a flint knife, cut off her son's foreskin, and touched Moses' feet with it. I mean, and I say this because there's never a good time to cut off your foreskin, but usually the way that most people justify these things is the fact that you circumcise a baby at such a time that, traumatizing as it is, the baby never remembers as it gets older. But if your kid is not a baby, if your kid is a couple years old even, it's going to remember this horrifically. That one day we were at a lodging place traveling to do this stuff that the Lord had told us to do. And then suddenly my mom pulled out a flint knife and cut off my foreskin. This is Exodus 4. One of the most foundational stories in all of the Bible about Moses. All right, let's carry on. I can't deal with that crap anymore. It's pissing me off just thinking about it. This is your loving God. Exodus 5. Bricks without straw. Afterward, Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness." Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness. I do think it's interesting here, for all of God's supposed glory, and for all the ways he wants to prove what a badass he is, and he's going to force Pharaoh's hand, he's going to smack everyone down. But how does he start this whole thing? He gets Moses and Aaron to come talk to Pharaoh and start off with a lie. He starts with a lie. Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness." He doesn't just say, "Let my people go." Often, as this gets retold from the pulpit or from the hymnal, all we get is the "let my people go, let my people go, let my people go." Like that's the only thing being said. But that's not the only thing being said. The first thing he says is, "Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness," which strongly implies that, oh, just let us go do this festival in the wilderness and we'll come back. We want to do Burning Man. We want to go to Burning Man. God says you should let my people go to Burning Man, so let us go. Knowing damn well you ain't coming back. God said this to Moses in the previous chapters. So, God never said, "Yeah, I'm only doing this to try to get you to go to worship me for 3 days. And then if all goes according to plan, we'll send you back to slavery." No, from the beginning, he has presented this as freeing the Israelites. But the way that they tell it to Pharaoh is, "Let my people go, so that they may have a festival." Because the Israelites really need to go to Burning Man this year. I'm not terribly offended by that, because either way, you're trying to get people freed who are in slavery, and they are enslaved to there's no great way to be enslaved, but they're enslaved and under a regime that is reviled by them and treats them like crap. So you could argue whatever they feel like they need to say in order to make this happen is justified. But I do still think it's interesting that the way that they start this is with a lie. Pharaoh said, "Who is the Lord that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." Then they said, "The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Now let us take a 3-day journey into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord of our God, or he may strike us with plagues or with the sword." This statement from, I guess it's from Aaron, actually, because it's Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh. It doesn't exactly say who's speaking, but you kind of assume it's Aaron, actually, because even though Moses is the center of the story, Aaron is presented as the one who's most articulate. But this statement doesn't make a lot of sense. We already know that the Pharaoh is out of love with his Israelite slaves, that's for sure. He feels like there are far too many of them. He fears that they would turn against him if there was a war or something, and he sees them, understandably so, as a security risk. So while I understand that even in that case, he probably does not want to just let these people go, because that would be embarrassing for him from a power and authority perspective. The idea that he would care if any of them get struck with plagues or with the sword doesn't make any sense. Again, I'll read this again. Then they said, the God of the Hebrews has met with us. Now let us take a 3-day journey into the wilderness, which wouldn't be a 3-day journey. They want to get the hell out, but okay. To offer sacrifices to the Lord our God, or he may strike us with plagues or with the sword. And of course, if I'm Pharaoh, I'm like, yeah, let him strike you with plagues and the sword. I don't care. I guess I wouldn't want them to have plagues, because if these are people working amongst you, so their plagues will probably become your plagues. But still, I'm like, if some of your people get sick or they get struck down by the sword because they didn't go to your God's festival, I don't care. It doesn't make any sense that the Pharaoh would care. But the king of Egypt said, Moses and Aaron, why are you taking the people away from their labor? Get back to work. Then Pharaoh said, look, the people of the land are now numerous, and you are stopping them from working. That same day, Pharaoh gave this order to the slave drivers and overseers in charge of the people. You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw, but require them to make the same number of bricks as before. Don't reduce the quota. They are lazy. That is why they are crying out. Let us go and sacrifice that is why they are crying out. Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Make the work harder for the people so that they keep working and pay no attention to lies. Then the slave drivers and the overseers went out and said to the people, this is what Pharaoh says. I will not give you any more straw. Go and get your own straw wherever you can find it, but your work will not be reduced at all. So the people scattered all over Egypt to gather stubble to use for straw. The slave drivers kept pressing them, saying, complete the work required of you for each day, just as when you had straw. And Pharaoh's slave drivers beat the Israelite overseers they had appointed, demanding, why haven't you met your quota of bricks yesterday or today as before? Then the Israelite overseers went and appealed to Pharaoh. Why have you treated your servants this way? Your servants are given no straw, yet we are told, make bricks. Your servants are being beaten, but the fault is with your own people. Pharaoh said, lazy, that's what you are, lazy. That is why you keep saying, let us go and sacrifice to the Lord. Now get to work. You will not be given any straw, yet you must produce your full quota of bricks. The Israelite overseers realized they were in trouble when they were told, you were not to reduce the number of bricks required of you each day. When they left Pharaoh, they found Moses and Aaron waiting to meet them, and they said, may the Lord look on you and judge you. You have made us obnoxious to Pharaoh and his officials and have put a sword in their hand to kill us. God promises deliverance. Moses returned to the Lord and said, why, Lord, why have you brought trouble on this people? Is this why you sent me? Ever since I went to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has brought trouble on this people, and you have not rescued your people at all. This is Exodus 5. Now, I do want to point out here, remember in the previous chapter, I said, we have now started this whole game that is not about freeing the Israelites at all. It is about the Lord jerking himself off. And here's what I mean by this. I mean, we're not done with this, but here is the first tangible example of this. God could free them right now At least if we are to believe all the edicts of Christians and Jews, that God is all powerful, all knowing, all seeing, although again, the omniscient part clearly is BS. But if he really is all powerful, he could free them now. We saw where he actually caused the previous Pharaoh to really drastically change his plans by giving him dreams. Did he try that this time? I mean, if he did, he didn't tell us. It's not in the book. And he even tells us specifically that he will harden the Pharaoh's heart. In other words, God doesn't want this to be quick and easy. God wants this to be drawn out so that he can make a spectacle to prove to everyone what a badass he is. And this is the first tangible result of that. He could free them now, but he hasn't and he won't. And as a result of that, what is going to happen? Of course, the Israelites will be made more miserable because you're pissing the Pharaoh off. Clearly, it's proving that there is a lot of Israelites around because he's saying, go make brick without straw, which if you really wanted them to be productive as slaves, you would give them at least the materials that they needed to make as much of the material every day that they, of the construction every day that they had to make. But apparently, whatever projects they're working on are not so pressing that it's not more important to Pharaoh just to punish them and to piss them off, even if it means they don't make as many bricks every day, because you can't make the bricks without straw. And yet he tells them you got to make the bricks and you just got to go find your own straw. And that's got to suck. It said that they had to go out and find stubble, which basically means even, in the farms would have straw, but you can't just walk into a farm and steal their straw. So you had to just scrape up what little bits of straw stubble you could find in order to try to use that as aggregate for your bricks. And of course, again, if the primary objective was to get the slaves to create some product, you would at least be giving them the things that they needed to make their product, even if you didn't like them. But in this case, because of God's actions, Pharaoh is already starting to get pissed off. And him being pissed off, while it might in the very long term end up in the Israelites being free, in the short term, it's going to end up in them being much more miserable because the Pharaoh is going to treat them like ass. Yay, God. That is Exodus 5. We are going to go through one more. We are going to get through Exodus 7, or actually Exodus 6. So Exodus 6. Then the Lord said to Moses, Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh because of my mighty hand. His pimp hand is strong. He will let them go. Because of my mighty hand, he will drive them out of this country. Because of my mighty hand. Okay. God is talking about his pimp hand being strong. And he's jacking himself off as he does it. God also said to Moses, I am the Lord. Yes, we know. Here we go. Ready to drink? God also said to Moses, I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as God Almighty. Cheers. But by my name, the Lord, I did not make myself fully known to them. I also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, where they resided as foreigners. Moreover, I have heard the groaning of the Israelites, whom the Egyptians are enslaving, and I have remembered my covenant. Yeah, you didn't remember it before. I guess you just remembered it now. It's good that you remembered it eventually, after enough people were miserable and had to cry out. I don't know. Therefore, say to the Israelites, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians. I will free you from it, but I won't do it right away, because that wouldn't show everyone what a badass I am. So after you guys suffer miserably for a while more, then I will finally take you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians, because look at my pimp hand. It's strong. I will free you from being slaves to them, and I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with mighty acts of judgment. I will take you as my own people, and I will be your God. Then you will know that I am the Lord your God. I mean, we kind of know already. You keep telling us over and over and over again. I am the Lord your God who brought you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians, and I will bring you to the land I swore with uplifted hand, smack, smack, to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I will give it to you as a possession. I am the Lord. I am the Lord. I am the Lord. Here's the pull string again. I am the Lord. I am the Lord. You will number like the stars. You will number like the dust in the earth. I am the Lord. I am the God of Jacob. I am the God of Isaac. Moses reported this to the Israelites, but they did not listen to him because of their discouragement and harsh labor. Yeah, they're already, I don't blame them. They're already like, dude, screw this. This was already a bad idea. Then the Lord said to Moses, go, tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to let the Israelites go out of this country. But Moses said to the Lord, if the Israelites will not listen to me, why would Pharaoh listen to me, since I speak with faltering lips? This is a great point. You can't convince your own damn people, but you still want me to keep going back and talking to Pharaoh again. And now it goes into family record of Moses and Aaron. I don't know why this is here. Like, here we are in the middle of the story. And hey, you know what we need? We need a lineage. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron about the Israelites and Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he commanded them to bring the Israelites out of Egypt. I know we just said that. And then it says, these were the heads of their families. I'm not reading all this crap. I don't know why this is stuck in here, what this is supposed to. I know that to some extent, if some people like to follow all these lineages and so begat so-and-so, but it should be like a concordance at the back of the damn book. It's weird the way they just shove it in here at times and places where it actually kind of undercuts the story. And then finally at the end of this chapter, Aaron to speak for Moses. Now, when the Lord spoke to Moses in Egypt, he said to him, I am the Lord. Yes, we know. Tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, everything I tell you. But Moses said to the Lord, since I speak with faltering lips, why would Pharaoh listen to me? We just did this. They said these verses, and then they gave us the lineage out of nowhere. And I guess they figured now that we've junked up this book with this long line of lineages that's just boring and no one wants to read through, I guess we should go back and repeat these verses. Yeah. Or maybe just don't stick this stupid lineage in the middle of here for no apparent reason. So we're going to stop. I mean, I could barge into Exodus 7 here, but that's also going to be a fun discussion. So it's just how gross. I mean, we're seeing this whole pattern now that's starting to evolve, which, and this is the same thing we saw going back as far as the creation story itself with Adam and Eve, that it's God could fix this. God could remove misery. But God is more important and more concerned with playing games. God created us. And if he didn't already know that we were going to want to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, then he's not omniscient. If he had any doubt whatsoever that we would do that, he's not omniscient. In fact, he's kind of dumb, because you really know nothing about your own creation then. But he wanted to play this game where he creates the Garden of Eden and, oh, look at this, but here's the tree. Don't eat from that one. Knowing damn well eventually someone's going to eat from that one. And then now it's the fall. And now, oh, Lord forbid, we actually know the difference between good and evil. These are games. These are games that are for control. These are games for, showing the world what a badass you are. And it's not that was the one and only time we saw God playing games. I mean, telling your most holy dude Abraham, who's already proven to you multiple times in the text that he is your dude, that he believes anything you say, that he follows you no matter what. But after all of that, and after you've already renamed him because he is now basically your It's your dude, your man. And you're like, you will be Abraham. You still felt the need to give him this other test. Hey, go kill your son Isaac. Go sacrifice him to me. Let's go see if he does it. Let's go see if he actually, oh my gosh, he actually did it. He's actually pulling Abraham or Isaac up to go sacrifice him. Angel, quick, go stop him. Go stop him. He's playing his games. He just keeps playing games. And now he's got his whole people, which again, we don't know the actual number, but they have filled Egypt, whatever that number is. There are about 1.5 million Egyptians estimated at this time. I don't know how many Hebrews it would take as slaves to fill Egypt, but all these people are suffering under the yoke of the Egyptians. And rather than stop their suffering now, you're going to play more games. You're going to tell Moses that he is going to do all these things and to talk to the Pharaoh, but then you're also going to tell him that I am going to harden Pharaoh's heart. I mean, ultimately, why does Moses even need to act as an interpreter, first of all, to God's own people? They have Moses. He has Moses go back to the Israelites and say, hey, I talked to God, and here's the proof of how I talked to God. See, I have this staff, and I have this little leprosy trick on my hand. I have all these things. Like, why couldn't God have just talked to the Israelites? They're his people, his chosen people. But instead, he had to pick this one person to intercede on his behalf and then do this whole translation game where he's like, yeah, I talked to God. No, trust me. How do you know? Well, because he says, I am I am who I am. And that proves that I talked to God. And oh, look at this staff. It turns into a snake and now it's a staff again. That proves I talked to God. Like, why didn't you just go talk to the Israelites yourself? Just talk to them. You're God. Why does Moses and Aaron need to intercede between God and Pharaoh? If God didn't actually want to appear before Pharaoh, we know by the Bible's already given evidence in their stories that he could have spoken to Pharaoh in dreams. And that apparently in the Pharaonic tradition, they believe that. I mean, they're going to follow these dreams. I mean, if that's what it took, then why didn't you do that? But no, we have to create this whole thing where Moses and Aaron are going to talk to Pharaoh, and they're going to keep coming with God's message, but then God is going to harden Pharaoh's heart against them so that he's going to force us to go through these iterations over and over again so that each step of the way, God can be like, I am the one. I am who I am, and I'm going to kick that ass. Oh, yeah. I am the God. I am the God of Abraham, the God of Jacob, the God of Isaac. Yeah. It just strikes me as a deity who is constantly jerking himself off. Okay, on that apostate note, we're going to close this off because we'll have to wait till the next lovely video installment before we get to Exodus 7. As always, excuse me, thank you for the view. Thank you for following along. Thank you for any comments that you're leaving. Put any discussion about what I'm screwing up, what I've gotten wrong. I'd love to see it. A lot of this, of course, is opinion. I guess you can argue that opinion is usually neither right nor wrong. But I have new things to learn about this stuff every day. As I've said before, as I'm reading this text, it's showing me new stuff every day, and it's not flattering. But please feel free to accentuate my learning in that regard. But I appreciate you tuning in. I thank you for the view. This channel is Skepticus, and I am Adam, and this has been an atheist reading the Bible. Thanks for tuning in. What up, YouTube? I am Adam of Nola, and this is my channel, Skepticus. I know it's not much to look at, but it is my channel. I kind of like it. On this channel, Skepticus, we discuss everything from an atheist perspective. And in case you are just dropped into this video Maybe for the first time ever coming to this channel, this particular video is part of my flagship series that I have just now come up with a name for. I've been calling it An Atheist Reads the Bible. That just feels kind of clunky, but I realized last night that this is God-free Bible study, because the only way that you should ever have to trudge through the crap that is the Christian Bible is, at least if you do it God-free. So this is God-free Bible study. We are on the cusp of getting into Exodus 7. But before we do that, I want you to indulge me for a moment, because I have a little story to tell you. Aside from all the wonderful stories of the Bible, no, this is just a little I don't know, fairy tale to give you, a fable, if you will. Let's imagine that unfortunately right now you and a large number of your friends find yourself unemployed. Maybe it's a depression or some kind of recession or what have you, but unfortunately you and most of the people you know are unemployed. Now, unbeknownst to you, I am actually directly responsible for all of you guys being unemployed in the first place, but you don't know that. And of course, I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to be like, wow, that really sucks that you're unemployed. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm never going to spill the beans that I actually got you into this scenario. And one day you come over and you're going to have a beer at the house, and I say to you, how are things going, man? How's any luck with a job hunt? And you say to me, no, it's just as bad as it's always been. The economy's horrible. Can't find any leads. Can't get any interviews. Don't have any jobs. My friends don't have jobs. It's horrible. So I say to you, you know what? I got a plan. Here's what you're going to do. I need you to call Mark Zuckerberg and tell him that you and all your friends need a job. Now, you're probably thinking, what? Like, what do you mean? You don't even know how to get a hold of Mark Zuckerberg. But I tell you, you know what? I know Mark. I can make this happen. I'm kind of powerful, if you will. So I'm going to make sure that you talk to Mark, and I'm going to make sure that you all get jobs. But maybe you're still a little skeptical, and you say, well, I don't even have the skills for the types of jobs that Mark would be hiring for at Facebook/Meta. And I say, don't worry about that. Don't worry. I'm going to give you miracles to perform to him, so you can show him that you actually know what you're talking about. And you say, well, I don't know. This sounds like a really strange plan. I've never even applied to a tech company. I say, listen to me. You and your brother, you go and you tell Mark Zuckerberg, let my people have a job. And I'm going to tell him no. I'm going to tell him don't hire those people, but you keep asking. Now, at this point, you're thinking, wait, what? I thought you were going to help me get a job. And I say, well, I am. You're all going to get hired by Facebook. But when you go ask him, I'm then going to call him and I'm going to tell him don't hire those people. And then you're going to ask him again. And then I'm going to call him again and I'm going to tell him don't hire those people. And this is going to go back and forth, but this is what you have to do to get my help, to get you and all your friends employed at Facebook. Now, this may not sound like a great plan to you. It may not sound logical in the least, but you're unemployed right now. And you don't have a lot of options. And as nutty as I sound, you might think, well, I guess I'm going to go do what Adam of Nola says. So you do this thing. And sure enough, Mark listens to you and he says, no, maybe he's thinking about giving you a job. And I call him up and say, Mark, don't hire those people. Don't do it. But then I also tell him, I tell him, hey, horrible things are going to happen to your employees because you didn't hire these people. Even though I was the one who told you not to hire the people. So we go back and forth like this, over and over, where you keep telling him, hey, give us a job. And he keeps thinking that he's going to give you a job. But then I always kind of sneak in the back door and say, don't hire those people. And in the meanwhile, horrible things happen to Facebook's employees because I'm bringing all sorts of hellfire down on them and I'm making horrible things happen. And finally, after this long, drawn out, dramatic process, at some point, somehow, guess what happens? We get you and all your friends jobs at Facebook. And when this is all done, you and I are sitting around, you have your nice new cushy job at Facebook, and all your friends do too. And I say, well, what'd you think about that? And you say, well, I'm glad that I got a job for me and my friends at Facebook, but why did we have to go through all that? What was the point? I say, because now everyone knows that I made this happen and I am a badass. Because my pimp hand is strong. And if I say don't hire them, Mark Zuckerberg won't hire them. And if I say hire them, Mark Zuckerberg will hire them. And in the end, all that people will know is that I got you all jobs. And that's all that's important here. Cool story, bro, huh? A good story. Well, you probably figured out by now, this is actually the story of Moses. It's not even dolled up that much. It's pretty close to the story of Moses and the Israelites and the Pharaoh. So, with that preamble, let's get into Exodus 7. Then the Lord said to Moses, see, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. You are to say everything I command you, and your brother Aaron is to tell Pharaoh to let the Israelites go out of his country. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart. And though I multiply my signs and wonders in Egypt, he will not listen to you. Or maybe just get your people out of there. I don't know. Crazy idea? No, that doesn't qualify for his games now, does it? So I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and though I multiply my signs and wonders in Egypt, he will not listen to you. Then I will lay my pimp hand on Egypt, and with mighty acts of judgment, I will smack them around, and I will bring out my divisions, my people, the Israelites. And the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my pimp hand against Egypt and smack the Israelites right out of it. There were a few liberties taken with the text, but this is almost word for word what it says. It doesn't actually say pimp. I know that's surprising, but pretty much all the rest of it is exactly as it said right here in the text. Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord commanded them. Moses was 80 years old and Aaron 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh. These stories are beloved by the AARP, I'll tell you. I don't understand. He said, this opens with the Lord saying to Moses, see, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. How is he like God to Pharaoh? That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it literally makes no sense to me. How is Moses possibly like God to Pharaoh? How is he at the beginning of the story? Even at the end of the story, at no point does Pharaoh actually believe that it is Moses himself doing any of this stuff. So that sentence makes literally no sense to me. But that's okay. And what is the entire point? I mean, this statement from him, it just couldn't be clearer. Then I will lay my hand on it. I will harden his heart, and we'll have to do this multiple times. He won't listen to you. I will lay my hand on Egypt, and with mighty acts of judgment, I will bring out my divisions, my people, the Israelites. And the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand against Egypt and bring the Israelites out of it. Oh, smack them down. What is the point of this? What is the lesson that he is teaching to the Egyptians? I mean, I know you could say the lesson is this, that the Lord is great, but apparently he doesn't actually want to convert the Egyptians. At no point in this process does God ever say to Moses that as a side effect or as a direct effect of doing this, the Egyptians will come to know me and follow me. I don't think God even wants the Egyptians to follow him. He just wants to make sure that they know that he's a badass. That's it. Usually when you think about God and doing miracles and doing high and mighty stuff, you think like he's essentially showing the world how great he is so that you should bow down and follow him. But that's not even part of his purpose here. This isn't about saving the Israelites, because if it's about saving the Israelites, we wouldn't even have to go through this crap, and he would not be whispering in the Pharaoh's ear against the whole objective of getting the Israelites out. And this isn't about the Egyptians, because if this was about the Egyptians, you'd think that it would be about showing them how cool this God is so that they would become Hebrews, essentially, at least in spirit. I realize that there's an ethnic component to this as well, but he at no point in this process is talking about conversion. He's just talking about showing everyone that he is the Lord your God. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I will smack them down. I will show them that I am the number one Lord. I am the God. I am the Almighty. Oh yeah. That's what this is about. God jerking himself off at the expense of lives all over Egypt. Aaron's staff becomes a snake. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, when Pharaoh says to you, perform a miracle, then say to Aaron, take your staff and throw it down before Pharaoh, and it will become a snake. So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord commanded. Aaron threw his staff down in front of Pharaoh and his officials, and it became a snake. Pharaoh then summoned wise men and sorcerers, and the Egyptian magicians also did the same things by their secret arts. Each one threw down his staff, and it became a snake. But Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Yet Pharaoh's heart became hard, and he would not listen to them, just as the Lord had said. I want to point out, I'd already said in previous chapters, that these are like the dinkiest of miracles, all right? You may think when you first read this as a kid, like, oh, a staff becomes a snake, and the snake turns back to a staff. No, this is like street level magic tricks right here. And it's proven in the text itself by the fact that Aaron does this, and then Pharaoh brings out his magicians, and they go, yeah, they can say, yeah, we can do that too. We do the same thing. If I'm Moses and Aaron at that point, I'm already thinking, screw this. What the hell did God have us do? He gave us these miracles for us to perform, and they're no better than what the court magicians can do themselves. The Almighty God, who is supposedly doing this entire thing just so he can jerk himself off and show the entire world what a badass he is giving them miracles to perform that can easily be replicated by the magicians in the Pharaoh's court. Wow. Well done, God. The plague of blood. Then the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh's heart is unyielding. Yeah, because God is making it unyielding. Pharaoh's heart is unyielding. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he goes out to the river. Confront him on the bank of the Nile, and take in your hand the staff that was changed into a snake. You know, the same one that all the court magicians can do the same damn thing. Then say to him, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to say to you, let my people go so that they may worship me in the wilderness. Here we go again with biblical Burning Man, the lie that this is just about a festival for worshiping. But until now, you have not listened. This is what the Lord says. By this you will know that I am the Lord. With the staff that is in my hand, I will strike the water of the Nile, and it will be changed into blood. The fish in the Nile will die, and the river will stink. The Egyptians will not be able to drink its water. Quick side note here. I don't believe there's any account of Moses doing for the Pharaoh the little hand leprosy trick thing. I don't think that's ever even brought up again. I mean, of course, they talk about the snake and they talk about him using the staff to basically invoke these other things. But we never hear the whole thing again about the look, it's regular. Oh, look, it's leprous. Oh, look, it's regular again, which I wonder if he was just too embarrassed to even try that in front of the Pharaoh, especially after this whole snake thing just got shot down. Okay. It is also strange that God tells Moses to say to the Pharaoh, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to say to you, let my people go so that they may worship me in the wilderness. But until now, you have not listened. This is what the Lord says. By this, you will know that I am the Lord. I mean, I guess he's telling Moses to say to Pharaoh that this is what the Lord says. That's a little confusing there, but fine. Okay. The Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron, take your staff and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over the streams and canals, over the ponds and all the reservoirs, and they will turn to blood. Blood will be everywhere in Egypt, even in vessels of wood and stone. Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised his staff in the presence of Pharaoh and his officials and struck the water of the Nile, and all the water was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water. Blood was everywhere in Egypt. But the Egyptian magicians did the same thing by their secret arts, and Pharaoh's heart became hard. Now, I love how here it says Pharaoh's heart became hard, but throughout this narrative now, they're going to keep going back and forth. They'll say that Pharaoh's heart was hardened, but then they'll also say at times that the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart. Those are key distinctions in my mind, but they just seem to flip haphazardly between the two. And also, I bring it up because I know when I was a kid, I never realized or never caught the idea that God was hardening Pharaoh's heart. But now it's clear as day to me. He would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said. Instead, he turned and went into his palace and did not take even this to heart. And all the Egyptians dug along the Nile to get drinking water because they could not drink the water of the river, which that doesn't make a lot of sense. If you dig along the Nile, the water you're getting is going to be the same water that's from the Nile. It's not like there's just like a spring a few feet away from the river. It's still river water. It's just not flowing clearly through the channel, but okay. 7 days passed after the Lord struck the Nile. Where is this also? Just a second. When it says, but the Egyptian magicians did the same things by their secret arts, and Pharaoh's heart became hard. So that was with the water, turning the water. I guess there's, I lost it here, and I'm not gonna sit here and maybe I'll cut this or something, but I'm not gonna sit here and try to look this up again. But there's a wording here that makes it seem really weird. It actually makes it seem like the heathens have the same powers as gods here. But we'll go on for a little bit. We'll see if I can find that later. And this is Exodus 7. What a lovely little chapter as the plagues start rolling. So, moving on to Exodus 8. Time check. Yes, okay. Exodus 8. Then the Lord said to Moses, go to Pharaoh and say to him, this is what the Lord says. Let my people go so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go, I will send a plague of frogs on your whole country. The Nile will teem with frogs. They will come up into your palace and your bedroom and onto your bed, into the houses of your officials and on your people and into your ovens and kneading troughs. Baked frog. The frogs will come up on you and your people and all your officials. He just said that, but okay. Then the Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron, stretch out your hand with your staff over the streams and canals and ponds and make frogs come up on the land of Egypt. So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land. But the magicians did the same thing by their secret arts. They also made frogs come up on the land of Egypt. I'm starting to get really impressed with Egyptian magicians here. This narrative makes me care far less about the Hebrew God than it does about the state of magic and the practicing of magic in ancient Egypt, because good on them. Did they have to figure these tricks out every time they saw Moses and Aaron do it? Or did they already have it in their repertoire? They're like, yeah, I know how to get the frogs up here. I'm going to do this whole thing. And I'm going to wave my, nothing up my sleeves. Boom, presto. There's frogs. I'm kind of impressed with the state of Egyptian magic at this point. And once again, we're getting more of these sad miracles that can all be replicated by Egyptians. At this point, if I'm Moses, I'm going off and having a private little talk with God. I'm like, look, bro, you got to give me something that just every dude in Egypt can't do. I mean, I feel like they're doing these tricks at Egyptian birthday parties, you can hire these guys out and they'll come with a bounce house and they'll bring forth a plague of frogs, for all the kids to play with. It feels so damn pedestrian. And this is what's supposed to strike the awe of God in their hearts. All right, sure. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said, pray to the Lord to take the frogs away from me and my people, and I will let your people go to offer sacrifices to the Lord. Moses said to Pharaoh, I leave to you the honor of setting the time for me to pray for you and your officials and your people, that you and your houses may be rid of the frogs, except for those that remain in the Nile. Tomorrow, Pharaoh said. Moses replied, it will be as you say, so that you may know there is no one like the Lord our God. There is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs will leave you in your houses, your officials, and your people. They will remain only in the Nile. First of all, who the hell is dealing with some horrible plague and someone supposedly can stop the whole thing by saying a prayer, and they say, when do you want me to say the prayer? And they say, tomorrow. They're checking their calendars, I'm a little busy this afternoon. How's tomorrow at 3 p.m. work? Does that work for you? Okay, let's stop the plague then. Okay, sure. After Moses and Aaron left Pharaoh, Moses cried out to the Lord about the frogs he had brought on Pharaoh. And the Lord did what Moses asked. The frogs died in the houses, in the courtyards, and in the fields. They were piled into heaps, and the land reeked of them. That's a lovely visual. But when Pharaoh saw that there was relief, he hardened his heart and would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said, and just as the Lord did, because he said he's going to harden his heart. So this is all God here. Let's call a spade a spade. The plague of gnats. Then the Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron, stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the ground, and throughout the land of Egypt the dust will become gnats. They did this, and when Aaron stretched out his hand with the staff and struck the dust of the ground, gnats came on people and animals. All the dust throughout the land of Egypt became gnats. But when the magicians tried to produce gnats by their secret arts, they could not. Thank you, God, for finally coming up with something that can't be recreated by the parlor magicians in the court of Pharaoh. Wow. About freaking time. It's so big of you to finally come up with something that can't be easily replicated by some hobbyist with a magic kit. Since the gnats were on the people and animals everywhere, the magician said to Pharaoh, "This is the finger of God." This is the finger of God. But Pharaoh's heart was hard and he would not listen, just as the Lord had said. Why? I have to ask this. Have you noticed, have you thought about the fact that all of God's miracles are so clearly naturalistic? These are all plagues. And they're all, in theory, plagues that could happen on their own. They may not happen all the time, and they certainly don't happen one after the other like we see here, but these are plagues. Plagues happen. These are so very naturalistic. When you put this in conjunction with the stories that we've already read about God, I think it starts to lay out a very clear set of limitations for God himself. The Omnipotence Act is starting to wear very, 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 very thin. I mean, when he decided that he didn't like people and it was time for a little good old-fashioned genocide, what did he do? He brought a flood. He could have just, I don't know, changed their minds, but that's not a naturalistic thing, is it? People don't just walk around and get brainwashed one day by an invisible, all-knowing God who says, okay, stop being wicked. That's not a naturalistic thing. What is naturalistic is a ton of water inundating everything and killing everybody. So he can figure out how to cause essentially exaggerations of naturalistic phenomena, but he doesn't seem to be able to do anything beyond that. When he wipes out Sodom and Gomorrah, they talk about, fire and brimstone. I mean, basically there was like a volcano. There was an eruption somewhere, all right? This is naturalistic. You get pyroclastic flows and you get, dust and debris and things, hot ash falling out of the air. When he decided to present himself to Moses, what did he present himself as? Did he present himself as a golden god, as a giant made of emerald or some, stuff like that? No, he presented himself as a burning freaking bush. Like, this is the Almighty God, and the way that he chooses to present himself is that there's a bush that's on fire. Because Lord knows a random bit of lightning at the top of a mountain couldn't possibly have started that. And now when he starts all of his plagues, all of the plague, I mean, even the tricks, the leprosy and not leprosy. Well, that's just, leprosy obviously is a naturalistic phenomenon. The snake and the staff, there's nothing otherworldly about that. These plagues are clearly naturalistic. And I mean, this is all fine. I don't care per se, but I bring it up because for those who want to just hang their hat on this idea of godly omnipotence, it's just not checking out. Sure, these plagues are nasty and they're I can't make them happen, but it still doesn't feel like anything that would just make you obviously say, holy crap, that's God, and God's doing some crazy stuff. I mean, not only does Moses just sit here and whine on the face on behalf of God, but then afterwards, you could make the argument that all of this was just going to happen anyway. Why does he even have to have Moses and Aaron to intercede on his behalf? That alone feels incredibly, well, first of all, you could argue it's a sign that God isn't even there. But if you want to be as Christian as possible, then the next logical conclusion is that he doesn't have the ability to present himself to Pharaoh directly. And I know there's the whole thing about, well, if someone were to, there are beliefs and passages in the Torah and such that if someone were to see the face of God, it would kill them. It would be overwhelming. But I'm not saying that God has to present himself in his most natural format, whatever that is. I'm saying just pick some representation that is sufficiently impressive so that people don't think, wow, it's a burning bush, who cares? Pick a representation that doesn't just copy some natural phenomenon and just pick a representation that is something other than your natural form. If that's how you want to speak, that's how you need to communicate to Pharaoh. Instead, we have to play this telephone game of, I'm going to tell you, Aaron, hey, go tell Pharaoh this, and Moses, you go tell Pharaoh that. It makes no sense. But the finger of God from the gnats. And thank God he finally came up with something that cannot be repeated by the magicians. Moses has to feel so relieved at that point. Then the plague of flies. Then the Lord said to Moses, get up early in the morning and confront Pharaoh as he goes to the river. I want to know. I know that Moses was supposedly raised by Pharaoh's daughter, so they have some familiarity, although, like I said in the previous video, that makes no sense. But there is some familiarity there. He has some kind of access, but I just want you to put this in context for a minute. Even if I had access to Russian President Putin, and I showed up at his presidential office one day and I said, yo, bro, stop bombing Ukraine. Don't attack Ukraine anymore. And of course, he's probably going to laugh at me and go, get the hell out of here. No, I'm going to keep bombing Ukraine all I want. He's going to do whatever the hell he wants. So then I bring some horrible plague on Moscow, right? And then the next day, or next week, I march into the presidential palace and I say, yo, bro, stop bombing Ukraine. And he says, no, get out of here. So then I bring another plague on Moscow. Well, probably by the third time I march into the presidential suite or the presidential palace in Moscow, if he hasn't done it already, he's not going to entertain this crap anymore. He's just going to have me shot or dragged to prison or sent to the gulag in Siberia or something. He's not going to entertain this stupid conversation anymore. But we're to believe that Pharaoh just has these casual conversations with Moses and Aaron whenever Moses feels like, hey, walking up and having a conversation with him. So sure. But God says, get up early in the morning and confront Pharaoh as he goes to the river and say to him, this is what the Lord says, let my people go so that they may worship me. If you do not let my people go, I will send swarms of flies on you and your officials, on your people and into your houses. The houses of the Egyptians will be full of flies. Even the ground will be covered with them. But on that day, I will deal differently with the land of Goshen, for where my people live. No swarms of flies will be there, so that you will know that I, the Lord, am in this land. I will make a distinction between my people and your people. This sign will occur tomorrow. I love that this is here because I think that really some post, Exodus author should have looked at this and said, maybe we should strike this, because this is proving right here that God has the ability to bring the misery just on the Egyptians and not on his own people. And yet up to this point, there's been no distinction. So apparently his own people, the Israelites, the Hebrews, they had to deal with the frogs and the gnats. And, why do they have to deal with this crap? God, the all-powerful God, he can keep his people from feeling the effects of these plagues. But up until now, he didn't feel the need to. And finally, he's like, oh, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be torturing my own people in this process. Crazy thought. All right. Good idea, God. You swell guy, you. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. What a good fellow. So he finally decides to stop beating up his own people, which is really, really nice. And the Lord did this. Dense swarms of flies poured into Pharaoh's palace and into the houses of his officials. Throughout Egypt, the land was ruined by the flies. I also want to point out that, okay, you saved your people in this plague. That's cool. You didn't save anyone else in Egypt. I mean, I understand the point is to bring misery upon the Egyptians, but you'll see in future verses and chapters here that he even talks about the fact that he's going to punish not just the Pharaoh, not just the officials of state or the religious heads. No, he's punishing everyone. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you are a slave who's in Egypt, but you're just not a Hebrew. You're still going to get just as much misery from this. Why he has to punish everyone for this, I'd say I don't know, but I do know, because he just wants this to be, as from his own words, just a testament to what a total badass he is. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said, "Go, sacrifice to your God here in the land." But Moses said that would not be right. The sacrifices we offer the Lord our God would be detestable to the Egyptians. Why would an Egyptian give a rat's butt what you sacrifice to your God? I know he's playing these little games with Pharaoh, trying to negotiate to make sure he gets all the people and all the livestock and everything. But that's just the dumbest sentence ever. The sacrifices we offer the Lord our God would be detestable to the Egyptians. The Egyptians wouldn't give a rat's behind. Give me a break. And if we offer sacrifices that are detestable in their eyes, will they not stone us? I mean, the Pharaoh could say, "Don't stone them." We must take a 3-day journey into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God as he commands us. That big lie we're telling you about why we actually want to leave. Yeah, lying's cool. Pharaoh said, "I will let you go to offer sacrifices to the Lord your God in the wilderness, but you must not go very far. Now pray for me." Moses answered, "As soon as I leave you, I will pray to the Lord, and tomorrow the flies will leave Pharaoh and his officials and his people. Only let Pharaoh be sure that he does not act deceitfully again by not letting the people go to offer sacrifices to the Lord." Then Moses left Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord, and the Lord did what Moses asked. The flies left Pharaoh and his officials and his people. Not a fly remained. But this time also, Pharaoh hardened his heart and would not let the people go. Now, again, it says here that Pharaoh hardened his heart, but we were already told directly by God that he will be the one hardening Pharaoh's heart, because God's kind of a jerk. Time check. All right, we're good. Exodus 9. The plague on livestock. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh and say to him, 'This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. Let my people go, so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go and continue to hold them back, the mighty pimp hand of the Lord will bring a terrible plague on your livestock in the field, on your horses, donkeys, and camels, and on your cattle, sheep, and goats. But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and that of Egypt, so that no animal belonging to the Israelites will die.' The Lord set a time and said, 'Tomorrow the Lord will do this in the land.' And the next day the Lord did it. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but not one animal belonging to the Israelites died. Pharaoh investigated and found that not even one of the animals of the Israelites had died, yet his heart was unyielding, and he would not let the people go." At this point, how much abject misery has God already brought upon innocence in his whole dramedy? He's killing all the livestock that aren't owned by his people, which again sounds like, okay, great. You're punishing the Egyptians for not letting the Israelites go. But the butcher isn't keeping the Israelites there. The farmer isn't keeping the Israelites there. The guy who's the head of the pyramid construction isn't keeping the Israelites there. It's Pharaoh. And God, who you would think has the ability to actually change Pharaoh's mind, because he certainly has the ability to harden it, can't be bothered to do that. Instead, he has to make a point of killing everything and bringing these plagues. I mean, if you are a farmer living in somewhere in Egypt and all of your livestock dies, what do you think that means for you and your family in the near future, or maybe in your entire future? You may be getting really, really hungry pretty soon. I mean, first of all, there are animals that you tend to slaughter for food. You won't have that food anymore. There are animals like sheep that you're going to shear for wool and sell, and you won't have that income anymore. The animals that are used to help you plow the land and harvest, and you won't have them anymore. So you won't even be able to harvest your crops or to plant a new crop. I mean, you're talking about changes here that are going to kill scores of people. This is before we even get to the whole firstborn son. We're not even there yet. But you are already actively killing people. And you're doing it for no better reason than to prove what a badass you are. The plague of boils. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, take handfuls of soot from a furnace and have Moses toss it into the air in the presence of Pharaoh. Again, why is Pharaoh even letting them around anymore? It will become fine dust over the whole land of Egypt, and festering boils will break out on people and animals throughout the land. So they took soot from a furnace and stood before Pharaoh. Moses tossed it into the, oh goody, we get to hear the whole thing again. And festering boils broke out on people and animals. The magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils that were on them and on all the Egyptians. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart. The Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said to Moses. The Lord is being an absolute dick. The plague of hail. Then the Lord said to Moses, get up early in the morning, confront Pharaoh, and say to him, this is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. Let my people go so that they may worship me. Or this time I will send the full force of my plagues against you and against your officials and your people, so you may know that there is no one like me in all the earth. For by now I could have stretched out my pip hand and struck you and your people with a plague that would have wiped you off the earth. But I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I might show you my power, and that my name might be proclaimed in all the earth. Oh yeah. You still set yourself against my people and will not let them go. Therefore, at this time tomorrow, I will send the worst hailstorm that has ever fallen on Egypt from the day it was founded till now. Give an order now to bring your livestock and everything you have in the field to a place of shelter, because the hail will fall on every person and animal that has not been brought in and is still out in the field, and they will die. Those officials of Pharaoh who feared the word of the Lord hurried to bring their slaves and their livestock inside. But those who ignored the word of the Lord left their slaves and livestock in the field. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand toward the sky so that hail will fall all over Egypt, on people and animals and on everything growing in the fields of Egypt. When Moses stretched out his staff toward the sky, the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightning flashed down to the ground. So the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. Hail fell and lightning flashed back and forth. It was the worst storm in all the land of Egypt since it had become a nation. Throughout Egypt, hail struck everything in the fields, both people and animals. It beat down everything growing in the fields and stripped every tree. The only place it did not hail was the land of Goshen, where the Israelites were. Because for all those innocent people that didn't live in Goshen, screw them, let them suffer. Okay, that last sentence wasn't in there, but yeah. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron. This time I have sinned, he said to them. The Lord is in the right, and I and my people are in the wrong. Pray to the Lord, for we have had enough thunder and hail. I will let you go. You don't have to stay any longer. Moses replied, when I have gone out of the city, I will spread out my hands in prayer to the Lord. The thunder will stop and there will be no more hail, so you may know that the earth is the Lord's. But I know that you and your officials still do not fear the Lord God. Then they give this weird 2 verses, paragraph in parentheses. The flax and barley were destroyed, since the barley had headed and the flax was in bloom. The wheat and spelt, however, were not destroyed because they ripened later. Okay. Then Moses left Pharaoh and went out of the city. He spread out his hands toward the Lord. The thunder and hail stopped, and the rain no longer poured down on the land. When Pharaoh saw that the rain and hail and thunder had stopped, he sinned again. He and his officials hardened their hearts. So Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he would not let the Israelites go, just as the Lord had said through Moses. I have to point out here, has no one in this process ever considered once saying, maybe you let us go and then I will pray and stop the misery. I will stop the plague. I will stop whatever is the latest thing that God's been doing. And you can say, well, Pharaoh wouldn't do that because then he'd have no leverage. He wouldn't know if the plague ever got started. But they could have worked something out where they leave with 90% of their people. And then Pharaoh, and then Moses prays and gets it to stop, and then Pharaoh releases the last 10% or something. I mean, they could have had some kind of prisoner exchange, whatever. But every single time, it's, okay, the plague is here. Pharaoh's like, okay, make it stop. Pray to the Lord, make it stop. And rather than doing any kind of proper negotiating, every time Moses is like, okay, I will pray and have it stop. And then guess what happens? Pharaoh doesn't relent. Shocker. These are not the highest IQ people. I don't just mean because they don't have a modern education. I mean, some of them rode the short bus to the temple. I think Moses was on the short bus. That's all I'm going to say about that. And the last one we're going to read today is Exodus 10. The plague of locusts. Then the Lord said to Moses, go to Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart. Yes, of course you did, you asshole. And the hearts of his officials, so that I may perform these signs of mine among them, that you may tell your children and grandchildren how I dealt harshly with the Egyptians and how I performed my signs among them, and that you may know that I am the Lord. I love that the text is just so clear that this has nothing to do with freeing the Israelites whatsoever. This has nothing to do with even converting anyone to follow God. From God's own mouth, go to Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the hearts of his officials, so that I may perform these signs of mine among them. He hardened their hearts just so that he gets a chance to do this crap. And why did he want to do that? So that you may tell your children and grandchildren how I dealt harshly with the Egyptians and how I performed my signs among them. You can actually hear him fapping as this is going on. He's like, this is going to be so good. Oh, yeah. He's getting a boner as he says this. And that you may know that I am the Lord. He just comes across here as a cruel, braying jackass. So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said to him, this is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. How long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go, I will bring locusts into your country tomorrow. They will cover the face of the ground so that it cannot be seen. They will devour what little you have left after the hail, including every tree that is growing in your fields. How many trees do you have in the middle of your fields? That doesn't work well for farming, but they will fill your houses and those of all your officials and all the Egyptians, something neither your parents nor your ancestors have ever seen from the day they settled in this land till now. Then Moses turned and left Pharaoh. Pharaoh's officials said to him, how long will this man be a snare to us? Let the people go so that they may worship their Lord, the Lord their God. Do you not realize that Egypt is ruined? Then Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh. Go, worship the Lord your God, he said, but tell me who will be going. Moses answered, we will go with our young and our old, with our sons and our daughters, and with our flocks and herds, because we are to celebrate a festival to the Lord. Pharaoh said, the Lord be with you if I let you go along with your women and children. Clearly you are bent on evil. No, have only the men go and worship the Lord, since that's what you have been asking for. Then Moses and Aaron were driven out of Pharaoh's presence. I love that Pharaoh is finally deciding to call their bluff on this whole festival crap. He's like, fine, go, take the men and worship. And now Moses is like, no, we need the women and children. And you'll see how later he's going to be like, we need the livestock. We need everything. Like no, come on, dude. This lie is just so lame. We need to go for 3 days to Jewish Burning Man. Okay. And the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over Egypt so that locusts swarm over the land and devour everything growing in the fields, everything left by the hail. So Moses stretched out his staff over Egypt, and the Lord made an east wind blow across the land all that day and all that night. By morning, the wind had brought the locusts. They invaded all Egypt and settled down in every area of the country in great numbers. Never before had there been such a plague of locusts, nor will there ever be again. They covered all the ground until it was black. They devoured all that was left after the hail, everything growing in the fields and the fruit on the trees. Nothing green remained on tree or plant in all the land of Egypt. Pharaoh quickly summoned Moses and Aaron and said, I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Now forgive my sin once more and pray to the Lord your God to take this deadly plague away from me. Moses then left Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord. Why? Why do we just keep playing this game? Why does nobody ever learn in these narratives? Is everyone so stupid that they're like, well, I guess we're going to do this again. The only choice we have is to wait till God wants to finally stop jerking himself off. Moses then left Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord, and the Lord changed the wind to a very strong west wind, which caught up the locusts and carried them into the Red Sea. Not a locust was left anywhere in Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let the Israelites go. Duh. The plague of darkness. This will be the last thing we read for the day. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand toward the sky so that darkness spreads over Egypt, darkness that can be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand toward the sky, and total darkness covered all Egypt for 3 days. No one could see anyone else or move about for 3 days, yet all the Israelites had light in the places where they lived. I mean, I assume they had candles. Did no one else in Egypt have candles? I don't know. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and said, go worship the Lord. Even your women and children may go with you. Only leave your flocks and herds behind. And here goes Moses with his cheesy excuses again. But Moses said, you must allow us to have sacrifices and burnt offerings to present to the Lord our God. Our livestock too must go with us. Not a hoof is to be left behind. We have to use some of them in worshiping the Lord our God. And until we get there, we will not know what we are to use to worship the Lord. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart. The Lord doesn't harden. That's just Moses hardening his heart with his stupid little excuses for not wanting to basically say we're leaving for good. And he was not willing to let them go. Pharaoh said to Moses, get out of my sight. Make sure you do not appear before me again. Yeah, finally, the day you see my face, you will die. Just as you say. Moses replied, I will never appear before you again. That's kind of a cool line. I like that. That's like a Hollywood thing, like, I will never appear before you again. Not to worry. All right. That is where we are going to stop this video. As you can see, the effery just keeps marching on. None of it makes any more sense. I feel bad for what this says about God and about his ability and willingness, desire to torture and kill scores of innocent people, not because he's going to free the Egyptian or the Israelites. He could have done that already, but because he wants to have this badass story that we'll tell our kids. Yeah. You should be telling your kids this story, but you shouldn't be couching it in this beautiful thing about how good God is. You should be laying it out for what it is, which is a story of a disgusting deity doing disgusting things. Anyway, thank you for joining. I sincerely appreciate your view and your ears and your eyes. This has been not the first installment of the Bible reading, but it has been the first since we've come up with the new name of Godless Bible Study. I am Adam of Nola, and you are watching the channel Skepticus. Thank you, and I hope to see you again soon. What up, YouTube? This is your boy Adam. This is my channel, Skepticus, and you have found yourself on another edition of my flagship series, which is now known as God-Free Bible Study. Because the only Bible study you should really ever partake in is one without all of the baked-in crap that assumes that God is wonderful and we're going to make apologies for every piece of sad junk that we see throughout the story. You're not going to get that here. This is a different type of Bible study. And today we are continuing our journey through the disgusting story that is Exodus. We are on Exodus 11. This is the plague on the firstborn. Oh, goody. Now the Lord had said to Moses, I will bring one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. After that, he will let you go from here. And when he does, he will drive you out completely. Tell the people that men and women alike are to ask their neighbors for articles of silver and gold. And then it says, parenthetically, the Lord made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people, and Moses himself was highly regarded in Egypt by Pharaoh's officials and by the people. Wait a minute. I smell some BS here. I'm smelling something stank, and it's not the dead frogs that are all throughout the land. So I think this is borderline hilarious that we had to throw in this parenthetical that says the Lord made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people. And Moses himself was highly regarded in Egypt by Pharaoh's officials and by the people. First of all, we know, of course, that Pharaoh does not like him some Israelites. And I know that doesn't mean that they were unpopular as a whole, but there are a lot of sycophants out there. If you don't believe me, look at the current political situation in America. There's a lot of people who will either go along with whatever the ruler says to go along with, or they will at least pretend that they want to go along with it because you just get so many more rewards by licking that bootay. So the idea that there's just this favorable disposition amongst Egyptians in general towards the Israelites is already a bit of a stretch, okay? On top of that, they have been suffering through all of these plagues, they being the Egyptians. And while I imagine that the layperson, like working in the fields or whatever, may have no idea why this crap is going on, if this had actually happened, you know damn well that some of those people in the Pharaoh's court would start spreading the word around that these plagues are the result of the Hebrew God that is interceding on behalf of the Hebrews and wants to bring the Israelites out of Egypt, and that all of this misery is coming on you from the Hebrew God. So I find it very, very difficult to think that the Egyptians in general will be favorably disposed towards Moses and his people. And even if all of that were true, I mean, there's a whole difference between being favorably disposed versus, here, take a bunch of my silver and gold. I am blessed right now as Adam of Nola to live in a really great house in a cool neighborhood that's known as the Marigny. And I have very nice neighbors. I like them. I think that they like me. We get along. We chat outside the front of the house all the time. My neighbor actually does my gardening in front of my house because she's just a really cool person and she likes doing it. I help them sometimes take out their garbage or what have you. You know, it's just a nice neighborly relationship. As much as I like them, if they're getting ready to flee the country, am I going to be like, yeah, here, take a bunch of my silver and gold? What? I mean, I could see helping them because they are good people. But I mean, the idea that the Egyptians were just like, sure, yeah, take a bunch of our silver and gold on the way out. I'm sorry. That feels like a paragraph that was added because even ancient authors realized that this sounds effing ridiculous. You know, when they read that back to themselves, and God says, "Tell the people that men and women alike are to ask their neighbors for articles of silver and gold." That just sounds completely implausible. And I could just see somebody, one of the old authors back 500 BCE or 750 BCE or something saying, yeah, we need to try to like clean this up a little bit because none of this is even vaguely believable. But apparently the Israelites are preparing to leave now, and they're going to all their Egyptian friends saying, bro, hook us up with some silver and gold. Yeah, hook up your slaves with some silver and gold before we flee the country. Yeah, okay, sure. So Moses said, "This is what the Lord says. About midnight I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn son in Egypt will die, from the firstborn son of Pharaoh who sits on the throne to the firstborn son of the female slave who is at her handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle as well." Okay, first of all, wait, how are there firstborn of any cattle? How are there any cattle? You told us in the plague of livestock that the cattle, other than the ones that were owned by the Israelites, are dead. You said you wiped out all the livestock. And yet it goes to great pains here to make it clear that the firstborn is not just the firstborn of the humans. It actually applies to the livestock as well. The livestock that, according to what you've told us, shouldn't be there. Did you kill all the livestock in the plague of livestock, or didn't you? Because you told us you did during the plague of the livestock. And yet now you're saying that the firstborn of the cattle will die as well. Well, all the cattle are dead. So yeah, I guess they will die. I mean, they're already dead. There will be loud wailing throughout Egypt, worse than there has ever been or ever will be again. But among the Israelites, not a dog will bark at any person or animal. Then you will know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. All these officials of yours will come to me, bowing down before me and saying, "Go, you and all the people who follow you. After that, I will leave." Then Moses, hot with anger, left Pharaoh. I do like that Moses is like basically pissed off at this point. He's basically saying, Pharaoh, you brought this on yourself. But again, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And when it says, then you will know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. Yeah, apparently he does. Because he is more than happy to murder the firstborn sons of everyone in Egypt, including the female slave who is at her handmill. How in the hell does a female slave deserve to have her firstborn son died merely because she has the misfortune of being owned in Egypt? How are you going to tell me that that is just and loving and is a righteous God? It is not. There is nothing righteous about that act. It is disgusting. If you want to tell me that God is going to go through and wipe out the Pharaoh's household or the households of the Pharaohs and all the officials or something like that, I get it. I really understand. But that's not what this is. This is, once again, God playing the genocide card. He's got that Trump card. Just poof, genocide. Wow. Look at that. I played genocide, I win. And now he's going to play, he's already, let me be very clear here. Let's remember that in the previous video, in the previous chapters that we read just recently, he has already caused massive death to people who had no control over the situation and can not fathomably have any guilt in this scenario whatsoever. When you go through and kill all the livestock, again, that's questionable now because he's saying the firstborn of the cattle will die. But they claimed before that they killed all the livestock with the plague, and that the locusts and the flies and the gnats, the locusts especially, will have essentially eaten the entire crops while they were in the field. They would have destroyed all of the agriculture, both in terms of livestock and in terms of crops. That is going to lead to massive starvation and death in this country, and it's going to lead to it very quickly. So God is already committing genocide here on a massive scale. And now he decides the firstborn son of everything and everyone is going to die. I don't care if you're a female slave in Egypt, your firstborn son is going to die. Where in the hell is the justice in that? That is stomach turning. And there's nothing that says good about your Christian God at all. But again, also, I just think it's sad to see how much this narrative makes it painfully clear that this is not about humanity. This is not about helping anyone who's oppressed. This is about him cozying up with his favored nation, his buddies, the Israelites. If you were an Israelite, he's going to go through ridiculously roundabout, long-winded ways of doing something that he should have been able to do much sooner, but at least he will help. If you're not an Israelite in God's eyes, screw you. That is not a God that I think anyone with a good conscience should ever want to follow. This hyper-specific love for Israel. I'm not saying he shouldn't, do good things for the Israelites. They are his people. There's the whole lineage that they show us, about, from Noah to Abraham to Jacob to Joseph, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that he should abandon them, but the idea that basically if you are an Israelite, you get special status and everyone else can go suck a nut. That's really gross. The Lord had said to Moses, Pharaoh will refuse to listen to you so that my wonders may be multiplied in Egypt. All of this so that his wonders may be multiplied in Egypt. Moses and Aaron performed all these wonders before Pharaoh, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let the Israelites go out of his country. Exodus 12. The Passover and the festival of the unleavened bread. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron in Egypt, this month is to be for you the first month of your year. Tell the whole community of Israel that on the 10th day of this month, each man is to take a lamb for his family, one for each household. If any household is too small for a whole lamb, they must share one with their nearest neighbor, having taken into account the number of people there are. You are to determine the amount of lamb needed in accordance with what each person will eat. Can't we just say, take the lamb that you need to feed yourself? I mean, okay, the animals you choose must be year-old males without defect, and you may take them from the sheep or the goats, because Lord knows a 2-year-old male would never work for this. Take care of them until the 14th day of the month. Until the 14th day of the month, when all the members of the community of Israel must slaughter them at twilight. Then they are to take some of the blood and put it on the sides and tops of the door frames of the houses where they eat the lambs. That same night they are to eat the meat roasted over the fire, along with bitter herbs, and bread made without yeast. Do not eat the meat raw or boiled in water, but roasted over a fire with the head, legs, and internal organs. Ew, that's not a good way to roast your meat, but okay. Do not leave any of it till morning. If some is left till morning, you must burn it. This is how you are to eat it, with your cloak tucked into your belt, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand. Eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. On that same night, I will pass through Egypt and strike down every firstborn of both people and animals, and I will bring judgment on all the gods of Egypt. I am the Lord. The blood will be a sign for you on the houses where you are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you. No destructive plague will touch you when I strike Egypt. I love here that it says, on that same night, I will pass through Egypt and strike down every firstborn of both people and animals, and I will bring judgment on all the gods of Egypt. Now, in other chapters, like in Genesis, for example, sometimes depending upon the translation, sometimes the text will say gods, but when you look at the translations, you'll realize that maybe another more pertinent translation is idols. So there a lot of times there are these inferences that people worship other gods, but saying that this other people have a bunch of idols that they worship or that they use in the course of their worship is different than the God, the Hebrew God, the Christian God, acknowledging that there are other gods. Do you see the difference here? I've talked before about the polytheistic nature of the Bible, especially in Genesis, and how he's referring to us, and we will make God in our image, and all. There are multiple places throughout Genesis where it's like, you know what? There are more than one gods here that he's talking to. And if you look this up and read other scholars who are not blatant Christian apologists and just driving home this unsubstantiated idea of a Trinity, you'll see that I'm not the first person to come up with this idea, all right? The idea that there are multiple gods referenced here and that this is a polytheistic tradition, at least at the very dawn of Hebrew culture, is not controversial. But that being said, other than his references to things like us, I think that this is the first time that God has actually acknowledged the idea that there are other gods. He didn't say, I will bring judgment on all people who worship different gods in Egypt. He said, and I will bring judgment on all the gods of Egypt. That is God, the Hebrew God, saying specifically that there are gods of Egypt. Now, I know the apologists will be like, oh, that is just referring to the fact that the Egyptians worship other gods that don't exist. But that is not what he's saying here. And you have to do some mental gymnastics to really read this sentence in such a way. I think that the only faithful way to read this is to understand that God, the Christian God, the Hebrew God, is in this sentence acknowledging that there are other gods, in this case, gods of Egypt. And in the type of spiritual, deific warfare, he is bringing judgment on all the gods of Egypt. Where were we at here? This process of putting this blood from the lamb around the doors, it makes for a great visual, and at night there's the destroyers, we're going to talk about that in a second, is going to come through and kill all these people, and they'll be saved, they'll be passed over if they have this blood on the door. It seems so simple as to be silly, as to once again wonder, what the hell is the power of God and how much power does he have, and what are its limits? Because it seems to have some really serious limits. Okay. This idea that they put the blood on the door, and that then is a sign that you don't murder people in here. So if an Egyptian had put blood on the door, did they get passed over as well? I mean, I'm assuming what it means is that if any Israelite somehow forgot to put the blood on the door, their firstborn son was killed as well. Like, the whole way that we determine who should be murdered and who should not is by who has smeared some blood on their door, which seems like possibly one of the least consistent and reliable methods of murdering people or choosing people to murder that you could possibly come up with. And once again, like Sodom and Gomorrah, when he literally did not know who the righteous people were in the city or if there were any righteous people in the city, it's scary as hell to think that he committed mass murder in one night based upon a symbol that people were instructed to put on their door. Sure. This is a day you are to commemorate. For the generations to come, you shall celebrate it as a festival to the Lord, a lasting ordinance. For 7 days you are to eat bread made without yeast. On the first day, remove the yeast from your houses. For whoever eats anything with yeast in it from the first day through the seventh must be cut off from Israel. Really? On the first day, hold a sacred assembly, and another one on the seventh day. Do no work at all on these days except to prepare food for everyone to eat. That is all you may do. But Lord knows if you actually manage to eat the slightest bit of yeast, you are cut off from Israel. I would really love, I know I should Google this before I do an episode like this. I would, if anyone knows and wants to put some comments under the video or what have you, I don't fully understand what the significance is of the yeast. I know that unleavened bread is a very regular tradition with Jews, and not just because of this. I mean, we've heard references to bread without yeast or unleavened bread going back a good ways into Genesis. I don't know if, and clearly they must have put yeast in their bread at other times, because he's telling them don't put like he wouldn't have to say these things if they just never used yeast. I mean, if you're not using yeast, what are you eating? You're eating crackers. Okay. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with eating crackers, but I don't know why eating crackers is good, but eating bread is bad. Like, what is the significance there? I know that with things like kosher or halal, a lot of these have roots in I mean, they're presented as religious edicts, but a lot of them have roots in essentially helping people to ensure that they have preserved their meat and that they are consuming in a way that is as close to healthy as can be in these ancient times when there was no refrigeration and, when things were not necessarily as sanitary. So I don't know if somehow yeast has something to do with that, or does yeast, is it significant because as you'll see when they flee Egypt, they don't have the yeast in the bread. I think that essentially allows them to carry more of the bread with them, than have these big bulky loaves of bread. Crackers would not mold or spoil nearly as fast as regular bread would. Bread goes bad pretty damn quickly, whereas you can put crackers in your bag or whatever, and you can munch on those for days until they run out. So I'm really not sure where this fascination with yeast comes, but once again, I know it's Old Testament, but the idea that remove it from your house, not just that, we're going to make a special dinner for Passover that's not going to have yeast in it, it's just going to have crackers. Okay, fine. No, you got to get it out the house. And although this may be getting too detailed, I mean, in theory, if you were to get one tiny speck of yeast on something, what would that do? Would God just hate you from there forward? I mean, would you have to be cut off from Israel if we found out that happened? The extreme reactions to these things, I don't care if it's biblical times or not, the draconian measures can seem to be just comical at times. But okay. Going on, it says, celebrate the festival of unleavened bread, because it was on this very day that I brought your divisions out of Egypt. Celebrate this day as a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. In the first month, You are to eat bread made without yeast from the evening of the 14th day until the evening of the 21st day. For 7 days, no yeast is to be found in your houses. Again, get it out the house. And anyone, whether foreigner or native born, who eats anything with yeast in it must be cut off from the community of Israel. Eat nothing made with yeast. Wherever you live, you must eat unleavened bread. Now, I know that people don't do this, but if we were to follow these laws to their nth degree, little Johnny is hungry one day and he finds in the cupboard a regular roll that mom made last week before Passover started. And he munches on this roll as a snack. And then his parents find out and he is cut off from the community of Israel. He's kicked out. They say, get out of our house. Good luck with you. And boom, they never see little Johnny again. I mean, it doesn't seem completely out of the question after all this, but I don't know. Then Moses summoned all the elders of Israel and said to them, go at once and select the animals for your families and slaughter the Passover lamb. Take a bunch of hyssop or hyssop. I don't know. It's a blue flower kind of weed, but dip it into the blood in the basin and put some of the blood on the top and on both sides of the door frame. None of you shall go out of the door of your house until morning. When the Lord goes through the land to strike down the Egyptians, he will see the blood on the top and sides of the door frame and will pass over that doorway, and he will not permit the destroyer to enter your houses and strike you down. Again, we see the whole thing about the doors, the blood on the doors, etc. This reference to the destroyer, it's not capitalized. It definitely implies that it's not God coming through. Well, definitely makes you wonder, like, I guess God can't be bothered to do his dirty work here. I mean, we've heard in other cases where God is like all about, boom, you're gone, like you're murdered. It seems like in other cases, God has been more than happy to handle dispatching people on his own directly. But in this case, he is employing the destroyer. It sounds like, Hollywood action movie, Arnold Schwarzenegger is the destroyer. I mean, I don't care either way. It is just one more time when there's these vague references to angels and, the destroyer and us, and things get interchanged where 1 minute it's the Lord and the next minute it's the destroyer and the next minute it's an angel of God. I mean, the way that they play fast and loose with some of these things is very disconcerting to me at times, but so be it. Obey these instructions as a lasting ordinance for you and your descendants. When you enter the land that the Lord will give you as he promised, observe this ceremony. And when your children ask you, what does this ceremony mean to you? Then tell them, it is the Passover sacrifice to the Lord, who passed over the houses of the Israelites in Egypt and spared our homes when he struck down the Egyptians, or the destroyer did, whoever that is. Then the people bowed down and worshiped. The Israelites did just what the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron. At midnight, the Lord struck down all the firstborn in Egypt. It's not the destroyer? Okay. From the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on the throne to the firstborn of the prisoner who was in the dungeon, and the firstborn of all the livestock as well. Again, what livestock? You've told us that the livestock are dead already during the plague of livestock. And once again, as though they just had to make it clear that, hey, we're gross. They make it very clear, from the Pharaoh who sat on the throne to the firstborn of the prisoner who was in the dungeon. What has the prisoner done? I mean, the prisoner ostensibly has done something to deserve being in the dungeon, although in ancient times that might be questionable. But whatever he or she has done, how is it that they've deserved to have their firstborn killed, murdered tonight? Because they had the misfortune to be imprisoned in Egypt. And that's why they deserve to have their firstborn son murdered. Okay. Also, keep in mind, I mean, we're talking about all ages here. I mean, of course, firstborn son doesn't mean that these are babies. The firstborn son could be 80. Anyone who was a firstborn son. But it almost certainly included some babies, some infants, some toddlers, some very small children that were firstborn sons. And they're all getting murdered tonight. Hop on the murder train because God is on a roll. It's time to do some murdering, baby. Oh, yeah. Because God has to jerk himself off over this. Pharaoh and all of his officials and all the Egyptians got up during the night, and there was loud wailing in Egypt, for there was not a house without someone dead, which, okay, I mean, if we're going to get really legalistic about this, that doesn't make sense, because there had to be some houses that didn't have anyone who was a firstborn son, but okay, fine. You know, it's a lot of death. It's a lot of murdering. It's a genocide. And it really is totally unnecessary. The Exodus. During the night, Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said, "Up, leave my people, you and the Israelites. Go, worship the Lord as you have requested. Take your flocks and herds as you have said, and go. And also bless me." To throw that in there. Oh, and by the way, bless me. Sure. The Egyptians urged the people to hurry and leave the country, for otherwise, they said, we will all die. So the people took their dough before the yeast was added and carried it on their shoulders in kneading troughs wrapped in clothing. The Israelites did as Moses instructed and asked the Egyptians for articles of silver and gold and for clothing. The Lord had made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people, and they gave them what they asked for, so they plundered the Egyptians. Again, we get this line about the Lord making the Egyptians favorably disposed, which makes no sense whatsoever. Now, granted, you can say it's Pharaoh's fault, but I mean, the people in general are going to look at this and say, now because of them and their God, their firstborn sons have been murdered, but hey, we like you guys. You want some silver and gold on your way out the door and some clothing? Come on, man. Come on. Don't do that. Don't treat me like I'm as stupid as the characters in your book. Okay? That's just rude. That's so rude. The Israelites journeyed from Ramses to Succoth. There were about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. Many other people went up with them, and also large droves of livestock, both flocks and herds. With the dough the Israelites had brought from Egypt, they baked loaves of unleavened bread. The dough was without yeast because they had been driven out of Egypt and did not have time to prepare food for themselves. Okay, the dough was also without yeast because they had to get all the yeast out of their house before the Passover. It wasn't enough that they didn't eat yeast for some reason, but they also had to make sure that it was out of their house. So yeah, when the murdering started, they said, crap, let's get the hell out of here. No, the dough didn't have yeast in it then either because there was no time. I don't even know why it doesn't make, why it says this ridiculous crap here. But I do think it's interesting that for the first time in the story, we get numbers. There were about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. So I guess that's to believe, I don't know what the ratios would have been of women and children, but it sounds 600,000 then, for the way that reads as just the men. Meaning that this had to be 1 million people plus, well over 1 million, leaving Israel. Now, on one level, this makes sense because when the story first began, the Pharaoh, and this was the previous Pharaoh, but the Pharaoh did not like having these guys around because he felt like, hey, there's too many of these guys. They could actually rise up against us, in a war. And this makes sense because I looked up, what was the supposed population of Egypt around this time. Obviously, it's a really vague estimate. The number I got was somewhere from 1 million to 1.5 million. I don't think that would have included the Israelites because, like I said, if it's 600,000 men, then the Israelite population had to be over 1 million. So I guess if we included slaves in the number, the population of Egypt would have been well over 2 million people. But that still means that the Israelites were like a majority in the land. And that's all fine. I mean, that makes the story make a lot more sense in some regard. Like, yeah, I understand why you wanted these people out. They're dangerous just in their sheer numbers. But going back to the story of the midwives, that makes no sense that Pharaoh talked to the midwives and then he named two people, two women who were the midwives for a population of 1 million plus. No sense whatsoever. Who knows? Now, the length of time the Israelite people lived in Egypt was 430 years. At the end of the 430 years, to the very day, all the Lord's divisions left Egypt. Because the Lord kept vigil that night to bring them out of Egypt, on this night, all the Israelites are to keep vigil to honor the Lord for the generations to come. Passover restrictions. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, one other thing too, I want to say on the numbers. It says there were about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. Many other people went up with them. Who are these other people? Are they non-Hebrews, non-Israelites that kind of, which is possible. I mean, if you have this mass exodus taking place, it wouldn't be hard for maybe some other slaves to kind of slip out, and say, "Well, I'm going out with them," or other people that just weren't having a good time in Egypt and said, "Screw this, I'm going with the Hebrews," or whatever. So, I mean, that's possible, but it's just kind of weird that they throw this in there. There were about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. Many other people went up with them. I don't know. I'm assuming other oppressed people who kind of said, screw this, I'm going with them. Passover restrictions. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, these are the regulations for the Passover meal. No foreigner may eat it. Any slave you have bought may eat it after you have circumcised him. But a temporary resident or a hired worker may not eat it. I have to point out here, he has just gotten his people out of slavery. And we are already talking about, well, any slave you have bought may eat it after you have circumcised him. So again, we're just hammering home this idea that slavery is all well and good with God. And Israel is not being delivered out of the hands of Egypt because they were slaves. It's only because it was Israel. God don't give a backside about slaves in general, about any slave that's not Israelite. And even you'll see later on that even Israel's can have slaves that are Israelites. But what he really doesn't care about is people that are suffering in slavery or whatever who aren't Israelites. He just doesn't care. And even after he has just literally delivered his people from slavery, he's giving them rules to use for how they prepare a Passover meal and how specifically that should be prepared and served in the case that they have bought their own slaves. And by the way, make sure you cut off a piece of their dick, because that's what you got to do to your slaves. Okay. Man. Right after all of this, the first thing that you want to talk about is slavery. It's so sad. And what happens if a foreigner eats this meal? Like, does he explode? Does God come down and just kill him right there? Or does he like, you shrivel away like the Wicked Witch of the West, having water thrown on her? Like, I really want to know. Like, I'm gonna sneak into some Jew's house one day and be like, Passover meal. I'd like to. Am I gonna get struck by lightning? Like, I'm just gonna sneak in one day and just grab a piece of the unleavened bread, and be like, I have eaten part of the meal. And then go running away like Rumpelstiltskin or something, like, hee ha ha. I don't know. A foreigner residing among you who wants to celebrate the Lord's Passover. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Up here, it says it must be eaten inside the house. No outdoor picnics. Take none of the meat outside the house. Do not break any of the bones. The whole community of Israel must celebrate it. A foreigner residing among you who wants to celebrate the Lord's Passover must have all the males in his household circumcised. Gotta make sure we cut off some of that dick. Then he may take part like one born in the land. No uncircumcised male may eat it. Like, are they eating it with their dicks? Like, how are you even gonna know? If I get invited to my friend Ephraim's house for Passover meal, are they gonna make me drop trow and inspect my penis before I can eat? Oh man. The same law applies both to the native born and to the foreigner residing among you. All the Israelites did just what the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. And on that very day, the Lord brought the Israelites out of Egypt by their divisions. Yes, he did. Because there's nothing better than God just jerking himself off and then making sure that no one eats Passover without getting a piece of their dick cut off. Okay. Exodus 13. Consecration of the firstborn. The Lord said to Moses, consecrate to me every firstborn male. The first offspring of every womb among the Israelites belongs to me, whether human or animal. Let's be very, very clear here. This is a God who has just freed his chosen people. He is braying like a jackass about how great he is and how everyone in Egypt will now see how great he is. And the first thing he's thinking about, aside, hey, you got to know exactly how to eat Passover, otherwise I'm going to be really pissed off. But after that, the first thing he's talking about is that, what do I get for this? He's like, I got to get paid. I got to get mine. I got to get that cheddar. He's like, all right, here's the deal. Firstborn out of all the animals, mine. Firstborn out of the humans, mine. What? What does that mean? But I'll tell you what it means. I'll tell you exactly what it means. We're going to see this more and more as we go through this text. I mean, not just today, but future. God thinks of Israelites, and his people in general as his slaves. He talks about them in terms of slavery. This is all the more reason why anyone who wants to make this ridiculous claim that Christianity and Judaism do not, within their sacred texts, explicitly endorse slavery doesn't know a damn thing about what they're talking about. It's not just that he talks about slaves, and when he's freed his slaves, the first thing he talks about is how you should eat Passover meal if you've bought slaves and you want the slaves to eat. But then he talks about his own people in terms of slavery. We're going to get back to this in a second, but keep this in mind. Then Moses said to the people, commemorate this day, the day you came out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery, because you're still my slaves, because the Lord brought you out of it with a mighty hand, mighty pimp hand. Eat nothing containing yeast. Today, in the month of Aviv, you are leaving. When the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Hivites, and Jebusites, the land he swore to your ancestors to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, you are to observe this ceremony in this month. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast, and on the seventh day hold a festival to the Lord. Eat unleavened bread, bread during those 7 days. Nothing with yeast in it is to be seen among you, nor shall any yeast be seen anywhere within your borders. They had to get it out of the country? What the hell? I still want to know, what is the deal with yeast? On that day, tell your son, I do this because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt. This observance will be for you like a sign on your hand and a reminder on your forehead that this law of the Lord is to be on your lips. For the Lord brought you out of Egypt with his mighty hand, and he'll send you back. No, it doesn't say that, but it really sounds like that's where we're going. You must keep this ordinance at the appointed time, year after year. Weird side note here. I don't know if you guys care about this or not. Of course, as I read this, I don't usually have the words on screen. Sometimes there are small differences in the way something is represented on the page or the digital screen, whatever. For some time now, during this chapter and the last chapter or two, they have been using Lord in the all caps sense, because there's multiple ways that God is referred to throughout the Bible, starting from in Genesis, and almost immediately starts getting different names and different representations. There's something I did not learn until very recently. You'd think I would have known this before, but when you see Lord as all caps, I mean, they're all not all the same size. The L is still like the big capital L, and O-R-D are capitals, but they're small capitals. When you see it like that, apparently these are references to the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is basically, and again, maybe this is boring to some. I thought this was kind of fascinating. Here's why. I know I cut myself off there. It's 4 letters in the Hebrew language that essentially mean the name of God. Hebrew, I don't know crap about reading ancient Hebrew. I do know it's kind of interesting that in ancient Hebrew, apparently there were no vowels, which kind of blows my mind, which then led to, I think, some ambiguity as to how things were pronounced. But also, this Tetragrammaton was not even supposed to be pronounced. It's like you saw the word, but you didn't say it, right? But the Tetragrammaton, if you look at the way it's written with the Hebrew letters, it tends to look like YHWH to Western speakers, or YHVH. And if you then take those letters and you break them down in alliteration as, either Hebrew speakers or Westerners trying to speak Hebrew would say them, they tend to be come across either YHWH tends to look like Yahweh, and YHVH, and depending on how you choose to pronounce some of these, can be Jehovah or Jehovah. And I bring this up because, for years I knew that Yahweh was an alternate name for God and Jehovah was an alternate name for God. Of course, I've heard of things like Jehovah's Witnesses, although you don't have to be a Jehovah's Witness to use the word Jehovah. But anytime I read my Bible, I never saw Yahweh or Jehovah anywhere. And I'm like, I don't know where they get this from. And I never cared enough to try to look it up. But now I know where this comes from. It's when we see this all caps Lord, what it really is the English translation, interpretation, if you will, of the Tetragrammaton. And they're not going to just put the Tetragrammaton there because to an English speaker that makes no sense. To see YHWH or YHVH, you wouldn't even know what to do with that because there's no vowels. So, this is where you get the names Yahweh or Jehovah or Yehovah. And apparently, I guess when Hebrew speakers, even to this day, I believe, but feel free to smack me down on that if I'm incorrect. But when Hebrew speakers see this, they don't actually pronounce it as Yahweh or Yehovah or Jehovah. It's not supposed to be pronounced at all. And instead, they say this word Adonai. And I'm not sure what, I should have looked that up before I went into this rant, where Adonai comes from. But it doesn't come specifically from those letters, but it's basically another word for God. Okay? So YHWH in the Hebrew language, I guess, is the actual name for God, but it's a name that's not supposed to be pronounced. That's why Hebrew speakers will say Adonai. And English speakers, if they're confronted with the Tetragrammaton, will often say Yahweh or Jehovah or Jehovah. Interesting side note, at least to me, I mean, I was like, oh, that's where that comes from. And I didn't know that until just recently. I was like flitting around YouTube actually, and somebody's this Dan McClellan's video, and he's this brilliant dude who's a biblical scholar, and he knows all the ancient Greek and ancient Hebrew and all this stuff. And the video wasn't even about this, but it was something that he touched on one of his videos, and I was like, oh, now I get it. So big props to him. Really awesome person. Well, I don't know if he's like as a person, I've never met him, but really awesome channel. Check out Dan McClellan. All right, so back to our wonderful text here. It says, verse 11, after the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites and gives it to you, as he promised on oath to you and your ancestors, you are to give over to the Lord the first offspring of every womb. All the firstborn males of your livestock belong to the Lord. Redeem with a lamb every firstborn donkey. But if you do not redeem it, break its neck. Like, what? Redeem every firstborn among your sons. This is why I say that this is slavery terms. You may not think that, okay? You may just think God's saying, no, the firstborn belongs to me, although we're talking about people here in addition to animals. But this term redeem, we think of redeem like you redeem a coupon, but redeem also means to buy back. So what they're telling you is they're saying basically like, hey, you don't, donkeys are kind of valuable. When a donkey is born, you don't want to like immediately have to take the firstborn and like burn it as an offering. So they're saying basically you can buy it back with a lamb. With a lamb, you can get your donkey back. So that way you don't have to give up your whole damn donkey. But if you do not redeem it, break its neck. Like, ew. And then for your sons, your actual human sons, it just says redeem every firstborn among your sons. It's kind of weird that, sometimes things are very specific, but in this case, it doesn't say exactly how to redeem them. But basically, they're telling you can buy back your firstborn son from God. I don't know what the price is. I don't know if there's an exchange rate. Is there like the firstborn baby exchange, like the Dow Jones Industrial Average or something? I'm not sure, but somehow, way, shape, or form, if you are a very devout, practicing Hebrew, you can somehow get your firstborn son back by redeeming him, which, again, that word in this context means to buy back. So if you don't believe that God is thinking in slavery terms, please look at the fact that he's saying your firstborn of the animals and the humans belongs to me, and that then, according to the instructions that came down, you can get them back by buying them back from God. Okay. In days to come, when your son asks you, what does this mean? Say to him, with a mighty hand, the Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery, so that he could make you his slaves again. Jesus, this is so stupid. When Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed the firstborn of both people and animals in Egypt. This is why I sacrifice to the Lord the first male offspring of every womb and redeem each of my firstborn sons. Why I buy back from God every, if I have a son, the firstborn son, I have to buy back from God. And it will be like a sign on your hand and a symbol on your forehead that the Lord brought us out of Egypt with his mighty pimp hand. Crossing the sea. When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them on the road through the Philistine country, though that was shorter. For God said if they faced war, they might change their minds and return to Egypt. So God led the people around by the desert road toward the Red Sea. The Israelites went up out of Egypt ready for battle. Yeah. Oh gosh. I think it's interesting that it says the Israelites went up out of Egypt ready for battle, because really soon you're going to see, no, they're not. They're not ready for battle at all. So that's a weird sentence. It's also interesting to me that he's already making decisions, like taking them through this longer path, because he doesn't want to take them through Philistine country, because apparently there's a war going on there. And he says that they face the war, they might change their minds and return to Egypt. So apparently God is incapable of swaying the minds of his own people. He can sway the mind of the Pharaoh when he wants to junk everything up and make this process go so much longer for his own glory. But he can't sway the minds of his own people when he's like, we need to take the shorter road through Philistine country. Trust me, I'm God. I've got this. No, apparently that doesn't work. I really have to wonder. I talked in the last video about these apparent limitations of God's power, which are significant. I talked about how he only seems to be capable of doing things that are naturalistic, like he can't have flying swords coming through the air to chop down people or something. Like that doesn't seem to even be an option. He has to bring floods or plagues or stuff that really actually can all be explained away with natural phenomena. But on top of that, it seems like he can keep you from doing something, but he can't make you do something. Like with Pharaoh, he was able to harden his heart. In other words, he was able to keep Pharaoh from letting the Israelites go, even though ostensibly the whole goal was to get the Israelites out of Egypt. But he could play this stupid game and harden the Pharaoh's heart and get him to not do the thing. But maybe he's just not capable of making Pharaoh say, yes, I'll let the people go. And that may sound, if for you who want to believe that it's just all omnipotence, that's fine. But think about this for a minute. Why that would actually be an explanation for partially why we had to go through all this crap. Because maybe he literally cannot make Pharaoh release the people. All he can do is do negative things in Pharaoh's mind. And I bring this up because, again, with this stuff here with his own people going through the desert, he's saying he has to take them on the longer road, because he's afraid if they face war, they might change their minds and return to Egypt. In other words, he can't just put in their mind the idea that, no, it's okay. Let's take the shorter road and God will protect us. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him because Joseph had made the Israelites swear an oath. He had said, God will surely come to your aid, and then you must carry my bones up with you from this place. That's lovely. After leaving Succoth, they camped at Etham on the edge of the desert. By day, the Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to guide them on their way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light so that they could travel by day or night. Again, naturalistic occurrences, okay? And again, the way that he chooses to present himself at all is in a pillar of cloud in the day. Oh, look, there's a bunch of clouds really high. Must be God. And at night, a pillar of fire, which may not sound fairly naturalistic to some of you. You might think pillar of fire, but this can actually happen. You can have tornadoes of fire. I mean, granted, they don't last long, but they do exist. So both of these are naturalistic phenomenon, and neither of them are God up in front, like I am God, like in human form or anything like that would be recognized as a non-naturalistic thing. Apparently, he is required, it seems, to always present himself in a naturalistic way. Neither the pillar of cloud by day nor the pillar of fire by night left its place in front of the people. I'm actually wondering, too, it says that they camped at Etham on the edge of the desert, but then it says by day the Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to guide them, and on night he went ahead of them in a pillar of fire to give them light. Were they marching day and night, like nonstop? I mean, of course, you have to stop at some point, get some kind of rest or something, but it feels like he was driving him pretty hard. I mean, which probably makes sense because they're trying to put distance between them and the Egyptians, but it seems contradictory to say that they're camping out But then it's saying that the day he led them as a pillar of cloud, and at night he led them as a pillar of fire. I don't know. Maybe it's just that he was a pillar of fire in the few hours when it got dark until they had to stop and make camp. I'm not sure. This is the delicious effery of Exodus. We've made it through Exodus 13. We're not going to go through 14 in this video. So God-free Bible study is done for today. As always, I would like to thank you sincerely for the view and for spending time with me. I hope that this has been as enlightening and as entertaining for you as it has been for me. As I always say, I think that when you crack into this text and you read it without all of the rose-colored glasses that were given to you as a child and as someone who may have been raised in the Christian faith and who is indoctrinated by society that Christianity is good, it's amazing, and not in a good way, what's in this text. But thank you for joining us. I appreciate you being with us. And when we get back into it, we will be diving into Exodus 14. Thank you so much. What up, YouTube? This is your boy, Adam of NOLA, and this is your favorite video channel ever, Skepticus. And we are diving in again today on my flagship series, which is God-free Bible study, because the only way that you should ever feel comfortable diving into this crap is if you at least do it God-free. Today's show, before we get started, I want to thank our sponsors. Our sponsors today is Brandy Milk Punch. It's one of the favorite drinks in New Orleans. Brandy Milk Punch, unlike the biblical God, does not endorse slavery. Brandy Milk Punch has never condoned genocide nor committed genocide. Brandy Milk Punch, unlike the biblical God, actually wants you to be happy. So yay to Brandy Milk Punch. Before we dive in today, I'm just going to mention quickly, I have some new tools. I don't know. I mean, they may not even make much of a difference to you. I've been doing the whole thing where I'm reading the Bible on one screen and I'm reading my notes on another. And finally I said, okay, I need like a unified tool here. So I'm trying something different that has my notes actually right here next to the verses that I'm reading. For the most part, of course, that doesn't have any impact on you as the viewer, although I will say it may have one small impact, which is that I might start putting all or more of these verses on screen. If you've watched any of the videos up till now, you know that I have not done that. Mostly because I have not wanted this to become an exercise in, look, Adam reads the Bible to you. You can read your own Bible if you're interested in that. So, this is more about the commentary and the discussion. But I also understand that it can be difficult sometimes, I think, to follow along with exactly where I'm at or what I'm reading when it's not, and when none of it is on the screen. So I think I will put some more of it on the screen. I don't know if I'll put all of it on the screen or not. By the time you're seeing this video, you'll see what my decision was. And if you have an opinion on that, if you like it, if you don't like it, please get in the comments. Let me know what you think, because this is all in flux and I'm very open to other suggestions. So with that being said, let's get back into the joy that is Exodus. We're starting at Exodus 14 today. At this point, the Israelites have finally made it out of Egypt because God finally stopped jerking himself off over hardening the Pharaoh's heart and hardening it again. And I guess God just got tired of making up new plagues. And finally we are off into the desert. So this is Exodus 14. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites to turn back and encamp near Pi-hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea." They are to encamp by the sea, directly opposite Baal Zephon. Pharaoh will think the Israelites are wandering around the land in confusion, hemmed in by the desert. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will pursue them, but I will gain glory for myself through Pharaoh and all his army, and the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord. So the Israelites did this. We have gone through all of this crap with the plagues. He has murdered scores of people for the admitted purpose of doing nothing but glorifying his name. The freeing of the Israelites is a side note to this. And yet, now that they are at least out of Egypt, the first thing he can think about is instigating Pharaoh to attack him so that he can gain glory for himself through Pharaoh and all his armies. This is a petty little bitch of a god right here. This is gross. When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, Pharaoh and his officials changed their minds about them. Of course they did, because God said he will harden Pharaoh's heart. Thank you, God, for that. And he said, what have we done? We have let the Israelites go and have lost their services. So he had his chariot made ready and took his army with him. He took 600 of the best chariots, along with all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. But this sentence, he took 600 of the best chariots, along with all the other chariots of Egypt. If you're taking all of the chariots of Egypt, that includes the 600 best ones. And you may think that this is really petty, and maybe it is, but they put sentences like this all throughout the text. If it happened once or twice, I think, well, that's a little bit of an editing error. Somebody could have been a little more careful with their words. But the fact that these weird sentences that sometimes are duplicative or go back on themselves and they immediately switch ideas from the previous sentence, or, there's just so much here that it screams of being wildly inconsistent. And it makes you wonder what the heck is going on in the minds of these authors. And for those who want to say, oh, the author's God, it's all divinely inspired. Okay, that's even more damning. And you may want to be careful about that, because when you see clear inconsistencies in the text, and by inconsistencies, I mean, some cases I'm talking about something as minor as a sentence that just doesn't make sense. It's unnecessary. If you tell me you took all of the chariots out of Egypt, you don't have to tell me you took the 600 of the best chariots, because that in all of the chariots in Egypt includes 600 of the best. But sometimes they will literally have things that contradict what was previously said as well. So these things, if they are divinely inspired, they mean that your God is incapable of writing in a way that is free of contradictions. I don't know if I'd want to hang my hat on that one. And if we allow that, yeah, of course there are contradictions, then it makes you wonder, well, okay, what part is divinely inspired? If you say that it's not God creating the contradictions, well, wait a minute. I mean, either God inspired this whole text, and it's full of contradictions, so your God is full of contradictions, or he did not inspire the whole text, in which case, show me which parts are inspired by him and which ones aren't. You can't have it both ways. There are clear, obvious contradictions in the text, all throughout the text. I've been pointing out many of them as we've gone along. Some of them I'm sure I've missed. Some of them I'm not even qualified to notice, because some of them require a deeper understanding of ancient languages and ancient cultures. But the point is that I think that sentences like these, they just serve to undercut the narrative. Anyway, he took 600 of the best chariots, along with all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. The Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Of course he did, you jackass. So that he pursued the Israelites, who were marching out boldly. The Egyptians, all Pharaoh's horses and chariots, horsemen and troops, pursued the Israelites and overtook them as they camped by the sea near Pi-hahiroth, opposite Baal-Zephon. Remember this whole thing that basically they're saying the Pharaoh took the whole damn army, the chariots, the horses, the troops, all of them. This is going to be important. As Pharaoh approached, the Israelites looked up, and there were the Egyptians marching after them. They were terrified and cried out to the Lord. Wait a minute. Terrified? It said in the previous chapter, I mean, it was only 10, 20 sentences ago, or get whatever. It said that when they marched out, they were, quote, ready for battle, unquote. Now, I don't know how a whole bunch of slaves marching out of a country would even be ready for battle, but the text clearly and unequivocally said that they were ready for battle. And now that we see that the Pharaoh, who's had his heart hardened again, why? Because God did it. He's coming with all of his terror machines, his chariots and his horses and his troops, and now they are terrified. Now, I understand that maybe if in theory they were ready for battle when they marched out, it's quite different to be ready for battle when the might of the Egyptian army is bearing down upon you. But still, it's a weird contradiction to say at the end of the previous chapter that when they marched out, they were ready for battle. And now what we're hearing is they're terrified and they cried out to the Lord. They said to Moses, was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us to the desert to die? What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt? Didn't we say to you in Egypt, leave us alone? Let us serve the Egyptians. It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the desert. I want to point out here that they did in previous chapters allude slightly to some resistance by the Israelites themselves. I'm sure that they were skeptical, and that's why we had to go through this whole process where before Moses and his brother Aaron presented this plan and presented or carried out the plan with Pharaoh, they presented the whole idea to the Hebrew elders. And they even performed the miracles in front of the Hebrew elders because clearly God understood and Moses understood that I can't just go interceding with these wild ideas of escaping Egypt on behalf of the Israelites without having the Israelites on board. And there were some very brief notes about the Israelites being unhappy, especially when the plague started. But there was very little given to us in the text about them being overall unhappy with us. So when I read this piece where they say, why have you brought us out here to die? Didn't we say to you in Egypt, leave us alone, let us serve the Egyptians? I mean, I don't know. Did you say that in Egypt? Because none of it's in the text. I realize that even if we took this whole story as true, and it's not, then we're not going to get every conversation that happened between Moses and the rest of the Israelites. But it's a little weak, to say the least, that you would allow this narrative here in the text where they say, didn't we tell you to leave us alone? We want to serve the Egyptians. And yet you never put that text in the previous chapters. Not exactly premium storytelling. God, because I guess it's all inspired by God. It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the desert. Moses answered the people, do not be afraid. Stand firm and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. That's quite the statement. He's not even saying run away. It's like, be still. Just like frozen, watching this stuff happen. Then the Lord said to Moses, I know that's not exactly what they mean by still in this case. They mean to shut the hell up. They mean be quiet, but still, it's funny. Then the Lord said to Moses, why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on. Raise your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. Okay, so many times in this narrative, God himself comes across as an arrogant jackass. And I'm sorry to be so blunt in my terms, but I can't put it any other way. I'll point this out here. He says, why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on. And yet, throughout this whole narrative, from the very beginning of Exodus, God reached out to Moses initially with the burning bush, because that's how I call all my friends. But after that, every time something has happened to protect the Israelites or to help them in some way, it has started with essentially Moses interceding on the behalf of the Israelites. It started with him praying and calling out to God on their behalf. So the fact that the Lord says to Moses here, why are you crying out to me, just sounds like arrogant claptrap to me. You know damn well why he's crying out to you, because the Israelites are all up his ass. And they should be. I understand it. They feel like now we have the entire Egyptian army bearing down on us and we're screwed. But he says, raise your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians so that they will go in after them. This is possibly the first time in the entire narrative where him actually telling Moses that he's going to harden the heart of the Egyptians makes a slight bit of sense. And not sense in terms of, well, it's going to make me glorious. It's going to show everyone that I'm a badass. No, it actually makes sense because what he's basically saying is I'm going to lure them into this trap in the sea. But of course, then he has to shart all over it and I will gain glory through Pharaoh and all his army, through his chariots and his horsemen. The Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I gain glory through Pharaoh, his chariots and his horsemen. Again, read this damn sentence. I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians so that they will go in after them, and I will gain glory through Pharaoh and all his army, through his chariots and his horsemen. The Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I gain glory through Pharaoh, his chariots and his horsemen. I mean, does God just always have to repeat himself? Does he have to say everything twice? Because the sentence structure, and I know that these are old stories handed down. Some of them were more like poetry, epics, songs, but it makes it sound stupid. And once again, it just becomes painfully clear, in case it hasn't been driven into your head already, that this is about me. All about me. Screw you guys. Yeah, you Israelites, you're just a pawn on the board, but it's about me and my glory. Then the angel of God, who had been traveling in front of Israel's army, withdrew and went behind them. Once again, we get this fluid flipping between God and the angel of God. We've seen this happen multiple times. We saw it happen with the burning bush. We've seen it in other places. We saw it happen with God killing the firstborn sons of Egypt, but then the destroyer was going to kill the firstborn sons, and and was it the angel of God who killed the firstborn sons? I don't really know. It's unmooring when you read the text, because if you're actually paying attention, you know of whom we were speaking before. Then when they throw in the angel of God, who had been traveling in front of Israel's army, withdrew and went behind them. The pillar of cloud also moved from in front and stood behind them. Wait, the pillar of cloud was God. So is the pillar of cloud God? Because it says the pillar of cloud also moved from in front and stood behind them. It says that as though it's not God, coming between the armies of Egypt and Israel. Throughout the night, the cloud brought darkness to the one side and light to the other side, so neither went near the other all night long. I don't really care, but I just bring this up because if you're actually trying to pay attention to the narrative, it is unmooring. Like I said, it's discombobulating. I have seen Dan McClellan, who I name checked in the previous video as well. He's a super scholar. I'm not a scholar on this at all. Never claimed to be, but he's this crazy intelligent. Not crazy, but crazy intelligent, super scholarly guy. Knows ancient Greek and ancient Hebrew, and is a biblical scholar. He in one of his videos he talks about how there's this concept of this agency of God that he can actually like pass around like a football. It's like, okay, now he's handing it to the angel of God, and now he's handing it over here, and now he's handing it over there, and now he's taking it back himself. It's like his power or his divinity. I don't know that he loses it when he hands it off to someone else, but he certainly has a piece of it he can kind of toss over to you like, yo, bro, take this power, do this thing. It's a very weird concept to me. It's something I never heard discussed in church. They just never even dive into this kind of stuff in church, at least not in American churches that I'm aware of. But as you read the text, it kind of screams out at you. I don't know. Once again, our sponsor, Brandy Milk Punch. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind and turned it into dry land. The waters were divided, and the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground with a wall of water on their right and on their left. The Egyptians pursued them, and all Pharaoh's horses and chariots and horsemen followed them into the sea. During the last watch of the night, the Lord looked down from the pillar of fire and cloud at the Egyptian army and threw it into confusion. He jammed the wheels of the chariots so that they had difficulty driving, and the Egyptians said, "Let's get away from the Israelites. The Lord is fighting for them against Egypt." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the sea so that the waters may flow back over the Egyptians and their chariots and horsemen." Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and at daybreak the sea went back to its place. The Egyptians were fleeing toward it, and the Lord swept them into the sea. The water flowed back and covered the chariots and horsemen, the entire army of Pharaoh that had followed the Israelites into the sea. Not one of them survived. Now, that's a lovely little story. It also has some serious issues here. I mean, first of all, I love how it talks about the Egyptians following them into the sea. But I mean, it's into the sea, but presumably when they started following them, it's on this dry land that God had created. And it says, he jammed the wheels of their chariots so that they had difficulty driving. Yeah, that's not God jamming the wheels. That is, if you take any portion of land that is covered in the sea and then you blow water away from it or somehow remove the water away from it, directly after you do that, the land itself does not become like hard as a rock. I mean, if you drive, you might be able to walk on it. And I know it says it's turned into dry land. If you want to believe in, the complete miracle, then that's fine. But the idea that the chariots got jammed, it doesn't sound like a miracle at all. It sounds like everyone was walking on mud. Okay. When you drive, even if now granted, the bed of the Red Sea would be very sandy. So if you were to somehow open a channel between it or between the waters, sure, it would be easier to walk on that than it would be on, say, like a riverbed where the water had just stopped flowing, because most riverbeds, the water, they'd be very muddy and silty. But in the Red Sea probably, is probably got a very sandy bottom over large portions of it. So it wouldn't be a horrible mire to walk through, but to drive chariots over it, yeah, of course the wheels would get jammed. And if we're to take this very literally, I mean, yeah, I guess all of the Egyptian commanders said, yeah, just take your chariots and drive them all over that brand new land that was covered by the sea hours ago. All right, sure. But here's what I find to be more silly about this whole narrative. Okay, it tells us that Pharaoh came out with essentially his whole damn army, all the chariots, even though it included the 600 best ones. But then it tells us all the chariots, all the horses, all the troops. He took his entire damn army, which no Pharaoh would ever do that. I don't care if you were trying to smack down your fleeing slaves or if you're trying to defeat a critical enemy. Even in the most critical battles, there's some part of your forces that are somewhere else. Either it's to defend the rear guard, the flanks, or it's to have some troops back in the cities as defense and the walls. Whatever. You never have your entire army in one spot. Okay, but okay, fine. We're going to assume, even though the historical record tells us that Egypt was a military power of the day, we're going to assume that Pharaoh was a man-child of an idiot who didn't know this, and his commanders were all idiots who somehow had managed to win many other battles but didn't realize that maybe we shouldn't send our entire force into the middle of the sea because we're mad at these slaves. Okay. But then when we believe, if we're going to believe that no one survived. Okay. I'm just going to say then, where are the records of Egypt immediately getting conquered after this? You think Egypt didn't have enemies or frenemies who maybe were allies but would have loved to have seized on the opportunity to have Egypt for themselves? Egypt was a military power, a social power, and they were rich. They were freaking rich compared to other nations. So you think that and also they were fairly warlike. There's a lot of in the historical record of them conquering other nations, even right around this time period. So they would have had people that weren't very happy with them, people that would have loved revenge. Even before this catastrophic military failure in the middle of the Red Sea, they would have been an extremely vulnerable nation because the plagues, as I talked about in the previous video, would have been killing people by scores. It would have been massively weakening the country, even if the military was still intact, which it probably would be. But things like that, when the interior of your country, when the social structure and the economy starts to collapse, well, that has an effect on the military as well. The military tends to shrink. And the ones who stay in the military tend to not be as well supplied, which means that they don't have the same stamina and they don't have the same morale. I mean, all of this affects your military readiness. So even before this catastrophic loss, they would have been a much more vulnerable nation. And then with this catastrophic loss, we are led to believe from the text that they were basically left with no military force whatsoever. And yet, there is literally not a single historical mention, not only of Moses. Outside the Bible, Moses doesn't exist, by the way. There is no mention of Moses. There is no mention of an exodus, of some massive, migration of slaves, of Hebrews, whatever, from Egypt to Israel. And there certainly is no mention in the historical record of Egypt shortly thereafter getting this smacked down and conquered. In fact, there are specific records historically of shortly after this, whatever this time period would be, of them having other military conquests, successful military conquests. So none of it matches up. This didn't happen. What all of this is, in case it's not clear, is that the story of Moses is a creation myth. You might think, well, we already had the creation myth. We had Genesis. Well, that was the creation myth of man and the creation myth of earth and the universe, all of what we see around us. That was the creation myth for that. But Exodus, it is kind of really appropriate if you think about it logistically. Like Genesis it goes further than just Adam and Eve, but Genesis is essentially the creation of man and earth in the universe. And then Exodus, starting from Exodus, it's the story of the creation of Israel and the Israelites as a formal recognized people, even though they did exist on some level even before Exodus. But this is really, hey, the Israelites, they're here now. In Israel is now a country, and this is God's chosen place, etc. It is the creation myth for Israel. Because if this wasn't a myth, a movement of this magnitude leaves footprints in the archaeological and historical record. You would get some pieces from Egypt of someone writing this on a stone tablet or whatever. You could say, well, the Egyptian historians and authors, they wouldn't have wanted to mention this because it would probably piss off their Pharaoh for them to be writing about it. But there were other cultures around Egypt. Egypt wasn't alone in the world, and these other cultures would certainly at some point have made some kind of reference to this. There are 1 million plus people wandering the desert here for 40 years. We would actually be able to find records, like you'd be able to find camps, in the archaeology. And you could say, well, some of these may be out there in the sands and we haven't found them yet. But in 200 or 300 years of avid archaeological work going on in modern society, no one has come up with a single record of a massive movement of more than 1 million people spending more than 40 years in the desert, which meant they would have had to had large camps, and they would have had burn pits, and they would have had trash heaps, and they would have had, places where the bones from their sacrifices and their meals, went, and all this stuff. None of that. Not a single record of it. I bring these things up. I want to be clear before I go on here. You might think, on one level, I know that sometimes it can sound really snarky when an atheist wants to point out, well, that didn't happen. And Moses wasn't real. There was no Exodus. And if I come across that way, I guess it's okay, although that's not my intention. It's not that I feel that the historicity of the story makes the Bible better or worse, okay? I firmly believe there's a lot in the Bible that's not historical at all, and I don't think that's the reason why you should avoid Christianity, and that should never inform your faith, although sadly for many American Christians it does. But I don't bring this up as some way of nitpicking against the religion, okay? I'm just bringing it up because there is no distinction in the Bible itself between what is God's law, between what are allegories and general ideas of morality, between what is historical accounts. It flips back and forth between these different modes of being stories of stuff that putatively happened versus things that are seen to be much clearer allegories versus things that are more about lawyerly, about handing down laws to man. And these things seem to get just all jumbled up. And if you don't pay really good attention, or if you don't care and you just want to believe because your pastor told you that all of this is God's honest truth, I think it literally undercuts the narrative. This narrative to me, although I don't think it's a good narrative because I think it outlines a really creepy, nasty God. But beside my thoughts about the religion, if you want to believe that this is a story of your great God, then I don't think it matters that this is historical. But it's not historical. And the fact that they can't even, that they try to present it as history is a little cheesy. I get it. Every religion tries to, say certain things happened that probably didn't or definitely didn't. But at a certain point, it kind of gets ridiculous. Okay. That's why I'm going on this rant now, because you tell me that the Pharaoh went after them with his entire damn army and they all died right there. No, come on, man. That doesn't even make sense. If it made any sense whatsoever, even if we had no record of Moses or the Exodus, we would have a massive record in history of the time when the Egyptian empire crumbled and got run over by, every one of its neighbors. And yet that doesn't exist. That just didn't happen. Even though supposedly their entire military force was wiped out in one fell swoop, they were never conquered like that. So take that for what you will. Moving on, but the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground with a wall of water on their right and on their left. That day the Lord saved Israel from the hands of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians lying dead on the shore. And when the Israelites saw the mighty pimp hand of the Lord displayed against the Egyptians, the people feared the Lord and put their trust in him and in Moses' servant. They put their trust in him and in Moses, his servant. Not Moses' servant, but in Moses, his servant. That is Exodus 14. I'm going to do my normal time check here. Okay. Lots of ranting there. 15 will go a little faster because there's just a lot of kind of like songs to the Lord. So this is the song of Moses and Miriam. Then Moses and the Israelites sang this song to the Lord. I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Both horse and driver he has hurled into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my defense. He has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a warrior. The Lord is his name. Remember, I talked about this in a previous video. It says the Lord is his name, is this English translation. It is, again, the all caps version, which actually refers to the Tetragrammaton, which some people would then pronounce as Yahweh or Jehovah or Jehovah. But in most English Bibles that we see that don't have a tradition of always referring to Yahweh or Jehovah, we just see it as the Lord. So the Lord is a warrior. The Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his army he has hurled into the sea. The best of Pharaoh's officers are drowned in the Red Sea. The deep waters have covered them. They sank to the depths like a stone. No, they didn't. We saw just in the end of the last chapter that they washed up on the shore. I mean, of course, some of them would have also sunk down. Also, when I talked about things we don't see anywhere in the archaeological record, if all of these chariots had been swamped in this one massive movement, 600 of the best ones, plus all the rest of them, however many that was, you would actually be able to find some of this stuff in the Red Sea even today. There would be artifacts of chariots and other things, in the Red Sea, and they have found none of it. Not a single piece of evidence for anything like this. But anyway, your right hand, Lord, was majestic in power. Smack, smack. Your right hand, Lord, shattered the enemy. In the greatness of your majesty, you threw down those who opposed you. You unleashed your burning anger. It consumed them like stubble. It consumed them like stubble. Like stubble? That's weird. There's not even a note by it or anything. By the blast of your nostrils, the waters piled up. The surging waters stood up like a wall. The deep waters congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy boasted, I will pursue, I will overtake them, I will divide the spoils, I will gorge myself on them, I will draw my sword and my hand will destroy them. But you blew with your breath and the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who among the gods is like you, Lord? Who is like you, majestic in holiness, awesome in glory, working wonders? You stretch out your mighty right pimp hand, and the earth swallows your enemies. In your unfailing love, you will lead the people you have redeemed. Remember, well, we haven't really gotten into this yet, but, well, we did. The people you have redeemed, the people you have bought back, like slaves. In your strength, you will guide them to your holy dwelling. The nations will hear and tremble. Anguish will grip the people of Philistia. The chiefs of Edom will be terrified. The leaders of Moab will be seized with trembling. The people of Canaan will melt away. Terror and dread will fall on them. This is interesting to me because here's this whole, song that's praising the Lord for beating back the Egyptians and how powerful and mighty he is. And that's to be understood. But then this gets really warlike, they aren't even out of the desert yet, and they're singing songs about how anguish will grip the people of Philistia. The chiefs of Edom will be terrified. The leaders of Moab will be seized with trembling. The people of Canaan will melt away. Ew, you little warlords, you. My gosh. I mean, I get it because the Lord keeps promising them this crap. But, you just got out of slavery, and now all you can think about is, committing mass warfare on other. By the way, committing mass warfare against people that already occupy these lands. Why? Because God says it's supposed to be your land. So I guess they're just screwed. By the power of your arm, they will be as still as a stone until your people pass by, Lord, until the people you bought pass by. Now, see, you think I'm being snarky with the redeem statement. I keep saying that's like he's buying them like slaves. But even here, then it says, until the people you bought pass by. You will bring them in and plant them on the mountain of your inheritance, the place, Lord, you made for your dwelling, the sanctuary, Lord, your hands established. The Lord reigns forever and ever. When Pharaoh's horses, chariots, and horsemen went into the sea, the Lord brought the waters of the sea back over them, but the Israelites walked through the sea on dry ground. Then Miriam the prophet, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women followed her with timbrels and dancing. Miriam sang to them, "Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Both horse and driver he has hurled into the sea. Yea, death." The waters of Mara and Elam, or Elam, probably Elam. Then Moses led Israel from the Red Sea, and they went into the desert of Shur. For 3 days they traveled in the desert without finding water. When they came to Mara, they could not drink its waters because it was bitter. That is why the place is called Mara. So the people grumbled against Moses, saying, "What are we to drink?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a piece of wood. He threw it into the water, and the water became fit to drink. There the Lord issued a ruling and instruction for them and put them to the test. He said, "If you listen carefully to the Lord your God and do what is right in his eyes, if you pay attention to his commands and keep all his decrees, I will not bring on you any of the diseases I brought on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you." That feels kind of creepy. I know that the Hebrews and the Christians today would read this as, see, he's saying he's not going to bring any of these diseases on them. He never mentioned bringing diseases on them before. But now he says, if you listen carefully to the Lord your God and do what is right in his eyes, if you pay attention to his commands and keep all his decrees, then I will not bring on you any of the diseases I brought on the Egyptians. I mean, so apparently you were thinking about it before. It's like, it's just really creepy and controlling, like, where did this come from? And now you have to be like, hey, you better do what I say you should do, or you're going to get diseases like the Egyptians. It's a veiled threat, and it's not really cool. Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 springs and 70 palm trees, and they camped there near the water. I want to point out here, there were 12 springs and 70 palm trees. That's nice. There's also more than 1 million people supposedly in this march. 600,000 men alone, and then the women and children. So you assume another probably 600,000 women, and then how many children? So, I mean, it's like 1.5 million or maybe 2 million people. So, yay, 12 springs and 70 palm trees. I mean, it's better than not having any springs, but you can probably water everyone from those springs, so that's good. I don't know that the palm tree is doing a lot of good. 70 palm trees amongst 1.5 million people. Sure, I guess. Now we are on the verge of Exodus 16, which requires us to stop again for our sponsor, Brandy Milk Punch. Manna and quail. The whole Israelite community set out from Elim and came to the desert of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after they had come out of Egypt. So we're 6 weeks out of Egypt at this point, right? I have to point this out. I mean, I hit on this, seconds ago when I said that there's a spring there's 12 springs and 70 palm trees. There's also 1.5 million people at least wandering the desert. I mean, think about this. It's nice that they've been freed, I guess. Although I guess what all that really matters is that we see God's glory and the Egyptians know that he's the man. But now the plan is to have more than 1 million people just out there wandering the desert. What a great plan. And I know we're going to see that God's going to provide for them on some level, but it just doesn't seem really well thought out by anyone, and that includes God. We'll see. In the desert, the whole community grumbled against Moses and Aaron. The Israelites said to them, "If only we had died by the Lord's hand in Egypt. There we sat around pots of meat and ate all the food we wanted. But you have brought us out into this desert to starve this entire assembly to death." Valid. That is a valid point. Then the Lord said to Moses, "I will rain down bread from heaven for you. The people are to go out each day and gather enough for that day. In this way, I will test them and see whether they will follow my instructions." Yeah, that's what we need. Tests while people are wandering around the desert. On the 6th day, they are to prepare what they bring in, and that is to be twice as much as they gather on the other days. So Moses and Aaron said to all the Israelites, "In the evening you will know that it was the Lord who brought you out of Egypt." Because you don't know already? After the whole Red Sea, the parting the Red Sea. Okay, if you don't know by now, then I don't know if evening is going to make this clearer for you. "And in the morning you will see the glory of the Lord, because he has heard your grumbling against him. Who are we that you should grumble against us?" Just a second. Okay. Moses also said, "You will know that it was the Lord when he gives you meat to eat in the evening and all the bread you want in the morning, because he has heard your grumbling against him. Who are we? You are not grumbling against us, but against the Lord." So you see, this is twice now in one paragraph that Moses is basically saying, look, the Lord's going to take care of you, but why are you grumbling against us? And then he doubles down on it at the end of this paragraph. He says, "Who are we?" Meaning him and Aaron. "You are not grumbling against us, but against the Lord." So this is gross. This is so emblematic of church leadership. And this is the first example I've really seen in the Bible of this. But of course, it's, not, this isn't anything new for churches. But it's basically, that idea that, oh, if are you pissed off at the pastor? Well, you're really angry with God. It's, or did someone do something bad? Well, if you, say something against them, then what you're really doing is you're complaining to God. It's like, no, you're not. Yes, God has been part of this plan. He has been presumably a huge part of the plan, although in some really, really gross ways. But the simple fact of the matter is that now there's more than 1 million people hanging out in the desert. Of course, they are grumbling. They're hungry. And if that doesn't somehow fall, at least to some extent, on Moses' shoulders, then he is really pretty weak and lame. Now, of course, he can say, well, but you know what you're doing? You're complaining against the Lord. Okay, fine. Then let's bring this to the Lord too. But this scolding is just gross, but it is, unfortunately, very emblematic of what religious and church leaders tend to do. Then Moses told Aaron, say to the entire Israelite community, there go the planes. Say to the entire Israelite community, come before the Lord, for he has heard your grumbling. Well, Aaron was speaking to the whole Israelite community. I love this here because it says, Moses told Aaron, say to the entire Israelite community, come before the Lord. In other words, like, hey, just go to the Lord. Like, stop going through me. While Aaron was speaking to the whole Israelite community, they looked toward the desert, and there was the glory of the Lord appearing in the cloud. It was a big, pretty cloud. Sure. Once again, more naturalistic things that can be explained by anything, but I guess it's God. Sure. The Lord said to Moses, I have heard the grumbling of the Israelites. Tell them, at twilight you will eat meat, and in the morning you will be filled with bread. Then you will know that I am the Lord your God. Again, you did not know this before? That evening, quail came and covered the camp, and in the morning there was a layer of dew around the camp. When the dew was gone, thin flakes like frost on the ground appeared on the desert floor. When the Israelites saw it, they said to each other, what is it? For they did not know what it was. Moses said to them, it is the bread the Lord has given you to eat. This is what the Lord has commanded. Everyone is to gather as much as they need. Take an omer, which is, there's a note here, basically says it's like about 3.5 pounds. Take an omer for each person you have in your tent. The Israelites did as they were told. Some gathered much, some little. And when they measured it by the omer, the ones who gathered much did not have too much, and the ones who gathered little did not have too little. Everyone had gathered just as much as they needed. You just could have put the last sentence there. Everyone gathered just as much as they needed. Then Moses said to them, no one is to keep any of it until morning. However, some of them paid no attention to Moses. They kept part of it until morning, but it was full of maggots and began to smell. So Moses was angry with them. That's so lame. So I guess they're in the desert. They are essentially always at risk of starving or dying of thirst at any point in time. And you can tell me all day that the Lord is providing for them. But even when he provides, it's like only take just as much as you have to last the night. And if any's left over till the morning, then we're going to make sure it's full of maggots and begins to smell. Like, what kind of a sick dependence narrative is this? Even when the Lord provides, like, don't you dare put some in your bag or hold a little aside so that you'll have lunch covered tomorrow. No, you just get what you need to eat tonight, and then you have to come begging back to him first thing in the morning. Gross. Each morning, everyone gathered as much as they needed. And when the sun grew hot, it melted away, which I really wonder what this stuff is supposed to be. It's interesting, but I'm sure that there's people who have talked about this. On the sixth day, they gathered twice as much, 2 omers for each person, and the leaders of the community came and reported this to Moses. He said to them, this is what the Lord commanded. Tomorrow is to be a day of Sabbath rest, a holy Sabbath to the Lord. So bake what you want to bake and boil what you want to boil, those tasty wafer things. Save whatever is left and keep it until morning. So they saved it until morning, as Moses commanded, and it did not stink or get maggots in it, because this day they're allowed to gather twice as much. Thanks for that. Eat it today, Moses said, because today is a Sabbath to the Lord. You will not find any of it on the ground today. 6 days you are to gather it, but on the seventh day, the Sabbath, there will not be any. Nevertheless, some of the people went out on the seventh day to gather it, but they found none. Then the Lord said to Moses, "How long will you refuse to keep my commands and my instructions? Bear in mind that the Lord has given you the Sabbath. That is why on the sixth day he gives you bread for 2 days. Everyone is to stay where they are on the seventh day. No one is to go out." So the people rested on the seventh day. The people of Israel called the bread manna. It was white like coriander seed and tasted like wafers made with honey. Moses said, "This is what the Lord has commanded. Take an omer of manna and keep it for the generations to come, so they can see the bread I gave you to eat in the wilderness when I brought you out of Egypt." So Moses said to Aaron, "Take a jar and put an omer of manna in it. Then place it before the Lord to be kept for generations to come. Thank you for making us read that twice in a row." As the Lord commanded Moses, Aaron put the manna with the tablets of the covenant law so that it might be preserved. The Israelites ate manna 40 years until they came to a land that was settled. They ate manna until they reached the border of Canaan. And then for some reason, it gives us in parentheses at the end of this chapter, an omer is 1/10 of an ephah. 1/10 of an ephah. Yo, ephah. This, I mean, this last statement, if you know anything about the Bible, if you know anything about the story of Exodus, Moses's people wandered in the desert for how many years? 40. Okay, we know this. This is a very common part of the story. I love how no one ever really prosecutes that part of the story. No one ever says, "The hell?" They being God and Moses and Aaron, they brought the Israelites out of Egypt so that they could wander in the desert for 40 years. And yes, we see how God took care of them to some extent. Moses makes the bitter water not so bitter by throwing some wood into it. And they find these springs and they get the manna from the heavens. And that's how they manage to eat. But still, why in the hell are they in the desert for 40 years? They're singing songs about how they're supposed to conquer Canaan, and which actually does happen. But I don't ever see any explanation here of why 40 years. Why do they have to be out there for 40 damn years? It doesn't take that long to get to Canaan. If they had decided to conquer North America, it wouldn't have taken that long to get there. I mean, they could have, 40 years, you could march a group of people, the ones that don't die of exhaustion or whatever, you can march them all over the world in 40 years. I mean, 40 years, even by the slow means of this huge group of people who are wandering around, that's a long time. You can get anywhere in 40 years. But apparently, they just had to hang out in the desert. Why? Because God said so. That's why. You can't go to Canaan yet. You can't go to the Hittites or any other place like that. No, you got to just hang out in the desert, just chill. 40 years. I mean, if you were born a week before the Exodus, you were a 40-year-old dude before you even got your ass out of the desert. What the hell? How many people were led out of Egypt and then did, in fact, die in the desert? And I don't even mean they died of starvation or anything because, they're getting manna from the heavens. Great. But how many people just died of old age? Like, just died because, any population of people over 40 years is going to rotate a bit. Some people are going to be born. Some people are going to die. I mean, 40 years is a long time. So there's a significant portion of these people I know that they were still living longer than they weren't living like they were in Genesis, but they're living, frequently to be 100 plus. But still, there had to be at least 15 or 20% of the people, and I'm being conservative here, who were led out of Egypt to then spend the rest of their lives living in these desert camps, completely dependent upon manna. And they just waited and hung out and never got to where they wanted to go. Because for some reason, God said they got to be there for 40 years. And that is never explained. It says that they were there for 40 years, but why? Of course, I know the Christian answer or the Hebrew answer, that's God's will. That's part of God's plan. Well, God's plan kind of sucks. Okay, it kind of sucks. And we've already seen that his whole plan is really just to make him, to blow himself up and, show everyone what a badass he is. And then after all that, he's going to leave them out there for 40 years and be like, here, eat wafers. Enjoy your wafers, fool. Like, what the hell, man? This is gross. It really is. Go hang out in the desert for 40 years with your 1 million plus people. Doesn't make any sense. But this is foundational text. This is your Bible. All right, we are done reading those for the length of this video. As always, I would like to sincerely thank you for the view and the listen. I hope you've enjoyed some of what I brought to this reading. We will be continuing again on the next video when I get that recorded. That will be Exodus 17. This is where they get the water from the rock. Actually, I kind of jumped the gun a little bit talking about water, but they will get water from the rock in 17, and then they're going to fight the Amalekites. I mean, we got weird stuff coming up. And then it's not long before we're going to get into the 10 Commandments and the rest of God's laws. And oh man, is that stuff gross. But we're going to get into it all right here with God-Free Bible Study. This is your boy Adam of NOLA, and this channel is Skepticus. And thank you for being here. Put any thoughts, comments, complaints, gripes in the comments, whatever. And we'll keep trying to evolve this and make it better. Appreciate you being with us, and hope to see you again when we get into Exodus 17. What up, YouTube? This is your boy Adam of NOLA, and on the channel Skepticus. And we are going into another episode of God-Free Bible Study. It's the only kind of Bible study you should really ever do. Today's show, first of all, I want to thank our sponsors, which is Blue Raspberry Vodka and Tropical Juice. Some tropical blend of stuff. Yummy. Blue Raspberry Vodka loves you and will never commit genocide. So it's already got two things that are way up on God. So hail to our sponsors. We're in Exodus, still deep in the bowels of Exodus. Before I get into this, I am going to cover one kind of bit of housekeeping here. Everything up till now, we have been reading from the NIV, the New International Version. If you saw my intro video, you may know already that I've been reading from the NIV because, first of all, I don't want to get into long conversations about this version versus that version and which one's better. I'm really just trying to read the Bible as any modern person would from a fairly modern version. And I know that there's all kinds of minute details that you can pick out going from one translation to the next. Some of those discussions can be interesting at times. They can get really get into very finite details. This is not that kind of study. I'm not a biblical scholar, and nor do I claim to be, nor do I play one on TV. So I just wanted to pick something that was modern-ish in terms of its reading, but was hopefully as accurate as possible to the original translations. And I've been watching some stuff from Dan McClellan. You'll hear me mention him from time to time because I really, really enjoy his work on YouTube. I think he does mostly TikTok, but he's on a bunch of YouTube stuff lately. He just came out with a book called The Bible Says So. Look, it's New York Times bestseller list, I guess. So it looks very interesting. But anyway, in one of his videos, he mentioned that the NSRV, the New Standard Revised Version, is by his estimation, the most accurate in terms of translation. And if you've ever watched any of his videos, I put a lot of stock in it when he says that it's accurate in terms of translation. So it is both modern, which is something we can't say of like the King James Version, and it's also, at least by a very learned scholar's opinion, very accurate in terms of the translation. So I'm switching over. I'm not going back and re-recording the first 20-some videos in the series. That's just too much work. It doesn't really undermine this series to switch versions, although I'm not going to do it very often, probably never again. But just for those eagle-eyed people, if you're wondering, wait a minute, that doesn't look like the NIV that you've been using up to this point, that is why we have something new. So from here forward, unless there is some other authoritative opinion that causes me to change my mind, which I can do at any time I want because it's my damn channel, I am not going to be going back to the NIV. I will be reading from the NSRV, the New Standard Revised Version. So that's your bit of housekeeping for the day. I'm sure that was very fascinating to you. But without further ado, let's get back into the reading. Again, we are in Exodus. The Israelites are in the desert. They have escaped the Egyptians. So starting with Exodus 17. From the wilderness of sin. Oh, we're already starting good. The wilderness of sin. I'd like to go there. Is that like hedonism? That sounds like a really great spa treatment? You know, let's go hang out at the wilderness of sin. But it says, from the wilderness of sin, the whole congregation of the Israelites journeyed by stages as the Lord commanded. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. The people quarreled with Moses and said, "Give us water to drink." Moses said to them, "Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you test the Lord?" But the people thirsted there for water, and the people complained against Moses and said, "Why did you bring us out of Egypt to kill us and our children and livestock with thirst?" So Moses cried out to the Lord, "What shall I do for this people? They are almost ready to stone me." The Lord said to Moses, "Go on ahead of the people and take some of the elders of Israel with you. Take in your hand the staff with which you struck the Nile and go. I will be standing there in front of you on the rock at Horeb. Strike the rock, and water will come out of it so that the people may drink." Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. He called the place Massah and Meribah, because the Israelites quarreled and tested the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" Again, I have to say that it's probably not a very habitable, loving place, but the wilderness of sin just sounds like too much fun to me. But, you know, I'm a heathen, so take that as you will. But I love the fact, which kind of means that I hate the fact, but I love the fact that here they're crying out to Moses. And I feel like his response here is so arrogant, and it's so indicative of what I've seen from so many religious leaders to this day, because you have what, according to the previous chapters or previous chapters, was somewhere on the order of 1 million plus people supposedly roaming through the desert. And it's, figure this out, a desert, which means there ain't a lot of water. And they're in danger of dying of thirst. And out of this, how does he respond? "Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you test the Lord?" Well, first of all, that doesn't mean they're testing the Lord. That means they're saying, "I'm freaking thirsty." It's a basic human need, probably the most basic of human needs, more so than food, even because you can only live for a few days without water. You can go weeks without food in an emergency. So they are a million strong, apparently wandering through the desert, and there's no plan here for them to actually get something to drink. And when they bring this up to him, he says, "Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you test the Lord?" In this quote from what they said, they just said, "Give us water to drink." It did say they were quarreling with him, but they said, "Give us water to drink." Nowhere there does it say that they were testing the Lord. Basically, they're dying of thirst. Of course, they're cranky. And he purposely conflates this with, "Why are you testing the Lord?" It's not testing the Lord to say that I need to drink something, I need water. That's not testing the Lord. But nevertheless, here we get this crap that we see with religion very much to this day, where if you have the nerve to question the religious leader, some will go so far as to try to infer then or conflate that you are somehow questioning God, as though Moses and God are the same, as though you are a religious leader and God are the same, when of course they are not. And then to invoke that at a time when people are literally worried for their lives because they are so thirsty is really kind of gross. It's definitely does not have much compassion for the same people that you have led into the desert with apparently no real plan to get these people something to drink. So that leads into my next point, which is, why is it that it's only 3 days or 4 days into the desert here, something like that, that people are started, now we're starting to say, what's the plan for water? And why is it he has to go ask God about this? Like, God led them into the desert and didn't feed them until they cried out and said, "Dude, what are we going to do about food?" And then he comes up with the manna from heaven and such that they could, and the birds that came that they ate, the quails, which is fine. He provided for them, but it's like you have to cry out to God to get him to feed you. Like he didn't have a plan for this at first. That doesn't sound like much of an omnipotent God. And now you have these people, a million of them, I guess, wandering the desert, and you haven't thought proactively about how they're going to get something as basic as water. That ain't good planning. I'll tell you that. That's not good planning at all. Moving on. Amalek attacks Israel and is defeated. Oh, those poor Amaleks. We hear about them a lot. Then Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I'm sure I'm close enough. Moses said to Joshua, "Choose some men for us and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand." So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought with Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed, and whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands grew heavy, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Aaron and Hur held up his hands, one on either side, so his hands were steady until the sun set. And Joshua defeated Amalek and his people with the sword. I'm sorry, but I gotta say, this just sounds comically silly. So God's power, which is apparently what is driving their ability to, because it's not Moses who was born with this ability. I mean, Moses raises up his hand and the army's winning, and then he lowers his hands and the army's losing. It's like, is it that quick? Like, if I do this, like, did he win and lose, win and lose, win and lose? Like, what is the time period here between raising his hand and they start winning versus lowering his hand and they start losing? This just feels so ridiculous. And then the solution for it is that Aaron and Hur have to hold up his hands all day. That's God's plan, I guess. It worked. According to the story, they defeated those nasty Amaleks, but really, you couldn't just say, "Hey, you're my chosen people, so I'm going to make sure you win this battle." No, it's It's based upon whether or not Moses can hold up his hands. That is the mechanic that we came up with for this. Sure. Yea, God. Then the Lord said to Moses, write this as a remembrance in a book and recite it in the hearing of Joshua. I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar and called it, the Lord is my banner. He said, a hand upon the banner of the Lord. The Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Now, I do have a quick question here. It says, write this as a remembrance in a book and recite it in the hearing of Joshua. What the hell's that? What does that mean, the hearing of Joshua? I don't know. I mean, I guess Joshua is actually Moses' assistant. Maybe that means write this as a remembrance in a book and recite it in the hearing of Joshua. Maybe that means recite it where Joshua can hear it, I guess. I was thinking of a hearing, like a formal hearing or whatever, like that confused me. But I think that means recite it so that Joshua hears it. So minor question resolved there, I guess. But this paragraph, it may seem simple enough, but once again, it just, to me, it undermines any idea that this God is supposedly so omnipotent. On one hand, he says, write this as you remember. He says, I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. That sounds pretty severe, although writing it in your Bible doesn't actually ensure that we're going to blot out the memory of Amalek. In fact, it kind of solidifies that we'll have at least some memory and name at least of Amalek for as long as there's Bibles around. And given that it's the most published book in the world, you didn't think that one through very well, but okay. Nevertheless, it says, I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. I mean, that sounds like, badass. That's some deep stuff. And then it says, the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. I think if you have to battle with someone from generation to generation, you probably don't have the ability to, quote, utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven, unquote. If you have that kind of power, it doesn't take you generation to generation to eliminate an entire people. But okay, fine. Your amazing power is going to take us generation to generation to fight them, even though you're God. Sure. Back to our sponsors. Blue Raspberry Vodka. Yum, yum. So let's move on to Exodus 18. Jethro's advice. Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moses and for his people Israel, how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. After Moses had sent away his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law Jethro took her back, along with her 2 sons. A quick point here. Those 2 sons, which one was the one that was so traumatically circumcised in the hotel? Because God, after giving Moses a mission to free the Israelites, then had suddenly decided, I'm going to kill you right now because I found out one of your kids is uncircumcised. I mean, one of those 2, and it goes on to say, the name of the one was Gershom, for he had said, I have been an alien in a foreign land. And the name of the other one was Eliezer, for he had said, the God of my father was my help and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. So either, it probably said in the previous chapter, I don't remember, but either Gershom or Eliezer, or that one of those were the ones that was the one that had a bit of his pee-pee cut off by his mom, an emergency circumcision to keep God from smiting Moses. Okay. Another quick point here that's weird to me is, once again, this says, after Moses had sent away his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law Jethro took her back along with her 2 sons. I have to wonder, like, were these sons not Moses's? Because I brought this up in a previous video that they referred whoever was the one who was so traumatically circumcised in a hotel, they referred to him as Zipporah's son. And you'd think, like, they never said Moses' son. And here again, they say her two sons. So I'm thinking those are not Moses' kids. I don't care, really. It doesn't change the narrative much, but it seems like a weird thing to keep putting in here if those are actually Moses' sons, not, to never refer to them as his sons or their sons, especially since in a largely patriarchal society, they're always thinking of these kids as being the possession of their father, right? But I don't know. Maybe some biblical scholar has some insight on that, as to whether or not these were actually Moses's children or just Zipporah's. It wasn't very common back then for a man to be married to a woman and then for her to have kids from another marriage, but I'm not sure. So back to our text. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, along with Moses' sons. Now there it says Moses' sons. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, along with Moses' sons and wife, came into the wilderness where Moses was encamped at the mountain of God. He sent word to Moses, I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and her two sons. Again, are they Moses' sons? Are they her sons? Are they their sons? It's a really minor point, but it keeps kind of sticking in my brain. I don't know why. So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law. He bowed down and kissed him. Each asked after the other's welfare, and they went into the tent. Then Moses told his father-in-law all that the Lord had done to Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, all the hardship that had found them on the way, and how the Lord had delivered them. Jethro rejoiced for all the good that the Lord had done to Israel in delivering them from the Egyptians. Jethro said, Blessed be the Lord, who has delivered you from the Egyptians and from Pharaoh. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, because he delivered the people from the Egyptians when they dealt arrogantly with them. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought a burnt offering and sacrifices to God. And Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law in the presence of God. How many times do we have to say he's Moses' father-in-law? We've covered, this is Moses' father-in-law. Can't we just call him Jethro at this point? Like, they just keep saying father-in-law, father-in-law. I don't understand why we have to keep being told, who's Jethro? It's Moses' father-in-law. I forgot because, you'd only said it like 2 sentences prior and I'd totally forgotten. Thanks. Wait, who's Jethro? I don't know. I'm really confused. Maybe it's his father-in-law. Oh, that's right. It's his father-in-law. I've complained about this before, but there's just weird spots in the narrative where they pick something and they repeat it, sometimes ad nauseum, and I don't know why. But c'est la vie. I do love the fact here that, again, in the monotheistic world, supposedly, of Judaism and Christianity and Islam, it says, Jethro saying, now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods. It doesn't say, now I know that the Lord is the God or the only God. It doesn't say, I know that the other gods are fake. It just says, Jethro says, now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, which strongly implies the existence of other gods. Maybe you don't worship them and you don't want to acknowledge them, but your holy book sure as hell keeps acknowledging them over and over and over again. But it's monotheism. Yeah, right. In this sentence too, this is really funny. It says, now I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, because he delivered the people from the Egyptians when they dealt arrogantly with them. When you read that last clause, when they dealt arrogantly with them, there's technically no way to know in that sentence if that's saying when the Egyptians dealt arrogantly with the Israelites, or if it means when the Israelites dealt arrogantly with the Egyptians. I know it probably means when the Egyptians dealt arrogantly with the Israelites, but from that sentence, you actually can't tell just by reading the sentence. It's got they and them, and it doesn't define who they and them are, so it could go either way. Whatever. That's semantics, I guess, but it's funny to me. The next day, Moses sat as judge for the people, while the people stood around him from morning until evening. When Moses' father-in-law, do you know who Jethro is? That's right, it's his father-in-law. When Moses' father-in-law saw all that he was doing for the people, he said, "What is this that you are doing for the people? Why do you sit alone while all the people stand around you from morning until evening?" Moses said to his father-in-law, because that's his father-in-law. Did you know that? Said to his father-in-law, "Because the people come to me to inquire of God. When they have a dispute, they come to me, and I decide between one person and another, and I make known to them the statutes and instructions of God." Which is interesting because up to this point, there's been very little talk so far about statutes or instructions from God. At least God's given him a bunch of instructions about like how to deal specifically with Pharaoh and the Egyptians. He's actually given him very little in terms of other statutes or instructions. So I don't know if we're to infer from this that he's been giving them a whole lot more detail that's just not in the text yet. And I know we're almost there. We're about to get to all the laws and the commandments and all that crap. But it's just weird because he says he's the one giving them all this information about the statutes and instructions of God, but they haven't put much of it in the text. Okay. Moses' father-in-law said to him, "What you are doing is not good. You will surely wear yourself out, both you and these people with you, for the task is too heavy for you. You cannot do it alone. Now listen to me. I will give you counsel, and God be with you. You should represent the people before God and bring their cases to God. Teach them the statutes and instructions and make known to them the way they are to go and the things they are to do." Which makes it sound like the Israelites were just completely ignorant of any, like, I don't know, like, is it okay to kill someone? I'm not sure, You should also look for able men among all the people, men who fear God, are trustworthy, and hate dishonest gain. Set them as officers over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. Let them sit as judges for the people at all times. Let them bring every important case to you, but decide every minor case themselves. So it will be easier for you, and they will bear the burden with you. If you do this, and God so commands you, then you will be able to endure, and all these people will go to their homes in peace. So let's see. First, I want to mention about this passage is that there is a real arrogance here about Moses. I don't know if you caught it as we read through this the first time, but I can't call it anything other than arrogance because he's been talking to God on the regular, sure, supposedly, but he also, I talked in the previous passage there about how they're going to die of thirst. And they're complaining about it to Moses, of course, because Moses led them out of Egypt and into the desert. And then he has the nerve to say, "Oh, why are you testing God? Why are you questioning God?" Like, no, they're not testing God. They're freaking thirsty. And then now he says, "Because the people come to me to inquire of God." I mean, basically, he has absolutely set himself up as being as close to God as you can be without actually floating up into the heavens. I know you can argue, well, from the text, he is God's man and God's talking to him, all this, but it just feels like he is very much putting himself in the place of God. And quite frankly, it feels a little bit like a con game, to be honest. I mean, no one else is talking to God, just Moses, which really, if you think about it, the Bible is the history. It's largely a history of men who, in any other context, would be considered clinically insane because they and they alone talk to God. I mean, this started with Noah. Noah talked to God, but it didn't sound like anyone else was hearing God or talking to God. Abraham talked to God and was willing to kill his son, because of the voices that he heard in his freaking head. And now all this Moses, when did God first talk to Moses? On the top of a mountain with a burning bush. Yeah, that doesn't sound insane at all. And then he comes down, he's like, "Look, I have spoken to God." I mean, I understand it from a Christian or Jewish perspective. This is seen as holy, oh, wow, God came and talked to Moses. If you don't if you don't allow yourself to be presupposed to just assume all of this is the benevolent hand of a loving God, it actually sounds a lot like people who just want to assert authority in their friend group by saying, "Hey, I've talked to God," because no one else is talking to God. But okay, so now he's the voice of God's statutes and instructions, which is basically making him the center of, he's adjudicating these things, but he's also then essentially the most powerful man amongst this entire culture or civilization, if you want to call it that. Civilizations that randomly roam about the desert, but sure, it is a civilization or a proto-civilization. He is basically setting himself up as the ultimate arbiter. That doesn't sound really cool. Jethro, who, did you know he is Moses' father-in-law? Yeah, I bet you didn't know that. He is. Look it up. It's true. He gives him some advice, which is interesting because I guess this is essentially the first time the Israelites ever heard of delegation or bureaucracy. I'm assuming the Egyptians knew about this, critical technique of civilization, but I guess they're just now figuring this out. Like, hey, you can have other people do this stuff for you. You find some people you trust and you teach them the laws, and then everything doesn't have to come through you. Brilliant. Wow. It's like, maybe they should have paid more attention to the Egyptians before they left, because I guarantee the Egyptians, Pharaoh wasn't dealing with every single quarrel or objection that came from everyone out in the fields. All right. I guarantee that the Egyptians had some bureaucratized system of delegation where the smaller disputes were handled at local levels by smaller authorities and then up the chain, etc. But the Israelites and Moses, they're just now figuring this out. They're like, oh, you mean I don't have to do it all myself? Or at least Jethro's figured it out. Good on him. But like I said, it's the world's first example of delegation or bureaucracy, at least from the Israelites. Like I said, I'm sure the Egyptians already had it. I love how it says, so it will be easier for you, and they will bear the burden with you. And I'm thinking to myself, or here's a crazy idea. Maybe if you just got the Israelites out of the damn desert and you wouldn't have to set up whole bureaucratic systems while you're wandering the desert for 40 freaking years, maybe you should just worry about traveling as fast as is possible with a million women, children, and all of that to some place that you can settle, and then let civilization handle this. That crazy idea. Maybe you don't have to set up all these systems if you haven't decided to sit in the desert for 40 years. Doesn't seem like a really good plan. But I guess God's plan is Moses will do it all. Moses is my guy. He'll do it all. Yeah, great. Moving on. So Moses listened to his father-in-law and did all that he had said. Moses chose able men from all Israel and appointed them as heads over the people, as officers over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. And they judged. How would you like to be the guy who's the judge of 10 people? That feels like, you're the lowest guy in the totem pole and you have 10 people that answer to you. That feels petty. And they judged the people at all times. Hard cases they brought to Moses, but any minor case they decided themselves. Then Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he went off to his own country. So I guess they created the court system for the first time ever. So that is the end of Exodus 18. We will chug right along into Exodus 19. The Israelites, well, first we need a word from our sponsor, Blue Raspberry Vodka. So Exodus 19 starts off with the Israelites reach Mount Sinai. On the third new moon after the Israelites had gone out of the land of Egypt, on that very day, they came into the wilderness of Sinai. That's such a shame because I really like the idea of the wilderness of sin. They journeyed from Rephidim, entered the wilderness of Sinai, and camped in the wilderness. Israel camped there in front of the mountain. Then Moses went up to God. The Lord called to him from the mountain, "Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob and tell the Israelites, you have seen what I did to the Egyptians and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself." Then what? Is this the Lord of the Rings? Was this Gwahir that I bore you on eagle's wings? I don't remember that, like, the giant eagles coming in and taking them, saving them from the goblins. They're like, wait a minute. That may sound like a really weird critique on my part, but this is clearly like a poetic kind of interpretation coming from God. But I don't remember it up at this point in the Bible. I don't remember God ever supposedly speaking in this kind of poetic license, right? So maybe that sounds picky, but keep in mind how many assholes that are out there that want us to take every word of this as literal historic truth. Now, I have no problem with poetic license. I have done poetry myself. I'm a writer. I get it. But to have God saying how I bore you on eagle's wings when that was never mentioned in the narrative, and I'm pretty certain that Moses was not actually born on, nor were any of the Israelites actually born on eagle's wings. To me, that's significant, because if you want me to take everything in this Bible as literal historical truth, you can't have a God that speaks to me in poetic terms with poetic license. Now, maybe if the earlier narrative had said a giant, like Lord of the Rings, and said, Bilbo, a giant eagle came down and swept Moses away. I mean, I wouldn't have believed it, but at least it would have been consistent with this narrative. But in this case, we have a strange conflagration of the Misty Mountains. Is that maybe they're on the Misty Mountain? I don't know. The Misty Mountains, or the Lonely Mountain, and the giant eagles, and biblical narrative. Sure. All right, that was a side note, but back to the text. Now, therefore, if you obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be my treasured possession out of all the peoples. There's that word again. And this is going to come up more and more. I've said this already. God speaks of Israel and the Israelites absolutely as a possession. He is literally saying here verbatim, you shall be my treasured possession. He always, or frequently, I should say, uses slavery terminology to refer even to his own people. Not only does the Bible explicitly endorse slavery, but he talks about his own people as though they are his cherished slaves. And this isn't just one turn of phrase. And I know I just said, okay, in the previous sentence, he's speaking with poetic license. So maybe you could say, wait a minute, there you're saying he's speaking with poetic license, but here you're getting all caught up in the word possession. But the simple fact is that time and time again, he talks about Israel in slavery terms. He talks about how your firstborn can be redeemed, which is bought back as a slave. And there will be more terminology coming up where you can see that he is specifically talking about them as slaves. Then you can give me all of your apologetic whitewashing. That's fine. I know that you could say, well, if you were in the presence of the Lord and, you're his treasured possession, that would be a good thing. Maybe that's what you want from your religion. It wouldn't be anything I would want from religion, but then again, I'm an atheist, so. But he uses these types of terminology over and over and over again. This isn't new. It's not the first time it's happened. It's happened repeatedly up till now, and it will happen repeatedly again. You'll see. Indeed, the whole earth is mine, but you shall be for me a priestly kingdom and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the Israelites. So Moses went, summoned the elders of the people, and set before them all these words that the Lord had commanded him. The people all answered as one, everything that the Lord has spoken we will do. Moses reported the words of the people to the Lord. Then the Lord said to Moses, I am going to come to you in a dense cloud, in order that the people may hear when I speak with you, and so trust you ever after. Once again, the crazy men speaking to God. Let me read this again. I am going to come to you in a dense cloud, in order that the people may hear when I speak with you and still trust you ever after. If you don't get at least a little bit of Wizard of Oz vibes from that, you're not really paying close attention. I mean, I'm not saying that God isn't there. I mean, in real life, I would say this, but in the text, I'm not saying he isn't there. And I'm not telling you Moses is a con man, but the whole oh, there's a cloud and here's this big voice. It's God. It's like, pay no attention to the Lord behind the curtain. It sounds like a little bit of a con game. Like Moses is doing this to say, look, there's a dense cloud and, throwing his voice and, oh, I am God speaking to Moses. You all listen to Moses because he's a good dude and do everything Moses says. I am the Lord. Out. I know that's sacrilegious, implying that Moses was actually pulling a con game. But man, as you read this text, it really feels like this repeated scenario where he talking to God, and then comes down and, disseminates God's command. I mean, he really has gotten the people over, everyone over, and he's put himself in the position of power. Okay. The people consecrated. When Moses had told the words of the people to the Lord said to Moses, go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow. Have them wash their clothes and prepare for the third day. Have them wash their clothes. There's a million some people in the desert. So far, their water is the spring where Moses struck the stone with the staff. And there were a couple of springs over at the pond, where the oases were a few chapters ago. But what's it look like to have a million some people all trying to wash their clothes at the same time? Because you got to look good for the Lord. He sent them into the desert, but now he's telling them, go wash yourself. Y'all dirty. I can't deal with this. Have them wash their clothes and prepare for the third day. Because on the third day, the Lord will come down upon Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. No, he won't. You'll see this, but that's a bunch of hooey. It's just proven in the text, but you'll see. So will come down upon Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. You shall set limits for the people all around, saying, be careful not to go up the mountain or to touch the edge of it. Touch the edge of it. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that most people watching this video right now have seen a mountain somewhere, some point in your life, even if you're from Kansas or Florida or, the notoriously flat places. I'm going to assume you've seen a mountain. You've probably even been to mountainous regions or been on a mountain. Where's the edge? I mean, think about that. Have you ever tried to find the edge of a mountain, which I assume would just be the point at which the land starts rising? But that doesn't make any damn sense. I mean, mountains don't just jut out of the earth like at a right angle. There is no edge to it. And you may think I'm being really pedantic here, but then let's read the next sentence. Any who touch the mountain shall be put to death. So if you were to accidentally trip over the magical invisible line, which I guess we're calling the edge of the mountain, which doesn't actually exist, you will be put to death. Yay! Yay, God, kill those MFers. Look, I get it. You're going to be on the mountain. So even in the context of, in the context of religious texts, that's now going to be holy ground. You don't want everyone just walking on the holy ground. I mean, that's not something unique to Christianity or Judaism, but the idea that if you touch the edge of it, you shall be put to death, knowing no one knows where the freaking edge is, okay? It's not a building. It doesn't, there's an edge to the front of my house. You're either touching my house or you're not. Mountains aren't like that. And yet, if you were to touch the edge that doesn't actually exist, you will be put to death. Kill them all. Kill them all, God. No hand shall touch them, but they shall be stoned or shot with arrows. So, are they going to be Ah, no, so he's saying, which I love this because he's saying if they touch the edge of it, he's not going to kill him. He's saying you need to kill him then, and you can't touch them because I guess now they've committed this sin, and it's like the measles or something. Like it's gonna touch, and I don't know, the evil's gonna go all around the people or something. So you have to stone them or shoot them with arrows, whether animal or human being, they shall not live. If your cat, I know they didn't have any cats with them in the desert, I'm sure, but if you're a cat or whatever little pet you have, whatever little pet Johnny has with him, if he wanders over the magical, invisible, non-existent edge, we have to stone him. We have to go, come on, Johnny, we're going to go grab your pet and stone it now because it stepped over an invisible line. That makes so much sense. Yeah. Why do we have to stone animals? Really? I'd say make it make sense, but no one's gonna make it make sense. It doesn't. It's stupid. When the trumpet sounds a long blast, they may go up on the mountain. So Moses went down from the mountain to the people. He consecrated the people and they washed their clothes. Wash your clothes. And he said to the people, prepare for the third day. Do not go near a woman. Oh, so God is laying out this process, I guess, whereby the people are actually going to see God, although they won't, as you'll see soon. And here's the deal. He's just giving them all these deadly threats. Like if before the trumpet blows, you step over the magic, invisible, non-existent line, you'll be put to death. But then after that, come up the mountain. Like, who really wants to come up the mountain after that? That's like me telling you, hey man, if you step foot on I'm sitting there with a shotgun. I'm like, hey, if you step foot on on my lawn, I'm going to shoot you dead right now. And then a horn blows. I'm like, okay, now come on my lawn. No, you're a homicidal maniac. I'm not coming on your lawn even after the horn blows. Like, what? Why? That's just asking for eternal damnation and death and all that. Like, what the hell? And then the fact that it's the end. And he said to the people, prepare for the third day. Do not go near a woman. Because women are bad and unholy. And I know this is a reference really to sex, which even then, I guess sex is bad and unholy. Like, you don't want to be around God after you just got your rocks off, because he'll know, and he won't be happy, because nothing God hates more than people getting it on. Prepare for the third day and do not go near a woman. Oh yeah. There's no misogyny in the church at all. On the morning of the third day, there was thunder and lightning, as well as a thick cloud on the mountain and a blast of a trumpet, so loud that all the people who were in the camp trembled. Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God. They took their stand at the foot of the mountain. Now all of Mount Sinai was wrapped in smoke because the Lord had descended. I'm sorry, I'm so juvenile. Wrapped in smoke. I'm just picturing God up there, like with some righteous ganja, like a big old spliff. Like, yeah, man. Now all of Mount Sinai was wrapped in smoke because the Lord had descended upon it in fire. The smoke went up like the smoke of a kiln, while the whole mountain shook violently. As the blast of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses would speak and God would answer him in thunder. Moses would speak and God would answer him in thunder. Now, again, this is supposedly the Almighty God, who normally only will speak to Moses. Most of the Bible, he only speaks to one person at a time, because God forbid that he just have a group meeting, like a Zoom, and we can all get on it and hear his word. No, he has to do the whole telephone game. Like, I'm going to tell you, and then you go tell the elders, and the elders will tell everyone else. Like he has to do this whole thing. I don't understand why. And now at this time when they claim that that God is going to speak to the people, it says Moses would speak and God would answer him in thunder. Now, I want you to think about this for a minute. I don't care how devout your Christianity is. I just want to ask you to try to take a neutral view on this for once and think about what you would think of or say to me if I'm standing outside at the foot of a mountain and there's essentially a big ass thunderstorm going on. I mean, there's a fire on the mountain because you know what comes with thunder? Lightning. And dry stuff in the desert catches on fire. Yeah. And I start yelling to the mountain, and then thunder happens, and I look back at you like, that's God speaking to me. Did you hear him? He just answered me. The thunder was God speaking to me. Like you heard that, right? God speaking to me. What are you going to think about me? Are you going to write a book about me and add it to the Bible? Or are you going to have me committed? If any of this were to happen with anyone that you know today or any time in the near past, you would have them committed. But when you read it in this book, you go, oh, yeah, he talked to God. Well, he talked with thunder, because God kind of talked a little different. He got thunder voice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I talked to God and God answered back with thunder. Like, did he translate it then? Is there, like, if I go to Google Translate, is there like a God thunder translate thing, like English to God to thunder God? I will also point out that this is so clear validation for the fact that the God, when we talk about God, meaning the Jewish God, the Christian God, the Islamic God, this God, this comes from an ancient tradition where he was basically a storm god. He was one of the gods, and he was a storm god, which is why all of this is so naturalistic. We don't see God like walking down and talking to people. We see, oh, Moses was going to talk to him, and God would answer in thunder. Sure. When the Lord descended upon Mount Sinai to the top of the mountain, the Lord summoned Moses to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. Then the Lord said to Moses, go down and warn the people not to break through to see the Lord. Otherwise, many of them will perish. Why do you have to kill them if they were to break through? Or you could just not kill them. That would work too. Maybe. Even the priests who approach the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out against them. Let me say this again. This is a quote from God. God says, even the priests who approach the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out against them. Yes, God is speaking of himself in the third person. Now, there's a whole lot that goes on all the time in the Bible. Some of it I already pointed out, where like there's his divinity is transferred into angels and stuff, and the whole pronoun things get screwed up. But I mean, here he's clearly speaking of himself in the third person. Now, he frequently says things like, I am the Lord, which is fine. But this is the first time, I'm sure it's not the first time it's happened in the Bible, but this is the first time in my memory I remember I recall him actually speaking of himself in the third person. Now, I ask you, if anyone else speaks of themselves in the third person, what do you think of that person? They are either insane and or they are a douchebag, or they may be both. Yeah. But gotta love when people start talking about themselves in the third person. Even God, when he's talking about himself in the third person, I'm like, dude, that's kind of douchey, man. Moses said to the Lord, the people are not permitted to come up to Mount Sinai, for you yourself warned us, saying, set limits around the mountain and keep it holy. The Lord said to him, go down, then come back up and bring Aaron with you, but do not let either the priests or the people break through to come up to the Lord. Otherwise, he will break out against them. Again, he is himself. He's saying, don't let people come up here. It's just like me saying, hey, don't do that thing or Adam will break out against them. Like, I'm Adam. I can just say I will do it. But no, he never does that. So Moses went down to the people and told them. This really feels so much like just this big game of Moses playing, oh, don't go up the mountain. You'll get murdered. You'll get killed. You can't go up there. You can't talk to God directly. I got to talk to him for you. I'm going to go up there and I'm going to tell you what God says. Oh, you know what? That thunder, that was God telling me stuff right there. Let me tell you what he said. Come on, man. Really? The Almighty God has to talk to one dude through thunder and has to hide in the clouds and the smoke while he's smoking a spliff, because otherwise the other people will be killed. Pay no attention to the God behind the curtain. That just feels like the most ridiculous con job I've ever heard of in my life. And yet we are to take it as gospel, pun intended, because this is the Bible. And of course, the Bible will never lie to us. The Bible's all good. It's nothing but peace and happiness and genocide. Sure. I don't know. It is amazing to me because, I was raised with these stories, and this was a part of my upbringing, as it was probably many of you, and it was considered not just shared stories that we all enjoyed. It was considered heritage. This was considered our culture. And it's amazing to me now. I mean, I haven't just become an atheist, but it's amazing to me now as I do this exercise and make these videos, how when I read it again, there's so much that just jumps off the page at me, and not in a good way. Stuff that's gross, immoral, and even stuff that admittedly is not on the page per se, but like this behavior of Moses. Of course, if you're just going to take all of it as gospel, you're going to believe this is the good book, then of course you're going to believe that Moses is speaking to God. But I'll tell you what, if this was any other scenario, you'd think that Moses is a con man. Moses is basically using this as a way to tell everyone that he speaks to God. But of course, you guys can't talk to God. No, don't cross the magical, invisible, non-existent line that's the edge of the mountain, because you'll die. So only I can go talk to God. Only I can be the one who actually does this. I'll let you know what God says. Not a dude I would trust, especially after he marched me out into the desert with apparently no real plans for how to feed or water his people. Even God didn't seem to have a plan. His plan was wait until they gripe, shame them for griping, and then give them a spring or give them quails and manna. But not until they've griped and we shame them for griping do we actually provide the things that they will need to live through this ordeal, the ordeal that we led them into, and the ordeal that we're not even doing much to get them out of right now, because 40 years seems to be the plan. Now, they never explain why they had to be there for 40 years. Nowhere in this text does it explain at all. Because it's not that it takes you 40 years to march through a desert. I mean, even if you crawl on your knees and you're an old man, you could crawl. It wouldn't take you anywhere near 40 years to crawl from Egypt to Israel, which in this case would actually be Canaan. It doesn't take that long. If you're moving at a very slow pace, you can travel 5 miles a day, even elderly people, sick people, they can walk. Even if it's 3 miles a day, 2 miles a day, it doesn't take you 40 years to go anywhere. I'm in America right now. I could walk to South Africa in far less than 40 years, far less. I could walk to China in far less than 40 years. I mean, you tell me, it doesn't matter what place you want me to walk to. I can get there in a hell of a lot less than 40 years. But the plan is we're just going to go camp out here for 40 years for some reason. And if anyone ever complains that they're dying of thirst or hunger, I guess we'll give them food and water. And you're going to constantly be told by the guy who led you here that, hey, look, I talked to God. I'm tight with him. These are his words and his commands. Sure. We're going to break it here. partially because this is long now, also because the next one, oh, it's going to be good. The next one is Exodus 20. The next one is the Ten Commandments. And you may think you know the Ten Commandments. You may think that's the most boring part of the Bible because you've been taught this since birth. But I'm telling you, brother, it's fun. It's really fun. And I can't wait to, but I definitely need a fresh video to dive into that. So thank you. I really appreciate you watching. If you've watched through to the end, then you are you enjoy self-punishment. And, hey, I appreciate that. I'm all for no kink shaming here. So if your kink shame is you like to flagellate yourself by watching my videos, then I appreciate that. Otherwise, I don't know why anyone else would be here at the end of the video. But for my fan, and you know who you are, thanks for being here. And stay tuned because the Ten Commandments is coming up on God-Free Bible Study. You guys have a good time. I am Adam of NOLA. This channel is Skepticus. Appreciate y'all. What up, YouTube? This is your boy, Adam of NOLA. And here on the channel Skepticus, we are continuing. We are continuing, whatever you prefer. We are continuing with our flagship series, which is God-Free Bible Study, because that's the only kind of Bible study that you should really think about, is the God-free type. We are getting into what might be one of the most seminal texts in the entire Bible, Old Testament or New, because we are going to go into Exodus 20. Which, if you don't know what's in Exodus 20, you might know it better as the Ten Commandments. Before I dive into this, I do just want to give one quick preamble here. This has made me think, especially as we get into Exodus 20, the Ten Commandments, that one of the most important reasons to me why I'm even doing this is that I feel that in Christianity in general, religion in general, Christianity specifically, there is just not enough curiosity out there. There's not enough people who are willing to question, to ask questions, to be critical of the text, of your religious leaders, even be critical of the dictates themselves. Now, that may sound like the words of an apostate, and well, I am an atheist, but I don't mean this just for atheists. I don't mean this just for agnostics. If you're a Christian, but you are having doubts about something, then you should always feel free to question things, even if you are the most devout Christian possible and you have no intention now or ever in the future of leaving the faith. And if that is the case, I support you. I think that's great. But even in that case, I think that you should never be afraid to question everything, question the Bible. I think that too many times in Christianity, there's this idea that, well, if you have questions, you can bring them to your pastor, your religious elders, etc. You can ask them these questions, and they're going to have these kind of stock apologetics answers for you. And I don't think that there's any penalty usually in Christianity for asking those questions or expressing doubt over something. But once you get that apologetics answer, you're supposed to kind of shut up. Like, hey, you've been told the answer. This is what the answer is. Now stop asking. And if you were to ask further after that, I do think, speaking from my own personal experience when I consider myself to be a Christian, I think that if you ask beyond the trite stock answer, you at least bear some risk of being alienated, of being, having your faith questioned, having your just your whole love of the religion questioned, your loyalty questioned. And I think that's sad. And I bring that up because going into the Ten Commandments, on one level, you might think that there is nothing here to even question. It's the 10 Commandments. What more could you really say about them? And yet, here I am reading the 10 Commandments for the first time in a while, and it amazes me just how much there is here that can and should be questioned. So, again, please never feel like you shouldn't be able to question these things. I don't care if you're a pastor. I don't care if you were raised in the church, and if you've been in the church for 100 years, you should still always feel when you're reading this text, any holy texts, that there's nothing wrong with questioning. Questioning is always good. And it doesn't mean that you're not faithful. It doesn't mean you've lost your belief. It just means that you have a working brain that God gave you. You should use it. So with all that said, let's get into the 10 Commandments. Again, this is Exodus 20. I'm going to read through all the 10 Commandments in one full swoop, and then we'll go back and we'll share a few notes. Then God spoke all these words. Remember, this is he's speaking this to Moses, who's on Mount Sinai. There's a little confusion from the prior text as to whether he's actually on Mount Sinai here, but I think it's probably pretty boring to go through. So, generally speaking, 10 Commandments coming down to Moses on Mount Sinai. And all of this is the quotes of God. Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation of those who reject me, but showing steadfast love to the 1,000th generation of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not make wrongful use of the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not acquit anyone who misuses his name. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. You shall not do any work. You, your son or your daughter, your male or female slave, your livestock, or the alien residents in your towns. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, but rested the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and consecrated it. Honor your father and your mother, so that your days may be long in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not cover your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. When all the people witnessed the thunder and lightning, the sound of the trumpet and the mountain smoking, they were afraid and trembled and stood at a distance and said to Moses, You speak to us and we will listen, but do not let God speak to us, lest we die. Moses said to the people, Do not be afraid, for God has come only to test you and to put the fear of him upon you so that you do not sin. Then the people stood at a distance while Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. So those are the 10 Commandments. Like I said, I kind of plowed through those here. So before I get into any specifics of the text, there is one thing that really struck me as I'm reading it this time, which is that this is Exodus. It is only the second book of the Bible, but in terms of chronology, this is not anywhere near the creation, okay? We are more than 1,000 years, apparently, beyond Adam and Eve. So my point is that there's been a lot of history, even biblical history, or if you're a fundamentalist, all the history there ever is. But there's been a lot of history here that's happened. And this is one of the first times, if not maybe the first time, that we've received anything from God that is a specific set of rules for how you are to live your life. Now, he has laid out other specific edicts. You know, he told Noah, build the ark and build it this way, and you're going to make it this many cubits and those many cubits, and you're going to use gopher wood and blah, blah, blah. Okay. And with, with others, Abraham, he told him to go sacrifice his son, even though he stopped him at the last second. Yay. With Moses now, he's been giving him all these very specific instructions as to how to deal with Pharaoh and how to deal with the people, etc. And there were a few things said a few chapters ago with regard to redeeming your firstborn oxen and your firstborn children, etc. But for the most part, there has been no set of basic laws handed down by God, at least not in the text, up until this point. And like I said, if you may think, well, this is very early. This is the second book of the Bible, but chronologically speaking, this is not very early. So it feels very strange to me that his people in his history is one that was essentially, officially at least, lawless until this time. I'm not trying to say that God had no preferences for your behavior. And we saw going back to like Cain and Abel, where clearly it's inferred that murder's bad. Okay, don't murder people, because if it wasn't, he wouldn't have cared when Cain murdered Abel, right? So I'm not trying to say that this was a lawless and moralless setup up until now, but it just feels odd to me. You'd think that if you're creating all of the universe and humanity early on, you would want to set down the guidelines. I mean, when you create a country, what's one of the first things you create? A constitution. Those are like the rules for your country. This is how your country operates. This is what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. Well, if I'm creating a population, a species, I would think that one of the first things I would want to do is tell them, okay, don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, don't murder. Like these are the rules. But if we're to take the Bible literally, and going back again to my edicts for this series, I do want to, whenever possible, take the Bible as literally as possible, because that's what gets thrown in our face. If we take it literally, it's like, wow, it took you this long to actually lay down these laws. Interesting. I guess the only mild excuse that I can give for that is that I said in the previous video that this really isn't, you can really think of Exodus as, Genesis was like the origin story, the creation myth for everything, for the universe and mankind. Exodus is kind of the creation myth for Israel. And I guess if you think of it in those terms, this kind of makes sense, because these aren't just the laws for mankind, although we try to treat them like that now. These are really the laws for Israel, for the Israelites. So from that perspective, maybe it makes sense. But it just seems weird to me that we've gotten this deep into the chronology that's represented in the Bible. And yet, this is the first time we're really getting into the laws. So getting back into the text here, we start off the first commandment. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. He brought you out of the house of slavery. And yet, we've already seen where he speaks repeatedly of the Israelites as his own slaves. He talks about redeeming them. He talks about them as being his most treasured possession. So, yeah, you brought them out of the house of slavery because basically you wanted your slaves. You're like, hey, those are my slaves. Pharaoh, give me my slaves back. But yes, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. And I brought this up over and over again, and you're probably tired of me hammering on it, but I don't care. Because it doesn't say there are no other gods but me. It doesn't say I am the only God. It says you shall have no other gods before me. I know when I was growing up, I didn't think too much about the wording of such things, because I just figured, well, he's just saying, don't have any false gods. I was injecting the word false into the narrative. I was injecting the word fictional into the narrative. You shall have no other fictional gods before me. But that's not what the text says. And over again, we've seen in the text where there are explicit references to a pantheon, which is the scholars would call the divine council, like back in the Genesis books or chapters. And even now he talks about essentially this pissing match he's in against the gods of Egypt, and how this really is a God who speaks in terms of there being other gods. Now, I want to go off and do a little side note here. I talked before about the Tetragrammaton in a couple videos ago. And I brought this up because every time we see Lord with the all caps, like the large L, but the small capital O-R-D, that is a reference to what was in the original Hebrew text, which is the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton, which is just a fancy Greek term for four letters. It's four Hebrew letters, which, depending upon your translation, are YHWH or JHVH. And that's where English speakers get the terms Yahweh or Jehovah. That is the name of God. The name of God is not God. The name of God is not the Lord. There is a name for God. Just like my name is Adam, your name may be Joe or Mary. There is a name for God. Now, you don't typically hear it a lot. I mean, some denominations, like Jehovah's Witnesses, of course, have adopted the name very aggressively. I know, like growing up in my Protestant denominations, we never heard of a name for God. We didn't say Yahweh. We didn't say Jehovah. We just said God, as though God was his name. But that's not actually his name. His name is the Tetragrammaton, which again translates into English roughly as either YHWH or JHVH. If you're wondering why those are the only letters, it's because ancient Hebrew, very ancient Hebrew, apparently didn't have vowels, which is very interesting to me. But nevertheless, that's the name of God. Why am I going down that path again? Why am I beating that dead horse, right? Well, the reason is because when you read a sentence like this, remember I've already said, hey, he's referring to other gods. He's not saying that the other fake gods, the other fictional gods. He's saying you shall have no other gods before me. And it struck me as I was reading the Ten Commandments here as prep for this, that the way that we translate the Tetragrammaton, I think goes a long way towards bolstering this idea in Judaism and Christianity that our God in our monotheistic tradition is the only God, and that the book supposedly backs this up. But it doesn't really. But here's why I said that the translation from the Tetragrammaton actually backs up this false idea, because Hebrews, religious Hebrews, they don't, even though the name of God is YHWH or JHVH, they don't speak the name. It's considered bad form, sacrilegious, rude to speak the name of God. So even when they show you the name of God in the text, they will, when they read it, they will generally say Hashem, I believe, and I'm probably screwing up those pronunciations, but I believe they'll say Hashem, which is Hebrew for the name, or they'll say Adonai, which is Hebrew for Lord or lords, or they'll say Elohim, which is Hebrew for God or gods. So in other words, they never speak the name. They just they speak it as the Lord or God. But then when we translate it to English, a lot of times we're not thinking about that original name. We're not thinking about the tetragrammaton. All we're thinking about is that the text says, I am the Lord your God. The Lord your God, aside from being repetitive, because Lord is kind of the same as God, but it also implies that, at least in the context of this conversation, there is only one Lord. It's like if I said to you, I am the woodworker, your carpenter. Again, aside from the fact that woodworker and carpenter are kind of the same thing, it also implies that I am, for the context of this conversation, the worker, the woodworker, the only woodworker. Like there are no others. But that's not really what the original text says. The original text has his name. So think about it. Imagine that his name was Chad. Let me just make this really simple. So let's read it again without the polite translations where we deign not to speak his name because that's sacrilegious. No, let's just read it like it's just his name. I am Chad, your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. When you say it like that, it doesn't even sound like he's stating for an instant that he's the only God. He's saying, I am Chad, your God. And your God makes so much more sense here. Because again, when I was growing up, I would always think, why does it say, I am the Lord your God? Like those two were kind of the same thing. But really, he's saying, I am Chad, his name, your God. And in your God, he's not speaking to the world. He's speaking to the Hebrews, the Israelites. He's basically saying, I am Chad, God of the Israelites. He is staking out his territory in the pantheon of gods, in the divine council, or whatever terminology you want to use. I don't say any of these things because I'm trying to tell you that as a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim, you are polytheistic. If you believe that there's only one God in the universe and that you worship him or her or whatever, that is monotheism, okay? So regardless of what the book says, if you believe truly that there is one God and that's who you worship, then you're a monotheist. I'm not trying to tell you you are not what you say you are. But I bring this up here because I think that this continued use of the Lord as a replacement for the tetragrammaton just helps to further this idea that the text supports the idea of there only being one God, when it doesn't do much at all to support that. Anyway, I'll move on from that. But I just think it's interesting, and I dove into that here because this is the 10 Commandments, and this is the first one he gives you. So if this isn't an appropriate time to talk about these gods, I don't know what is. And which is also why I think it's an appropriate time to talk about how the tetragrammaton kind of gives you this false impression that it's just him up there, when apparently he doesn't even think that. Then he goes into the idols. You should not make for yourself an idol, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. I feel like that's really damning for Christians today. I mean, have you been in a church lately? Any church? Because, I mean, that commandment is pretty locked tight, You shall not make for yourself an idol, whether in the form of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. I used to believe that this commandment was that you should not have false idols. Just as I thought the first commandment was that you shall have no other false gods or fictional gods before me. I also thought that the commandment about idols was that you should not have any idols of false gods. But it doesn't say that. It says you shall not make for yourself an idol. And to be clear, I switched a couple videos ago. I did an intro on this and said I was switching to the NRSV, the New Revised Standard Version. So that's what I'm reading from. This is, according to scholars, is, for an English translation, is the most faithful possible translation to the original text. But it doesn't say don't make false idols. It says you shall not make for yourself an idol in the form of anything that is in heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. That includes idols of God, idols of Jesus. And, we've seen crucifixes, right? You got the cross and you got Jesus right there on the cross. If that's not an idol, I don't know what is. And you might say, well, Adam, that's Catholics. I'm not Catholic. Okay, fine. Let's just look at your crosses. I mean, when's the last time you went in any Christian church that didn't have a bunch of crosses around? It might be on the front lawn, might definitely be in the pulpit, at the altar. It's usually really big right behind the preacher. And you might think that's not an idol. That's just a symbol of what Christ went through. But that is an idol. I mean, how many times have you seen people bow before the cross, or you've heard people talk about kneeling down to the cross or praying in front of the cross? If that's not an idol, I'm sorry, then you really need to update your knowledge of terminology here, because you could sit there and say all day, that's not an idol. That's just a representation of the crucifixion. That's fine, but that is absolutely an idol. You can't show someone a cross and have them not think of Jesus. I mean, and that applies to people that aren't even Christians. It's just a worldwide symbol of Christianity, and also specifically of Jesus, and in a broader sense, God. If you bow down to it, it's an idol. That's all there is to it. If you bow down to something, it is an idol. But this commandment is clearly telling you, stop that. And then it goes, you shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and the fourth generation of those who reject me. The hell? Why? I live in Louisiana, where they have just recently passed a law to make sure they put the 10 Commandments in public school elementary, because that's going to solve our problems. But every time you see them wanting to put the 10 Commandments around everywhere, whether it's in school, whether it's on the courthouse steps or the government, on a plaque on the wall or whatever, I never see them with the full set of the 10 Commandments. I always see that abbreviated crap, like from the King James Version, where every commandment is just like a single line, right? If you're going to put the 10 Commandments everywhere and bray about how amazing they are, I want the full damn 10 Commandments. I want all of it. I want the part that says that I am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation of those who reject me. That is the justice that you want taught to your children and hammered on the steps of your courthouse. Read that and stand behind it. I'll tell you, because if you're going to tell me that there's any logical way that you could tell me it's just to punish children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation, that is sick. I mean, could you imagine, you're just sitting here like, man, I don't know why my life sucks. I don't know why everything goes wrong. I don't know why God's working against me. And someone else is like, well, it's because your great grandpappy rejected God. Like, what? I don't believe that. But I mean, if I did, that speaks of a horrible God, one that I would never want to worship. That's disgusting. And that's the crap I want to see nailed on courthouse walls and elementary school walls, because that is the 10 Commandments you need to live up to. You shall not make wrongful use of the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not acquit anyone who misuses his name. This is interesting to me. Again, I don't like to spend too much time pondering translations, but as I said, I've switched to the new NRSV, the New Revised Standard Version. And what is the version of this commandment we're used to hearing? Thou shalt not use the Lord's name in vain, right? And when I was growing up, that referred to, if you said God damn, or if is it any way that you used God as an expletive or in this angry or expression or whatever, that was considered a violation of this. But there are a couple of things about this that make me think that really misses the mark. First of all, when it says, you shall not make wrongful use of the name of the Lord your God, that's kind of vague. What does that mean, wrongful use? I mean, I assume it means using it in an expletive. But here's where, again, I want to talk. This is why I brought up the tetragrammaton stuff, because given the fact that, once again, it says the Lord, and it has that font that tells us that in the original Hebrew, this was the tetragrammaton. It was the actual name of God. So let's read it again. You shall not make wrongful use of the name Chad. For Chad will not acquit anyone who misuses his name. So I don't think if I said God damn that even violates this commandment, because God is not God's name. It says you shall not make wrongful use of the name of the Lord your God. But God is not his name. Lord is not his name. His name is, as English speakers would say, Yahweh or Jehovah. Or as I've been saying, just to kind of let it sink in, Chad, right? That's his name. So if I just said God damn, that's not saying anything here that would be addressed in this commandment. I also wonder, because I know now that Hebrews, observant Hebrews, do not say the name at all. They don't say Yahweh. They don't say Jehovah. They put in the other words like Adonai, which means Lord, or Elohim, which means God, or Hashem, which means the name. So I almost wonder if the idea of wrongful use of the name is just to speak Yahweh or to speak Jehovah. Maybe it doesn't even matter if you're using it in an expletive or not. I'm really not sure now that I read this again, and now that I've learned more about the tetragrammaton, whether or not this isn't basically just saying, hey, don't speak his name out loud at all. I don't know, but I'm not sure about whether or not saying don't speak his name, but I do know definitively now, well, for me, reading the text, it's plain as day that just saying goddamn doesn't even qualify under this commandment, because God isn't his name. It never says anywhere in the book that God is his name. It uses God with a capital G to refer to him in many, many places, of course. But that's like saying that I'm referring to the current president as president with a capital P. That doesn't mean it's his name. I might refer to him as president with a capital P all over a bunch of texts, but that doesn't mean at any point in time that I'm claiming that his actual name is president. It's an honorific. It's a title. That's all it is. So the idea that if anytime you say God damn or God this or God that in your life, that you are breaking this commandment doesn't actually fly. Then we get into the Sabbath, keep it holy, 6 days, and there's a couple of great things here. First, I'll start with the one of my favorite ones, which is just that the 7th day is the Sabbath to the Lord your God. You shall not do any work. You, your son or your daughter, your male or female slave, your livestock, or the alien resident in your towns. Again, this is the version I want hammered everywhere, or chiseled into stone, or put on the grade school kids' walls, because I want all of it. I want all the slave references. I want the jealous God who's going to punish your great-great-grandkids. I want it all up there. If you're going to do this crap about putting the 10 Commandments everywhere, then be honest to it and go full bore. I want to see the slavery references, because clearly in one of the most foundational texts of the Bible, God finds it important to specifically cover slavery. For every one of you apologetic jerks who wants to tell me that the Bible does not endorse slavery, just read the damn 10 Commandments. If you don't think that specifically referencing slavery with no bad words about it in the 10 Commandments is in and of itself an endorsement, then you are just going to do anything you can to wrap yourself 180 around and kiss your own backside. Because there is no amount of logic I can give you then that if you can't read the plain words to see it, then you just don't care about the plain words. And out of all these 10 Commandments, I'm seeing this thing about the Sabbath. And all I could think is, if you're going to if you've given no full set of commandments to your people, like I'm going to start writing down the law, you kind of assume that you kind of go in order of importance, like you shall not murder. Okay, that makes sense. You shall not commit adultery. I mean, to me, that's a personal issue, but I get from a religious standpoint why it's in here. Yeah, you shall not steal. Okay, that all makes sense. But before that even, you have to tell us to take Sunday off. Maybe you like that, but it just, because this isn't to give people a day off. This is about glorifying himself. He already took one commandment to tell you that he's the Lord, Chad, your God, and that don't pay attention to the other gods. He took another commandment to tell you not to make any idols. And again, that doesn't apply just to the other gods. It applies to him the way that this is written. And now he's using a full commandment to say the Sabbath. You need to take the Sabbath off. This isn't about giving you a rest. This is about glorifying him. So there are at least 3 commandments now that we've run into. No, I'm sorry, 4. So the first commandment, I am the Lord your God. No idols. Don't misuse my name. Remember the Sabbath. So the first 4 commandments he gives you aren't anything about how you should treat other people. They aren't anything about how to have a just and enlightened society. The first 4 commandments are all about God. Look at me, Yahweh. Praise me. Yeah, okay. Then we get more slavery. When we jump down, it says, you shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Yep. And for everyone who wants to give me this crap about how it doesn't endorse slavery, if there ever was a point when you could have said, yeah, the slavery thing, it's not really cool. Maybe this would have been a good spot, but no. There's something I find really interesting in this 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of these commandments. Or 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Because the first 3 of these are general bans. Okay. You shall not murder. Okay, cool. You shall not commit adultery. Again, I think it's a personal matter, but I get it. It's this religion. This is God talking. So, okay. You shall not steal. Okay. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. I mean, can I bear false witness against my non-neighbor? If you're not my neighbor, can I bear false witness against you? You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Again, no murder, blanket ban. No adultery, blanket ban. No stealing, blanket ban. But false witness, lying, is only banned against your neighbor. And covetous behavior is only banned against your neighbor. And I think I know why this is. This is purely a theory on my part. I don't claim that I don't know if there's any scholars that will back me up. But and I'm gonna focus on this thing with your neighbor. And I don't think I'm being pedantic here, because if if that was there by accident, then why would you put it on just the last two, but not these first three? Why wouldn't it be you shall not murder your neighbor, you shall not commit adultery against your neighbor, you shall not steal from your neighbor? No, those three are blanket bans. Doesn't matter who you are. The next two, the lying and the coveting, are specifically against your neighbor. Now, I do understand that in the sense of the text, this doesn't mean the guy who lives on your right and the guy who lives on your left, right? But I think that these are very specifically put there as your neighbor, because I believe that in this context, your neighbor basically means other Israelites, other Hebrews. So I think that if we read this, and I try not to do too much translation here, I try to read it verbatim, and I think this is saying, don't murder anyone, never commit adultery, don't steal from anyone, don't lie against the fellow Israelite, don't covet anything that's owned by an Israelite. But if you want to lie against the Canaanite or Jebusite or whatever, if you want to covet their stuff, that's cool. I'm pretty sure that's what that means, because so much of this, as it's become really crystal clear to me now, this is not a book for everyone. This is a book for Hebrews. That's what this is about. The Hebrews are his people. This is all about his people and showing that he is the God of his people. And I think that these commandments are specifically for things that you cannot do against other Hebrews, but it's fine if you lie to someone outside of Israel. Maybe I'm wrong on that. That's definitely the way I read it, though. And then finally, this whole thing where he says this stuff and, the people are cowering. And they said to Moses, you speak to us and we will listen, but do not let God speak to us, lest we die. Moses said to the people, do not be afraid, for God has come only to test you and to put the fear of him upon you so that you do not sin. First of all, you should absolutely be afraid of that, because God just decides to kill mofos on a whim. God was going to kill Moses. God was totally going to murder Moses because somehow he found out after the fact that he had an uncircumcised kid. And that was enough for God to go, oh, time to kill Moses. And if he was just about to kill Moses, the rest of you people should absolutely be terrified of this God, because the dude is a little unhinged and he will kill on a moment's notice. So don't give me this crap about, don't worry, he just wants to put the fear of him upon you. Well, yeah, I think they already have the fear of him upon them. That's why they don't want to get any closer. But this also just feels again like the whole con man thing. Remember, we had the whole setup where Moses was basically overworked. He had everyone coming to him in the camp, and he's trying to adjudicate all of their things. And his father-in-law, Jethro, says, you need to delegate this. You need to have people that over 150 and 10, and you need to, lighten your workload. Well, what's another way to lighten the workload? Let's come up with this big theatrical thing so that the law comes down. And that way, when the law comes down, I don't have to keep telling people the law every day. I don't have to sit as judge and jury over all this crap. Instead, the next time there's a big thunderstorm on the mountain, I will come down with the thunder and I'll be like, yes, these are the laws that God has given to us. Boom. And there are the commandments. It just feels like such a con game. Okay, we are still in 20, but that was just the 10 commandments. So we're going to finish off Exodus 20 here. The law concerning the altar. The Lord said to Moses, thus you shall say to the Israelites, you have seen for yourselves how I spoke with you from heaven. You shall not make gods of silver alongside me, nor shall you make for yourself gods of gold. You need make for me only an altar of earth and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and your offerings of well-being, your sheep and your oxen. In every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come to you and bless you. But if you make for me an altar of stone, do not build it of hewn stones, for if you use a chisel upon it and you profane it, for if you use a chisel upon it, you profane it. You shall not go up by steps to my altar so that your nakedness may not be exposed on it. This is so weird. The first thing I'm thinking is, he says, you shall not make gods of silver alongside me, nor shall you make for yourself gods of gold. Wasn't that covered in the 10 Commandments? Why is it that as soon as the 10 Commandments, we have to immediately follow it up with, don't make gods of silver alongside me, nor shall you make for yourself gods of gold? Are those not idols? That makes no sense to me. And how does using a chisel profane an altar of stone? And just like I said, like the whole idols thing, I think that every church in the world is basically in violation of this, every Christian church. The chiseling of, how many churches have you walked into where at least the floor is stone, tile, especially the older churches in Europe and such. I mean, stone was the building tool of choice for building something that's going to last for eons. Of course the altar is made of stone. Are you going to tell me that no one used a chisel on any of those stones? Come on, man. I mean, if you've seen the pictures of the Jewish temples in Jerusalem and elsewhere, I mean, of course they use chisels on the stones. I mean, how else do you cut stone without a chisel? How does that profane an altar? I don't know. And then the last of this. Oh my gosh. You shall not go up by steps to my altar, so that your nakedness may not be exposed to this. So I guess this confirms that God is an upskirter. He's got to be. Because if you're walking up, you shall not go up by steps to my altar, so that your nakedness may not be exposed on it. He's not saying don't be naked. He's basically saying your robes, I'm going to be looking up your robes. God is looking up at you, even though you think he's in the heavens, but when you walk up the altar, he's all looking up there like, okay, yep. Come on, man. I don't even understand. I mean, I guess, Adam and Eve supposedly brought the shame of nakedness upon us. And I know that came from eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And God knows about good and evil. But it never occurred to me that this shame that Adam and Eve got from nakedness, apparently God shares that shame. I always thought that when we ate for the apple, we were too stupid, and we said, "Oh my gosh, look at us, we're naked." I thought God would have looked down upon us like we were silly. But apparently God shares that shame. God's like, "No, you can't be naked. You can't wear robes and walk up the steps of my altar. I'll be looking up at your junk." Like, is he offended if you pray in the shower? Is he offended when you're walking around your house naked? I mean, come on, man. That makes no sense. And again, how many churches have you been into where there's stone steps that lead to an altar? I mean, I know I've seen this before multiple times. I would assume that they just said, yeah, that's stupid. We're not doing that. But I mean, if you really want to follow the letter of the law, I guess you can't do that because God's an upskirter and he's going to be checking out your junk. You're God the perv, who's ashamed of nakedness. Like, I guess he would just despise a nudist colony. He must think that's the greatest crime against humanity or God or whatever. How juvenile. Our juvenile, petty, pervy God. And this is who we're worshiping. So this is all we're doing today. We're just doing 21 because this alone has gotten us the better part of an hour. I knew there was going to be a lot to talk about here because it's the 10 Commandments. You think it'd be simple, but it really isn't. The last thing I want to mention here about the 10 Commandments is our last thing before we go away. I'm going to pull up here. It is amazing to me how different this is from what I was raised with. Because when I was raised, we had basically, most of us were reading from like the King James Version, right? And the juxtaposition between what I was raised with and what's actually in this text is striking to me. So we would normally read commandment number 1, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Okay? That's not what it says. It says, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. Now you can say, well, that's just an abbreviation of it. But that's quite an abbreviation. Number 2 was, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, which was always a little weird to me as a kid, because I'm like, graven image. And people have read into a lot of graven images. Like if you have fancy cars, and you worship them, if you love your fancy cars, that is a graven image. But the actual text is much simpler, more explicit. It talks about an idol. It doesn't talk about graven images. And what's really important is that I never saw in this abbreviated 10 Commandments this whole thing about you shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who reject me. Where was that in my 10 Commandments? Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, which again, in the new translation, it says misuse. But the text isn't wrong here, but we always read that to be like, you can't say goddamn, right? Or something like that. This can mean using God's name like a swear word. But first of all, it's not clear from that God is not his name. But God is not his name. Yahweh or Jehovah is his name. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. That's all we got. There wasn't this whole stuff about how your slaves couldn't work and your alien resident in your town couldn't work. Of course, they don't want to put anything in the Bibles about alien residents, do they? Honor thy mother. Thou shalt not kill. I'll get into this in another video, but I really appreciate the fact that the current translation says thou shalt not murder. That's a huge difference. And then like the last one, it says, thou shalt not covet. But the whole thing is, thou shalt not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. So when I think about the King James abbreviations that we always saw plastered everywhere, one, they were abbreviated maybe for brevity, which is why you abbreviate things, but also I think because they wanted to get those slave references out of there. And I think they wanted to get the reference of God being jealous and punishing your great-great-grandkids for your shortcomings. They wanted to get that out of there. And I think that they wanted to be more careful with these things about your neighbor. It says thou shalt not covet. It doesn't specifically say thou shalt not covet in the King James, this abbreviation. It doesn't talk about your neighbors and your slaves and all that. So I think that, I'm not saying it would solve the world's religion problems, but if people just had the balls to read the full 10 Commandments and not this abbreviated crap that we got plastered to the side of a courthouse or whatever, it would at least be a little more honest and let people see what these things are really about. The good, the bad, and yes, the ugly. If you've watched up to this point, you are a glutton for punishment. I am grateful for that, but I'm also sorry for you. It speaks poorly for your life choices, but hey, I'm glad you're here. We will be continuing. As you know, we normally do more than one chapter per video. It's just that there's not a lot of text in the 10 Commandments, but man, there's a lot of stuff to dive into there if you really think about it. But we're going to get into more laws when we get into Exodus 21 in the next video. The laws get much more gross. We get into specifics of slavery and all kinds of other just weird stuff that should never, ever be in a religious text. But for now, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for watching this far. I'm sorry that you don't have better things to do in your life, but I'm glad that you've given me this time and attention. Please come back. Please put all your compliments or angry diatribes or anything in between in the comments. I'd love to hear them, or maybe I wouldn't. I don't know, but it'd still be nice to have comments. And tell all the people, if you're an atheist like me, tell all your friends. If you're a Christian, tell all your enemies about my channel. Thanks again. This is Adam of NOLA. You're watching God-Free Bible Study on the channel Skepticus. What up, YouTube? We are back again with God-Free Bible Study on my channel Skepticus. I am Adam of NOLA, and today we are starting in at Exodus 21. We just went through Exodus 20, which you may know more colloquially as the 10 Commandments. And in case you thought those were all the commandments, no, those were just the first 10. It's like the Bill of Rights. You got the Bill of Rights, but that doesn't mean it's all the amendments to the Constitution. And similarly, the 10 Commandments is not all of the commandments from God. Oh no, there's a lot more commandments, and we're going to get into those here. Last time we only went through Exodus 20. I think that's the first time that I've done one chapter in an entire episode. I don't plan to continue that streak or make a streak out of it. Normally we get through 3 or 4 of these chapters in an episode. But the 10 Commandments, oh boy, there's a lot to dive into there. So we'll see if we can get through more today. Before we dive in, I want to thank our returning sponsor today. It's been absent for a few episodes, but today we have, again, Brandy Milk Punch. A wonderful drink for NOLA, a wonderful drink anywhere. It's all creamy and yummy, and it's totally devoid of God's hatred. So here's to you, Brandy Milk Punch. So without further ado, let's dive back into Exodus, starting at 21. This is the law concerning slaves. Ooh, goody. Goody, it's a good one. It's a good one. Yep. This is, to make sure we have the proper context, this is still God speaking directly. It's all in quotes, literally. These are supposed to be the direct words of God. Keep that in mind. These are the ordinances that you shall set before them. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out a free person, then his master shall bring him before God. He shall be brought to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as with a daughter. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first wife. And if he does not do these 3 things for her, she shall go out without debt, without payment of money. Those are the laws concerning slaves. And there will be, of course, other references to slaves. We already had 2 direct references to slavery and slaves in the 10 Commandments. But in case you had any doubt whatsoever that God loves slavery, this is it. God God hearts slavery. Yes, he does. He really does. He loves his slavery. He talks about his own people as slaves, and he's now telling you, here's how you deal with your slaves. Where do we start with this? You will hear a lot of Christians, the apologists, will try to tell you that this isn't the same kind of slavery as we had in the American South. This is not chattel slavery. And they'll point towards here, like when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the seventh, he shall go out a free person without debt. They will try to tell you that all these references to slavery in the Bible are really just indentured servitude. And to be clear, I think indentured servitude can still be pretty gross. But the idea is that you're not lifetime property and your kids don't become property, etc. It's more like a contract. But that's BS. That's complete BS. And you'll see it right here. And they also will try to make this sound like this is the sign of a good and loving God because you can only have your Hebrew slave for 6 years. What a great God he is. But no, that's not what we're talking about here. Before I get into the specifics of this, I want to reiterate something that I said in the last video about the 10 Commandments, which is, why is it that you don't see this on the courthouse steps? Why is it that they don't want this plastered in the schoolrooms of young children in America? Even with the 10 Commandments, they only want to put up the sanitized cowardice version where they have taken out all the references to vengeance and slavery, etc. But then you have this. Now, granted, this is not the 10 Commandments. It is quite literally the 11th commandment. So maybe it's not as important as the 10 Commandments. But like I said, we already referenced slavery twice in the 10 Commandments, although you normally don't hear that from the pulpit. And then now, the very next thing that God feels like he needs to address is how to handle your slaves. Yeah. This is an explicit endorsement of slavery. This isn't like, well, it's an evil of the day, and we just reference it in the text because that's what happened back then. No. When God is laying out the commandments for his own people, he says, hey, here's how you deal with your slaves. And then any inference that this is somehow humane is disgusting. Let me read this again. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. Let's be crystal clear with that. You come into slavery for this guy, you're a Hebrew slave, so hey, you're only in for 6 years, right? Maybe that's not a bad deal. Maybe you're in a tough spot. Maybe you put yourself in this situation. But then your master is probably going to say, hey, look at this. I got this woman over here. Are you into her? Is she into you? Do you guys want to get married and have kids? Because if you do, then when you leave, you have two choices. You can either A, leave your wife and kids there and go free. That's pretty crappy. Or B, you can say, oh, well, I guess I'm in for the long haul now. Notice that regardless of whatever choice you made, your wife and whatever kids that you guys had together are your masters for life. That is chattel slavery. Don't make chattel slavery. It depends on how I've heard it pronounced both ways. That is chattel slavery. If there is someone, anyone, man, woman, or child, who is the lifetime property of this owner, and then their kids become the property of this owner, that is chattel slavery. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And it's really gross what it says, because it says, but if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out a free person. That's not loving your master. That's just being stuck. You're stuck there because now you have a wife and a kid or multiple kids. And what are you going to do? You don't want to leave them. You don't want to abandon them. So you're going to declare, I love my master. Yes, master. That is so gross. We all know that this isn't love. This is you just acceding to your situation, because what else are you going to do? And then this practice. Then his master shall bring him before God. He shall be brought to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. Does that sound familiar? It should, because this is tagging cattle. If you've ever been to a livestock, a farm where they have livestock, milk cows or beef cows, whatever, they have tags in their ears, like earrings that are punched through the ear. That's what this is. So if you are a slave, which in this case, the apologists will try to tell you, no, it's not really like a slave. But if you have kids there and you don't want to abandon them and leave them to a life of slavery on their own, you have now become a lifelong slave yourself, and we are going to tag you like cattle. Yeah, that's a loving God right there. And then the next paragraph, it gets worse. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. I have to admit, I don't know when I read that the first time, but I didn't even know that, like, a dude would sell his daughter as a slave. Oh my gosh. I mean, again, the apologists will try to make this out like indentured servitude, like it's not that bad. It's basically a job, and you're living with the master and you're treated well. Bullshit. Anytime you are selling your daughter into slavery, I don't care if it's to pay a debt or whatever, that is chattel slavery, and it's disgusting. And to think that God is specifically endorsing this behavior, yes, take your daughter and sell her as a slave. It is really just so disgusting. And you will hear the Christian apologists that will actually try to twist this as though this is some version of humanity or compassion, because it says, if he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first wife. Wow. Thanks for that. This is your loving God, Yahweh. Yay. Let's move on to 21. Now we're going to go through the law concerning violence. Again, I will read through this whole law, and then we'll talk about some notes. Whoever strikes a person mortally shall be put to death. If it was not premeditated but came about by an act of God, then I will appoint for you a place to which the killer may flee. But if someone willfully attacks and kills another by treachery, you shall take the killer from my altar for execution. Whoever strikes father or mother shall be put to death. Whoever kidnaps a person, whether that person has been sold or is still held in possession, shall be put to death. Whoever curses father or mother shall be put to death. You don't noticing a trend here? Yeah. When individuals quarrel and one strikes the other with a stone or fist so that the injured party, though not dead, is confined to bed, but recovers and walks around outside with the help of a staff, then the assailant shall be free of liability except to pay for the loss of time and to arrange for full recovery. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod, there we go again, how to treat your slaves. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. When people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage, and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined what the woman's husband demands, paying as much as the judges determine. If any harm follows, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. Can we not add some more things there? I mean, toe for toe, hair for hair. I mean, okay. When a slave owner strikes the eye of a male or female slave, destroying it, the owner shall let the slave go, a free person, to compensate for the eye. If the owner knocks out a tooth of a male or female slave, the slave shall be let go, a free person, to compensate for the tooth. Now, before I get into these specifics, I will say that some of this sounds pretty damn harsh. Put to death, put to death, put to death, dragged out for execution. I'm not going to be too harsh on that, not because it sounds good, but I understand. These are old-timey things. This is olden days. They didn't exactly have penitentiaries and rehabilitation programs. So I'm not going to say that I'll never mention it, but we'll try to keep that to a minimum, because old-timey justice is not the same as today's justice. That being said, there's still some weird stuff here. Whoever strikes a person mortally shall be put to death. If it was not premeditated but came about by an act of God, then I will appoint for you a place to which the killer may flee. I love that, first of all, it says, if it was not premeditated but came about by an act of God. How is striking someone else ever an act of God? I think they're trying to infer this idea of manslaughter, where you can cause harm to someone up to and including death. And it may not be that you were trying to kill them per se, but you can still be responsible for their death. Or maybe they mean, if it was not premeditated but came about by an act of God. Are they trying to infer like a crime of passion here? I don't know. Because to me, it's one thing if I'm just, I don't know, swinging my arms blindly and you walk into my strike and I harm you, as we all do. But I don't know how you strike someone mortally, but it's not premeditated and it came about by an act of God. I can understand not premeditated. I guess if I was, I don't know, sharpening a sword one day and I was swinging it to see how it felt, I could accidentally strike you with it and kill you. That's not premeditated. But how would we call that an act of God? Like, the term act of God here, I think, is, to me, act of God are things like nature, a storm, lightning, floods, plagues, things like that are acts of God. But the idea that I swung a fist or something and somehow killed you, but it wasn't premeditated and it was an act of God. Sure. And it says, I will appoint for you a place to which the killer may flee. Where is this place? Like, is it a pen? Is it like an old-timey prison? Is that what it is? Or is it just like, you need to go two mountains over, or two valleys over and live there? Are there any hardcore, like Hasidic Jews or something that have some representation of this in the modern world? Like, we're a place where you have to go to if you killed someone, but not on purpose? That's interesting to me. Whoever strikes father or mother shall be put to death. That, even by old-timey standards, like, dude, really? It doesn't say whoever kills their father or mother shall be put to death, or whoever murders their father or mother. It says whoever strikes father or mother shall be put to death. Again, I know this is old-timey, but you don't want to put any conditions on that whatsoever. I mean, there are, unfortunately, parents who abuse their children horribly. And it happens today. I'm sure it happened then. That's not a 21st century invention, unfortunately. So at some point, no matter what your parents have done to you in terms of abuse, if you ever so much as strike them, not murder them, not maim them, just strike them, which I mean, in the most extreme could include a slap. I don't think that's the spirit of this law, but I mean, a slap could still be considered striking someone. If you slap your dad, you were to be put to death. Just to be clear, I understand the idea. Like, dude, don't be abusing your parents. Don't be, respect them, honor them. Certainly don't hit them. In 99% of the cases, you should not be hitting your parents or anyone else. And considering that, especially once you're grown, your parents are probably more frail. Probably much easier to abuse them if you had it in mind to do so. So generally speaking, of course, yeah, don't ever hit your parents. I mean, I don't condone striking your parents, but just the fact that there are no conditions on this whatsoever, it's just whoever strikes father or mother shall be put to death. Okay. And then it goes, whoever curses father or mother shall be put to death. And I don't know if this means like the old timey curse of like, if you say like, I have cursed you, that these are the horrible things that will happen to you. Or if it just means like cursing, like, hey dad, you're an asshole. Like, do those both count under this? I'm not sure. Of course, either one, even by old timey standards, I can't condone this. Even if I said to my dad, you will live the rest of your days in misery and you will walk this earth homeless and hungry, which is just words. Even if I did that, and the punishment shall be that I'm put to death. Okay, sure. And then to get into this assault thing, essentially. So when individuals quarrel and one strikes the other with a stone or fist so that the injured party, though not dead, is confined to bed, but recovers and walks around outside with the help of a staff, then the assailant shall be free of liability, except to pay for the loss of time and to arrange for full recovery. That's interesting and pretty sad, because basically what they're saying is if you assault someone physically, strike the other with a stone or fist so that they're not dead, but they're confined to bed, but they do recover, then the punishment, the assailant shall be free of liability except to pay for the loss of time and to arrange for full recovery. I mean, basically, they're just treating full-out assault like a civil matter. That's it. It doesn't even say how quickly you need to recover. So if someone strikes you with a stone or a fist so that you're not dead, but you're confined to bed, but recovers and walks around outside with the help of a staff, all they have to do is pay for lost time. Even if you were in bed for 5 years recovering, it says if you recover and can walk around with the help of a staff. In other words, you could even be permanently maimed by the assault. Nevertheless, if you can eventually recover and walk around outside with the help of a staff, then the assailant is free of liability except to pay for loss of time and to arrange for full recovery. Wow. Okay. Justice. Yeah, that's great. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. This paragraph is so gross. This is the biblical idea of compassion, especially when it comes to slavery. All right. Because it says, if they strike a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. The idea here is very simple. You can hit your slaves all day. You can abuse them all you want. You can't abuse them out of anger, like this passionate, horrible beating that ends up in them dying. You can beat them in such a way that they don't die, and there is no punishment for that. You can beat them in such a way that they die a week later. There's no punishment for that, because it says, but if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. And you want to tell me that this is some kinder, more benighted form of slavery than what we saw in the American West, that this is somehow better than chattel slavery? Bullshit. This is no better. And this just codifies it right here. If you beat your slave, as long as he can survive a day or two, it doesn't even say in what state. It doesn't, like the previous paragraph, it doesn't say he has to be able to walk around with the help of a staff. If he is clinging to life in a coma for a week and then dies, no punishment. He's your slave. Do with him what the hell you want. Just as long as you don't hit him with a rod and the slave dies immediately. That's the only two things combined that are going to cause you to be punished. I don't even know what the punishment is. I'm sure you don't get killed, but there's some punishment if you hit them with a rod and they die immediately. I really don't know the way I read this. Like, what if you kick them to the point that they die immediately? Is there no punishment for that? Because it says, when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. That's it. I guess if you kick them to death, if you curb stomp their head right now and they die immediately, you're fine. Or if you beat them senseless with a rod, but as long as they don't die immediately, they survive a day or two, you're fine. Compassion. Yeah. Biblical compassion, the loving God. That's great. Then we're talking about the pregnant women. This is weird. I don't understand this. It says, if people are fighting and they injure a pregnant woman so that there's a miscarriage and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined what the woman's husband demands. It says, if any harm follows, then you shall give life for life. But as long as, I guess the miscarriage itself doesn't count as harm. If I hit a pregnant woman and she miscarries, the miscarriage itself does not count as harm. All that matters is if there is further harm that follows. Wow. Even by biblical standards, that's gross. That's really gross. And the last thing I'll say in this section, it talks about how, if the slave owner strikes the eye of a male or female slave, destroying it, the owner shall let the slave go to compensate for the eye. If the owner knocks out a tooth of a male or female slave, the slave shall be let go, a free person to compensate for the tooth. This is going to sound kind of gross because it's never good to get beat by your slave master and you never want to lose a tooth. But man, if I was a slave and wanted to get out of there, I think I'd pull a tooth, fill my mouth with some bloody, like a bloody or tomato or something, and then start something with the slave master. Because as soon as he hits me even a little bit, I'm like, oh, and I'll, spit the tooth out. And you're like, you knocked out my tooth. Now I get to go free. That's still a horrible thing to have to deal with. But given the trade-off of either living as a slave or losing a tooth so you can go free, I think I'd pull a tooth. I don't know. Although pulling a tooth in biblical times sounds pretty nasty too. I don't know. And finally, in Exodus 21, there's laws concerning property, which is interesting because it wasn't that we just talked about the slaves multiple times. Why is that not under laws concerning property? Because you clearly said their property, but okay. When an ox gores a man or a woman to death, the ox shall be stoned, and its flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox should not be liable. I guess I should have silenced my phone. So the owner of the ox should not be liable. If the ox has been accustomed to gore in the past and its owner has been warned but did not restrain it, and it kills a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned and its owner shall
also shall be put to death. If a ransom is imposed on the owner, then the owner shall pay whatever is imposed for the redemption of the victim's life. If it gores a boy or a girl, the owner shall be dealt with according to the same rule. If the ox gores a male or female slave, the owner shall pay to the slave owner 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. A couple notes real quick. First of all, the 30 shekels of silver. I mean, that there it is spelled out in the Bible. The price of a human life is, or at least a life if you're a slave. According to God, that's what your life is worth, 30 shekels of silver if you're a slave. How much ox goring is going on here? Like, it makes it sound like there's this horrific epidemic of ox goring just happening all over this, these, depending on the counts, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of Hebrews in the desert. And I guess they have livestock, although I don't know how they're surviving in the desert. Or maybe this is all for when they get to Israel. I don't know. But there's a lot of detail here about ox goring. Like, was this like a common thing every day? Like, oh, did you hear about Tony? Yeah, he got gored by an ox again. Like, I guess it was maybe like the car accident of its day. Like, it's a sad thing and it's traumatic and it can actually lead to really, really bad things. But normally it's like, Joe got a car accident. Oh, he broke his leg, but otherwise he'll be fine. Oh, Shechem, got gored by an ox. Yeah, it's the second time this year, but he's recovering. Like, I guess this was a big pandemic. And then this stoning of the ox. This is the silliest, stupidest. I'm sorry, I can't be respectful about this. We have to stone the animal. I understand that if an ox gores somebody, especially if they have a habit of this, you put the ox down. I mean, they do this today. If a dog bites someone, they can put they usually put the dog down. Or if some other wilder animal attacks someone, if they catch the wild animal, they put it down. And that's sad, but I understand why it's done. But we have to stone the ox. Come on, man. Just stick a knife in it or something. Like what is the point of stoning an ox? Stoning is what you do is like this final. You stone someone for two reasons. One is you want it to be like this final lesson to the person who did something bad. Like, you're going to die by this horrible public execution. And the other reason you stone someone is that you want the community to actually participate in the execution, which I would never advocate stoning someone. But, if you have a pedophile, a child molester in your group, and if the biblical thing said, hey, you all take him out and stone him, I would understand that. I mean, I don't think we should do that today, but I would understand if it was in the text. But why the hell are you going to stone livestock? That's just stupid. Come on, man. And the rest of this, if someone leaves a pit open or digs a pit and does not cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls into it, the owner of the pit shall make restitution, giving money to its owner, but keeping the dead animal. If someone's ox hurts the ox of another, these oxen are just, must be really violent. If someone's ox hurts the ox of another so that it dies, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the price of it. And the dead animal they shall also divide. But if it was known that the ox was accustomed to gore in the past, and its owner did not restrain it, the owner shall restore ox for ox, but keep the dead animal. I also wonder, nowhere here does it just say it's livestock. I mean, they do mention a few other animals in a few places as ox or donkey at one point, but so much here is specific to ox. Were ox the only, it was an ox the only animal that was causing any problems? I mean, it's rare, but, do they have horses? Because horses can trample people. I mean, even cows can trample people. I don't know if you realize. I mean, I know an ox is kind of a version of a cow. But other farm animals can hurt people. Like, did they not have any other farm? I'm not sure. That's strangely specific, but okay. It says laws concerning property, but it's really laws concerning oxen, oxes. That's strange. That's Exodus 21. We're going to have a brief message from our sponsor, Brandy Milk Punch. Got to wet the whistle. It's important. And now we'll get into Exodus 22, laws of restitution. Oh, goody. We're starting in with the ox again. When someone steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it or sells it, the thief shall pay 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. If the thief is found breaking in and is struck dead, no blood guilt is incurred. But if it happens after sunrise, blood guilt is incurred. Wait, what? So if the thief breaks in and is breaking in and struck dead, no blood guilt is incurred. But if it happens after sunrise, blood guilt isn't incurred. I guess I understand what this is trying to convey. It's the idea that if someone's breaking in at night, it feels more dangerous. You can't see what's happening. You're probably more likely to strike someone in the dark because it's an intruder. I guess they're implying that during the day, you should have more restraint. But it's weird because previously, the penalty for this is death. The penalty for that's death. But apparently, if someone breaks into my pens in the day and tries to steal an ox, I can't kill them. But if they break in at night, I can. Sure. The thief shall make full restitution, or, if unable to do so, shall be sold for the theft. That's okay. I mean, more slavery, but I get it. It says restitution. When the animal, whether ox or donkey or sheep, is found alive in the thief's possession, the thief shall pay double. When someone causes a field or vineyard to be grazed over or lets livestock loose to graze in someone else's field, restitution shall be made from the best in the owner's field or vineyard. This is, I just have a note here that this is an interesting commentary on the ideas of land use back then. I think that it was much more common that if someone had herds of, flocks of sheep or herds of ox or whatever, that it was expected that they could kind of roam the land to feed their animals, even if that was your land. Because this law talks specifically about if they come over and they cause a field or vineyard to be grazed over or let livestock loose to graze in someone else's field, restitution shall be made from the best of the owner's field or vineyard. Okay. When fire breaks out and catches in thorns so that the stacked grain or the standing grain or the field is consumed, the one who started the fire shall make full restitution. Again, some of these are strangely specific. I don't know why. You would just think when fire breaks out and catches so that any of your property is consumed, the one who started the fire shall make restitution. I mean, why do we need to be specific about catching in thorns so that the stacked grain? Why isn't it just, if you burn my shit down, you should pay me back? How about that? No matter what it is, whether it's stacked grain or a house or an ox or whatever. And it shouldn't matter if it catches in thorns. What if it catches in hay? I mean, it's strange. When someone delivers to a neighbor money or goods for safekeeping and they are stolen from the neighbor's house, then the thief, if caught, shall pay double. If the thief is not caught, the owner of the house shall be brought before God to determine whether or not the owner had laid hands on the neighbor's goods. In any case of disputed ownership involving ox, donkey, sheep, clothing, or any other loss of which one party says, "This is mine," the case of both parties shall come before God. The one whom God condemns shall pay double to the other. So I think it's interesting because remember I said everything seems strangely specific, and this is the first time in any of these laws we see this kind of general language where it says in any case of disputed ownership involving ox, donkey, sheep, clothing, or any other loss of which one party says this is mine, the case of both parties should come before God. So, I mean, you could even simplify that further and just say, in any case of disputed ownership, the both parties shall come before God. Full stop. But it's like they're finally realizing maybe we don't have to write a law for ox and a law for sheep and a law for dog, and maybe they just say, hey, any loss at all. And I wonder too, because it says the one whom God condemns shall pay double to the other. That feels ominous, because normally when God condemns someone, he's like, okay, I kill you now. So does that mean that you pay them, and then once you paid them, then he kills you? Or like, what is God condemning? Or does God condemning just mean that God finds you guilty? I don't know. When someone delivers to another a donkey, ox, sheep, or any other animal for safekeeping, you could have just said when they deliver an animal. It would have been so much easier. And it dies or is injured or is carried off without anyone seeing it, an oath before the Lord shall decide between the two of them that the one has not laid hands on the property of the other. The owner shall accept the oath, and no restitution shall be made. But if it was stolen, restitution shall be made to its owner. But if it was mangled by beasts, let it be brought as evidence. Restitution shall not be made for the mangled remains. When someone borrows an animal from another and it is injured or dies, the owner not being present, full restitution shall be made. If the owner was present, there shall be no restitution. If it was hired, only the hiring fee is due. See, part of the reason I think that some of these things are so specific is because I alluded to this before, that you can tell me all day these are the words of God. These feel a lot to me like the words of Moses, who's trying to lay down laws so that he doesn't have to sit there all day with a million freaking people and run the court system. And if he just says, hey, these are the laws I came down with, they may not want to follow them. They may say, I don't think that's fair. But if he says, no, I went up on the mountain during that storm and talked to God, and here's what God told us. Yeah, here's how you handle it. Stop asking me about it. Here's the law. Like, dude, stop bothering me with this crap. Here's the law. Deal with it yourself. Social and religious laws. Still looking at time. Yes. When a man seduces a virgin who is not engaged to be married and lies with her, he shall give the bride price for her and make her his wife. But if her father refuses to give her to him, he shall pay an amount equal to the bride price for virgins. That is so freaking evil. When a man seduces a virgin who is not engaged to be married and lies with her, he shall give the bride price for her and make her his wife. I know that when I read this when I was younger, this didn't strike me as being so horribly wrong, because if I read it in a 21st century context, when I was in high school, I seduced my girlfriend, and she was a virgin. I was too. And although we didn't get married, I think at the time we thought we were in love and that was going to happen. So, I can pay the bride price for her and make her my wife. When you put it in this 21st century context, it doesn't sound so horribly gross because there's this implied idea of consent. But unfortunately, this, as it's written and as it has been applied over and over and over again throughout time, doesn't require consent. I mean, to me, the term seduces does imply a two-way street, but unfortunately, I know from experience of reading this, as this plays out over and over and again throughout time, and even in modern days and multiple societies, that basically, if a man sleeps with a woman in any way, whether it was her choice or not, whether it was outright rape or something in the gray areas or whatever, then it becomes, oh, now I can pay the bride price and you're my wife. So gross. So gross. But that's okay, because it gets better. You shall not permit a female sorcerer to live. That is the next line. We go from the man seducing a virgin who is not engaged to be married and lies with, he can buy the bride price, blah, blah, blah. And then the next line, which seems like a complete non sequitur to me, is you shall not permit a female sorcerer to live. The hell? Where the hell does that come from? And why is it female? I mean, I know that in some translations it just says witch, which is a female sorcerer. But what about male sorcerers? I guess male sorcerers are fine. You could be a male sorcerer all day long, but if you're a female sorcerer, you need to be killed. Do not permit them to live. That, I'll tell you, I mean, there's so much in the Bible that just has a complete legacy of pain and torture and death and sorrow over time. But this is absolutely one line that how many people have been killed because of this line of text? Completely innocent people. Because when I say innocent, let me be clear to you. Of course, as an atheist, I don't believe there even is such a thing as a sorcerer. But even if the woman was in her cottage doing Eye of Newt and Wing of Bat and all this crap and was trying to do spells, who freaking cares? Who cares? There's no magic. And you know who should know that? God should know that. I mean, if you really want to look at this, here's another way to look at this. Just as God is truly endorsing slavery, not just by telling you how to do your slaves, but also having all this mentions of slavery and just treating it like an everyday thing. The fact that God puts in here this explicit reference to a female sorcerer is really God saying, yes, sorcery is real. Which, I mean, if you don't think sorcery is real at all, then why is it that someone trying to be a sorcerer and also having the crime of having a vagina, trying to be a sorcerer while owning a vagina, why would that be any kind of crime? I mean, if I play a fantasy role-playing game and I pretend to be a magician, is that, should I be put to death? And yes, I know that during the 80s there were some people who thought, yeah, you should. But really, I mean, should I be put to death for that? I mean, there is no such thing as magic. It's a game. I'm playing a fantasy game. Should I be killed for that? But here, if he's saying that the penalty is death, to me, that is also tantamount to God saying that sorcery is real, which is incredibly damaging. That there is this divine endorsement of this ridiculous idea that in turn has been used as a basis for murder throughout history. Whoever has intercourse with an animal shall be put to death. I think having sex with animals is disgusting and should be punished. I don't, death. Okay, it's old timey. Sure. Whoever sacrifices to any god other than the Lord, which Chad, whoever sacrifices to any god other than Chad alone shall be devoted to destruction. What does that mean? If you sacrifice, first of all, it doesn't say whoever sacrifices to any fictional god, false god. It just says any god. Once again, we're pretty much confirming that there are other gods. And then it doesn't say shall be put to death. It says shall be devoted to destruction. Now, I guess I could argue that devoted to destruction kind of sounds like a poetic way to say that we're going to kill them. But that, how is it everything else is put to death, not allowed to live. And then this person, the one who sacrifices to any god other than the Lord alone, shall be devoted to destruction. By the way, if anyone out there is starting a metal band, your metal band should be called Devoted to Destruction. You're welcome. I won't even charge you for that. Yeah, that would be an awesome name for a metal band. I don't know if it's a good way to try to define punishments in the Bible, but hey, I'm not God. You shall not wrong or oppress a resident alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. You shall not abuse any widow or orphan. If you do abuse them, when they cry out to me, I will surely heed their cry. My wrath will burn, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall become widows, and your children orphans. Let me read this first line again, in case certain people in America didn't quite catch this. You shall not wrong or oppress a resident alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. What part of that sentence do you not understand, you illiterate jerk? You shall not wrong or oppress a resident alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I normally have not tried to make this series a political series, but if that offends your political sensibilities, I couldn't care less. Go to hell. You shall not wrong or oppress a resident alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. And if that's a problem for you, find a new damn religion, you hypocrite. If you lend money to my people, to the poor among you, you shall not deal with them as a creditor. You shall not exact interest from them. If you take your neighbor's cloak as guarantee, you shall restore it before the sun goes down, for it may be your neighbor's only clothing to use as a cover. In what else shall that person sleep? And when your neighbor cries out to me, I will listen, for I am compassionate. Yeah, you are. I've mentioned before that these are the laws not for mankind. These are the laws for the Israelites. And I bring this up because it says, if you lend money to my people, to the poor among you, you shall not deal with them as a creditor. It doesn't have any problem with lending money to people who are not your people and dealing with their poor as creditors. It's just don't jack over the Israelite people. And the interesting, I know that creditors are infamous for preying upon the poor, and this is not a channel designed to discuss economics, but I will say that even though there are many predatory lending practices, if you just say, hey, you can't lend to them at all, that also does them harm. I'm not going to get too much into detail because I don't think you tuned in for a economics discussion, but there's some middle ground that really should be tread there that they don't bother with here, but whatever. We'll go on. You shall not revile God or curse a leader of your people. What? The fact that these two are put together in the same sentence to me is very disturbing. You shall not revile God. I mean, in the context of the Bible, I'd say, okay, I get it. Of course, he's going to say, you shall not revile God. That doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I revile your fictional idea of your God, but I get it. This is your Bible, your holy text. Don't revile God. Of course, he's going to say that. But then it says, or curse a leader of your people. So are you implying that all the leaders of our people are good and righteous and godly? Or are you implying that whether they're good and righteous or godly, or whether they're downright evil, we should never curse them because they're our leaders? I mean, there's a lot of this. As later on in the Bible, you'll see a lot of this. They're basically telling you to submit to your God, submit to your leaders, submit to your owner, etc. So I'm not shocked by this, but it's still just gross that you should not revile God. Sure, I get that. And you should not curse a leader of your people. I mean, there's a lot of leaders that are pretty freaking gross. fine. You shall not delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. Of course not. Because as God would say, bitch, better have my money. Do not delay to make offerings to me, damn it. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with its mother. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. I'm going to say this again just to make sure that you all caught this. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. What does that mean, give to me? Well, you shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep, which is nice to know that my firstborn son is on the exact same level as the firstborn son of a cow or a sheep. Thanks for that. 7 days it shall remain with its mother. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. If it's not clear already, let me just tell you what this means. This is a call for human sacrifice. Now, I know, here's what the apologists are all going to scream. Several chapters ago, he also said, your firstborn is mine. But then almost in the same breath, he said, but you can redeem your firstborn. Basically, when your firstborn is born, you can do a sacrifice, which allows you to keep your firstborn. If you don't have something to sacrifice, I don't know what that means in God's legalistic terms. But it did say earlier that your firstborn is mine, but oh, by the way, you can redeem him. In other words, buy him back by doing a sacrifice. So if we take all of this in its entirety in context, it does seem strange to think that that would not also apply here. But I will also point out that here in this seminal text, right after the Ten Commandments, and now we're handing down the more of these laws, he says, you're going to give me your firstborn son. It will remain with its mother for 7 days, and on the 8th day you shall give it to me. And there is no mention here of redemption, of how you redeem the child. Again, I realize that it was mentioned several chapters ago, so I'm not going to say to you definitively that this is a clear call for child sacrifice, but this is the same God who specifically instructed Abraham to sacrifice his son. And yeah, I know you're going to scream, oh, but he stopped him at the last second. He's playing games to make sure you're willing to do it. And then now here, he says several chapters ago that, well, the firstborn's mine, but you can redeem him, basically make a sacrifice and you can keep him. And now we get this strange reference again to the firstborn being mine, and there's no mention of how to redeem him. That I want to be very clear here. I don't think, from what I understand, that there is any evidence to imply that early Israelites were doing any child sacrifice. There was child sacrifice happening all around them. Like the Canaanites were kind of infamous for doing child sacrifice for their god Moloch, one of their gods. And many of the Israelites were polytheistic. That's a topic for another video. But many of them were polytheistic, whether you want to believe it or not. I'm not saying they are today, but they were then. So this statement's really sketch. It is really sketch. Of course, the Christians and the Jews are just going to say, no, that's not what it means, because I don't know how to read words. Whatever. You take it however you want. And the last line on this is, you shall be people consecrated to me, so you shall not eat any meat that is mangled by beasts in the field. You shall throw it to the dogs. I mean, generally speaking, I don't really want to eat something that's already been fed on by some animal in the wild, but it does seem sad to think that if I had an ox and it just got harmed by an animal, but didn't die right away, and then I saw it die, right then, this big fresh ox, and I can't eat it. I don't know. whatever. That's not really a big deal to me. That is Exodus 22. So we've gone through Exodus 21 and 22. More of these joyful laws, more of the wonderful words of the loving God. Yay. So next time when we go through this again, we will be going through more laws in Exodus 23. There's a lot of laws. There aren't a lot that make much sense, but there's a lot of laws. So join us again next time. If you are still with us, then I'm sorry for your life choices, and I hope you get better activities to do in your free time. But thank you for joining. I hope you're getting some value or enjoyment out of this series. I know I am. I guess that's all that really matters. It's my channel. But if you are one of the people who's made it to the end, and I know both of you probably by name, then thank you for being here. And I hope to see you in the next installment of God-Free Bible Study. What up, YouTube? This is your boy, Adam of NOLA, on my channel, Skepticus, and we are continuing this series, my flagship series, if you will, called God-Free Bible Study. We will be getting today into Exodus 23, which is basically laws, and more laws. This is the second time I've done this video because, once again, the last time I did this video, I did it, the whole thing, a freaking hour without the microphone turned on. It was on, but it was on mute. So I'm learning. I'm creating checklists. I'm figuring out how to do this better. Please bear with me. This isn't exactly HBO Max. This isn't exactly box office theater here, but I'm trying. I'm trying to get there. Before we get into the continuation of the laws, I want to start with just one quick preamble today. It seems, I don't know, fortuitous, I guess, that as we are going through Exodus, and we are specifically going through the laws being handed down from Exodus, we went through 2 videos ago, the 10 Commandments in Exodus 20, and then in 20 and 21 and 22, we went through the rules about slaves and everything else. We're still in these rules, these laws. Of course, it would just so happen that on my YouTube feed, I saw some interesting comments from apologists, not in response to this, because this isn't even published yet. But I saw the same old canard. I was watching someone else's videos, and I saw the same old canard trotted out, which gets trotted out time and time again. This idea that that's the God of the Old Testament. That's not the God of the New Testament. That's not the God of Jesus Christ. And I wanted to address that quickly before we get into these laws, because that offends me really on 3 different levels. Well, I don't know if offend is the right term, but there's 3 different issues that I have with that. One, the simple procedural issue I have is this. If you've watched any of my videos before, or even just looked at the list that I have on my channel, you've seen I started at Genesis 1, and we are marching through. We're still in the early stages of the Bible. There's still so much to go through, but the intention, at least, is that we're going to march on through. Now, there's been things that I skip. I skipped lineages. I skipped the story of Joshua because it just seemed like a story. There wasn't much to say about it. But for the most part, we are marching through book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. So I'm not making a delineation and saying, oh, we're only starting from the New Testament because that's all that matters. No, I'm starting from the Old Testament, and we will eventually march right on through to Revelation. It's going to take a minute, but we're getting there. But on a more fundamental level, it bothers me so deeply because this idea that there's an Old Testament God and a New Testament God isn't supported by anything in the book itself. It isn't supported by anything in the religion itself. Yes, I do understand that in the Old Testament, we hear from God directly, whereas in the New Testament, you only hear from Jesus. And the message that's given by Jesus is usually, although there's a big asterisk around that, usually one that feels more forgiving, more loving, more righteous. But they are not two different gods. This is not this old ancient God that's been deprecated and put in a box, and then we put him away and went to the new God of the New Testament. No, they are the same God. Jesus, of course, was a Jew. And as a Jew, he knew these texts, he knew these laws, and he specifically, I'm not going to go through them now in this video, but he specifically said that I am not replacing the old laws. The old laws are still in place. This is all still apropos. You still need to follow all of this. So don't give me this old God, new God crap, because the simple fact is this. If you're a New Testament, gospel only Christian, that's great. But your Savior, the Son of God, was the son of this God, the one that we're reading about, and he fully endorsed what we are reading. And finally, before we get into the text, I'll say this. If anyone wants to give me this Old Testament, old God, new God kind of stuff, if they want to act like this doesn't really apply anymore because that's the Old Testament, that's fine. But then I don't ever want to hear you reference anything from the Old Testament again. I don't ever want to hear you talk about the 10 Commandments because the 10 Commandments are Old Testament. I don't want to hear you talk about creation stories. I don't want to hear you talk about any of it because that's all Old Testament. If you are the type of Christian, and there are these types of Christians out there that only want to follow the Gospels, for example. That's all they care about is the Gospels. They don't even care about the whole New Testament. They just care about the Gospels. I'm not sure if that's a approach that makes sense from a religious perspective, but hey, you do you. I'm fine with that. But I just know that the majority of references that we see in popular culture aren't from people who only want to talk about Jesus and only want to talk about Jesus in terms of the Gospels. No, they want to pick and choose what they want from the Old Testament. They want to put the 10 Commandments on the steps of the courthouse or in the schoolhouse with their elementary school kids, but they don't want to put all of the text of the 10 Commandments. They don't want to talk about slavery, and they don't want to talk about a God taking vengeance upon the third and fourth generation of children and grandchildren based upon the sins of the parents, which is all in the 10 Commandments. No, they want to put their sanitized version of the 10 Commandments. They don't want to talk about the 11th commandment, which goes into explicit detail as to how to manage your slaves. They don't want to deal with that. They want to pick and choose things. They want to pick and choose items out of Leviticus and Deuteronomy to condemn LGBT people or, any other credibility marker lifestyles that they don't like kind of stuff. But then they don't want to take in the whole book in its entirety. So that is why I feel very confident going through the Old Testament. And I feel just fine picking apart as much as I see fit. You may not agree with my critiques. You may think that some of my stuff is mean-spirited or misguided, and that's fine. Everyone has that right. But if you want to tell me that I shouldn't be looking at the Old Testament at all, then I would say that you are sadly out of step with modern-day Christianity. That being said, there's my diatribe before we dive in. We are starting on Exodus 23. We are still in the laws being handed down by God. And just to make sure we have this in the proper context, these are still the quotes of God. This is all still in quotation marks coming down as supposedly the exact or direct words of God handed down to Moses. So this is Exodus 23, titled Justice for All. You shall not spread a false report. You shall not join hands with the wicked to act as a malicious witness. Can I join hands with the righteous to act as a malicious witness? You shall not follow a majority in wrongdoing. Can I follow the minority in wrongdoing? When you bear witness in a lawsuit, you shall not side with the majority so as to pervert justice. Can I side with the minority to pervert justice? Nor shall you be partial to the poor in a lawsuit. This last clause, nor shall you be partial to the poor in a lawsuit. That's very weird to me. I do understand from a purely judicial perspective, you shouldn't be partial to anyone in a lawsuit, right? And if that was the case, then just say that. Nor shall you be partial in a lawsuit. That would be a perfect sentence or a perfect clause, because you shouldn't be partial to anyone in a lawsuit. In theory, if you are a judge or jury or anyone involved in the goings-on of a trial, civil trial, you or criminal, you should not be partial to anyone. You should be trying to take in the facts and the information in the most neutral way you can. Yes, you should not be partial to the poor. You also should not be partial to the rich. You should not be partial to the strong or the weak. You just shouldn't be partial to anyone in a lawsuit. And yet here it goes to explicit lengths to say, don't be partial to the poor in a lawsuit. I don't think you should be partial to anyone, but really we have to single out the poor to say that you should not be partial to them? Okay. Continuing on, when you come upon your enemy's ox or donkey going astray, you shall bring it back. That's actually one of the few laws here that I've thought, okay, that makes sense. Like, don't be an ass just because you've seen your enemy's your enemy's ox or donkey going astray. Even if it's your enemy, you should bring it back. When you see the donkey of one who hates you struggling under its burden, and you would hold back from setting it free, you must help to set it free. Again, same concept. It's kind of just repeating the previous sentence in different terms, but yeah, I agree with that. You shall not pervert the justice due to your poor in their lawsuits. Now, I will point out, it said, nor shall you be partial to the poor in a lawsuit. And now it says you should not pervert the justice due to your poor in their lawsuits. I mean, the two statements are not mutually exclusive, but it's weird because in the first one, it almost feels like we're telling people, hey, be extra careful not to be partial to the poor. And then it's like they had to correct it a few sentences later and says, you shall not pervert the justice due to your poor in their lawsuits. Keep far from a false charge and do not kill the innocent and those in the right, for I will not acquit the guilty. You shall take no bribe, for a bribe blinds officials and subverts the cause of those who are in the right. You shall not oppress a resident alien. You know the heart of an alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I talked about this in the last video, and I'm going to bring it up again. And if you don't like it, if it makes you uncomfortable, screw you, I couldn't care less. This isn't an overtly political channel, but sometimes some of this stuff just screams out like, are any of you paying attention? It says, you shall take no bribe, for a bribe blinds officials and subverts the cause of those who are in the right. Our president, Donald Dick Boy, just issued a few months ago an executive order pausing all enforcement of a decades-old U.S. anti-bribery law. But this is your chosen Christian leader. The Christians have flocked to this dude. They love him. But here the commandment is that you shall take no bribe, for a bribe blinds officials and subverts the cause of those who are in the right. But President Donald Dick Boy just issued an executive order pausing the enforcement of the U.S. anti-bribery law. Yeah, square that with your religion. And then it says, you shall not oppress a resident alien. You know the heart of an alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. Once more for the people in back, just in case you're not getting it. Your Bible is not backing you up on this at all. Your Bible is exposing you as being a douchebag. I also want to point out that one convention that's very clear in the Bible is this. It's a big book. There's a lot covered. History-ish, mythology, laws, dictates, etc. There's a lot to go over. But you can tell when something is really important, at least supposedly in the eyes of God, because it's repeated. The stuff that's just only mentioned one time in passing, admittedly, both rhetorically speaking and in analyzing the text, you could probably argue, I don't know if that was really a big deal or if it was really meant the way it was said, but I'll tell you what, when God really thinks something is important, he repeats it. Sometimes within only a few sentences or a few verses of each other. The resident alien thing now has been brought up multiple times. It was brought up twice in the Ten Commandments. It's brought up previously in other laws, and now it's brought up again, saying explicitly that you shall not oppress a resident alien. You know the heart of an alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. What part of that sentence do you not understand? Do with that what you will. Sabbatical year and Sabbath. 6 years you shall sow your land and gather in its yield, but the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow, so that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave the wild animals may eat. You shall do the same with your vineyard and with your olive orchard. I find this interesting just because, on one level you can say, well, I guess this just applies to farmers. Leave your fields fallow once every 7 years. Honestly, that's good farming technique. There are very tactical reasons why you leave fields fallow. Aside from that, you can say that this really feels like, well, it says that if you leave it fallow the 7th year, of course, in the 7th year, it'll still grow some stuff, right? And that stuff apparently goes to the poor and the wild animals. You could read this to indicate that a 7th of your harvest or your yield or maybe even your wealth should go to the poor. I'm not saying it says that explicitly, but it's not a big stretch to say that either. If you want to just take it very literal, it says for farmers that for 6 years you shall sow your land and gather in its yield, and in the 7th you should let it rest and lie fallow, and then the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave the wild animals may eat. We can take it very literally, and that's mostly in the spirit in which we've been reading it. But there's really, I feel like a different call there to say basically a 7th of your yield should be going to support the poor. But that's reading into it. So most Christians are never, ever going to follow that. That's fine. But I think it's an interesting way to look at it. 6 days you shall do your work, but on the 7th day you shall rest, so that your ox and your donkey may have relief, and your homeborn slave and the resident alien may be refreshed. There we go again with the resident aliens. It's not just enough to make sure that they're treated well. You have to make sure they're refreshed. They have to rest on the Sabbath. Also, I think it's funny because it says, the 6 days you should do your work. On the 7th day, you shall rest, so that your ox and your donkey may have relief, and your homeborn slave and the resident alien may be refreshed. Basically, this is acknowledging the fact that, who's doing the real work around here? It's not you. It's the animals and your slaves and your your resident alien. Also, I have to point out, it says your homeborn slave. So many of the damn Christian apologists will twist themselves in knots trying to talk about Christians or biblical slavery as though it was some other benighted form of slavery, like it was indentured servitude. It was just like a job. It was more loving and it wasn't nearly as harsh. But I'm sorry, when you have the term homeborn slave, that is chattel slavery. There's no other way to interpret that. Homeborn slave means that this child was born into your household, was born as your possession. That is chattel slavery. That is functionally indistinguishable from the slavery of the American South. And if you don't understand that, then you're not going to think critically about anything in the whole damn Bible. So just turn off now, because you're just going to continually apologize for everything that you read here. Be attentive to all that I have said to you. Do not invoke the names of other gods. Once again, it doesn't say fake gods or fictional gods or false gods. It is explicitly acknowledging the existence of other gods. Do not let them be heard on your lips. And one last note here. So many of these laws, these rules, they're kind of bougie if you think about it. I mean, they really are written from the perspective of the rich, or at least of the upper middle class. I understand some of them, like we go back to the 10 Commandments, you have thou shalt not murder. That's universal. Thou shalt not steal. That's universal. But so many of the rest of these laws laid down are really about how to adjudicate quarrels between people that have means. They have land, they have livestock, they have slaves. These aren't laws for the everyday folk. These are for the laws that these are laws for the people that actually can bring complaints, which goes back to my central idea, which is that I know this is anathema to say, but I mean, you can say these are the words of God. I feel like these are the words of Moses, who's trying to lighten his load, because we saw in previous chapters where he was essentially worn ragged from all the people bringing complaints to him. His father-in-law Jethro had to come in and tell him, hey, maybe you should delegate some of this stuff. But he's still being called upon apparently to adjudicate all these matters. So this is just one more way to come down with all these laws and say, here's the law. This is from God. Yeah. So just follow the law that's from God and stop bothering me. This really feels like a big way to lighten his load. Continuing with Exodus 23, the annual festivals. 3 times in a year you shall hold a festival for me. You shall observe the festival of unleavened bread, as I commanded you. You shall eat unleavened bread for 7 days at the appointed time in the month of Abib, for in it you came out of Egypt. No one shall appear before me empty-handed. Of course not, because bitch better have my money. Yeah, bring your shit to the Lord. Don't ever come before him empty-handed. What a pimp move. You shall observe the festival of harvest, of the first fruits of your labor, of what you sow in the field. You shall observe the festival of ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather in from the field the fruit of your labor. 3 times in a year all your males shall appear before the Lord God. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened, or let the fat of my festival remain until the morning. Once again, God forbid we have any yeast in the house. It's the most ridiculous fear of a microbe I've ever seen in my life, but don't ever bring yeast in front of God. The choicest of the first fruits of your ground you shall bring into the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. That was brought up originally when we first got the rules for Passover, when they were still in Egypt. And I wondered then, and I have to wonder now, like, this explicit commandment to not boil a kid, which of course doesn't mean a human child. It means this is the name for a baby lamb, baby sheep. You should not boil a kid in its mother's milk, or baby goat. Kind of similar, but was boiling baby goats in their mother's milk like a thing? Was that like a common delicacy at the time? I mean, I guess for my palate, I think you should never boil meat in anything, but maybe that was a common thing. And God was like, that's not good. Do not boil the kid in its mother's milk. I I don't know why that even matters. Like, can you boil a kid in another goat's milk as long as it's not its mother's? Some of this stuff is so random. So random. Continuing on, the conquest of Canaan promised, I am going to send an angel in front of you to guard you on the way and to bring you to the place that I have prepared. Be attentive to him and listen to his voice. Do not rebel against him, for he will not pardon your transgression, for my name is in him. It's getting clearer now because it just gets repeated over and over. I brought this up before, but there is this concept that God essentially can transfer his divinity. He can hand it off like a football. This is one of the first times I've seen it said a little more clearly that for he will not pardon your transgression, for my name is in him, meaning essentially I've given him my power or my holiness to do my bidding. It's never really clearly spelled out in the text, but they refer to it enough times that you can figure it out eventually. It's very confusing, but c'est la vie. But if you listen attentively to his voice and do all that I say, then I will be an enemy to your enemies and a foe to your foe. When my angel goes in front of you and brings you to the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, we need a word for all. Like, can we just call them the ites? You know, because so many times we hear the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, I am blaspheming. How many times do we have to say all these things? Can we just say the ites? But when my angel goes in front of you and brings you to the ites, and I blot them out, you shall not bow down to their gods or serve them or follow their practices, but you shall utterly demolish them and break their pillars in pieces. You shall serve the Lord your God, and I will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from among you. No one shall miscarry or be barren in your land. That is a really strange clause to me. God is stating here in Exodus 23, verse 24. No, I'm sorry, verse 26. Exodus 23, verse 26. No one shall miscarry or be barren in your land. I just think that's strange because when God or any prophetic person in the Bible or outside the Bible says things about the future, normally it's always in these vague terms like, oh, your people will number like the stars. Sure, whatever. Like, you can't even quantify that. But here he is laying out something very specifically that I know is not true. He says, no one shall miscarry or be barren in your land. I don't have some full history of Israelite women from biblical times up till today, but I would bet any amount of money that there have been miscarriages in Israel, starting from then and going clear up to the present day. And I would bet any amount of money that there are women living in Israel who unfortunately are barren, starting from then and going clear up to the present day. So it's just really weird to me that they would put this very quantifiable statement in here, which is provably false. That's interesting. No one shall miscarry or be barren in your land. Wrong, you're lying. I mean, I don't have the records of it, but I guess if you're in Israel and you want to tell me, no, in our hospitals, there are never any miscarriages and there are never any barren women in our land because of this statement from God, then I will come on here and I will record a retraction, but I don't think I'm going to have to record a retraction. I will fulfill the number of your days. I will send my terror in front of you, and I will throw into confusion all the people against whom you shall come, and I will make all your enemies turn their backs to you. Keep in mind, these people, the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and the Jebusites, like, what have they done to the Israelites? Up till now in the text, nothing. I guess their crime is there in the land that God says belongs to the Hebrews. Of course, he hasn't told those people that. And now he just keeps telling the Hebrews over and over again that these other people, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, they will be your bitch. And I will kill them, and I will make them miserable, and I will terrorize them all in your name. And like, why? Because they're not Israelites. Okay. I mean, I already knew very clearly in this text that this is not the God of all people. This is the God of the Hebrews vis-a-vis God of the Israelites. Period. This is not the God of everyone. He never even pretends to be the God of everyone. This is the God of the Israelites. And he will do everything to favor his people and smack everyone else down. If you didn't believe that, look at what he did in Egypt, where he killed scores of innocent people. It says explicitly in the text that, like with the plague of the firstborn, he would kill the firstborn sons of the slave women. What did the slave women do other than be guilty of becoming a slave in Egypt? But he didn't care. As long as you weren't a Hebrew, he was gonna mess with you. That's all he cares about. But it's just so affronting to me the way he's just clearly saying, yeah, I'm gonna jack these people up, or you're gonna jack them up in my name or whatever. And that's good. That's justice, because those people aren't God's chosen people. Like, ew. And I will send swarms of hornets in front of you, which shall drive out the Hivites, the Canaanites, and the Hittites from before you. I'm really curious because it's been quite a while since I read the Bible last time. I want to put a pin in that because I don't remember him specifically. I don't remember there being a narrative about him sending swarms of hornets. And I know that they do battle with these other people and their horrible atrocities that they do, for example, with the Canaanites. But I don't remember the swarms of hornets. So maybe it's totally there. I'm not sure. But put a pin in that. And of course, some people watching this might know the Bible front to back. I mean, I've read it, but I don't remember this. Maybe you're thinking, yeah, it's totally in the Bible 10 books from now or something. I don't remember, but that's interesting because I don't remember them talking about swarms of hornets in front of them. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate and the wild animals multiply against you. Yeah, it's going to be 40 years. Little by little, I will drive them out from before you until you have increased and possessed the land. I will set your borders from the Red Sea to the Sea of the Philistines and from the wilderness to the Euphrates, for I will hand over to you the inhabitants of the land, and you shall drive them out before you. God's little genocidals. You shall make no covenant with them and their gods. They shall not live in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare to you. A snare to you. This just drives home the fact that we've seen time and time again in the narrative up to this point, starting from Genesis up till now, that this is an old school battle of gods. We saw it like in Egypt, where he explicitly referenced the Egyptian gods, and he talked about how this would be an affront to the Egyptian gods, and it was a big pissing match against the Egyptian gods. And now it's not so much that he needs to get land for his people, it's that he needs to essentially bow up against the gods of the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, etc., etc. That's what this is really about. That's what it really comes down to, is this God staking out his territory and his claim against the other gods. Plain and simple. And that is all of Exodus 23. Back to our monster and strawberry lemonade, a great concoction for evening recording sessions. Moving on to Exodus 24, the blood of the covenant. Then he said to Moses, "Come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu." I think that Nadab and Abihu are Aaron's sons, although I'm not sure if that's even been mentioned in the text up to this point. It's kind of weird. Maybe it wasn't, I forgot about it, but that sometimes they throw names in like out of the blue, and you only realize after the fact who these people are. I think Nadab and Abihu are Aaron's sons. Then he said to Moses, "Come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship at a distance. Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but the others shall not come near, and the people shall not come up with him." This is interesting to me because up to this point, not just with Moses, but with every person we've seen in the Bible who is beloved by God, that God talks to, it's always been this one-on-one conversation. Like, look, I went up to a mountain yesterday and I talked to God. And they're finally kind of saying, like, look, bring the elders. They'll meet me too. Okay. Moses went and told the people all the words of the Lord and all the ordinances, and all the people answered with one voice and said, "All the words that the Lord has spoken, we will do." I'm sorry, I can't help it. Like when I hear, in my mind, when I read that, it sounds like this brainwashed society going, "All the words that the Lord has spoken, we will do." All the words that the Lord has spoken, we will do. See, Kyle, that's just, I know that's not in the text, but it feels that way. And Moses wrote down all the words of the Lord. He rose early in the morning, built an altar at the foot of the mountain, and set up 12 pillars. I sure hope he didn't use a chisel on those pillars, because that would be wrong. They better just be natural pillars of stone that he found lying in the desert. Because if he used a chisel to make the pillars, that would be against God's commands. I built an altar at the foot of the mountain and set up 12 pillars corresponding to the 12 tribes of Israel. He sent young men of the Israelites who offered burnt offerings and sacrificed oxen as offerings. I hope they didn't get gored. Offerings of well-being to the Lord. Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins, and half of the blood he dashed against the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and read it in the hearing of the people, and they said, "All that the Lord has spoken, we will do, and we will be obedient." I can just picture all of them in unison. "All that the Lord has spoken, we will do, and we will be obedient." Moses took the blood and dashed it on the people and said, "Here's the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you in accordance with all of these words." That just sounds so lovely. I know these are different times, different cultures, different people. But, when I was a kid, you would read something like this and you'd be like, "Oh, he had blood in the basin, whatever." But now I can't help but visualize this and think he's got this big basin of ox blood and he's running around like, "You, covenant, Lord, poo, splash, blood for you," and blood. Was this like Carrie? Did he like dump it over people's heads? Like, how much blood are we talking about? It's probably just a drop or two. I don't know. But he says he took the blood and dashed it on the people. Dash to me is like, blood on you, blood on you, blood on you. That sounds kind of macabre. I don't know. on the mountain with God. Then Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel. Finally, someone apparently is seeing God other than Moses. Although even Moses had only seen God like as a burning bush, I guess. I think this is really, truly the first time Moses has seen God. Under his feet, there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God and they ate and drank. So 74 people, the 70 elders, plus Moses and Aaron, plus Aaron's sons, again, I believe these are Aaron's sons, Nadab and Abihu, all saw God. And the description that we get from this experience is that under God's feet, there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. And that's it. We get no other description of what God looks like. Was he tall? Was he short? Was he black? That would have been great, wouldn't it? God's a black man. Oh, I would have loved, man. Well, I mean, he probably is one, but my point is, like, that would just be great for American bigotry. But was he white? Was he, did he have curly hair? I supposedly we are God's image, so I guess he should look like some sort of man, but we get no description of God other than under his feet, there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. So, who cares? What did God look like? Did he have like a spit curl? Is he like Superman with the thing on his chest? Did he have a cape? Like, what? Come on, hook a brother up. Like, what did he look like? We get nothing. Sure, we just get a description of the pavement under his feet. All right. And then here's where it gets really confusing. The Lord said to Moses, "Come up to me on the mountain and wait there. I will give you the tablets of stone with the law and the commandment, which I have written for their instruction." So Moses set out with his assistant Joshua, and Moses went up onto the mountain of God. To the elders, he had said, "Wait here for us until we come back to you. Look, Aaron and Hur are with you. Whoever has a dispute may go with them, or may go to them." First of all, how many disputes are going on that we have to put Aaron and Hur like on standby, like they're on a pager or something? Like, really? Like, you have to constantly have Aaron and Hur waiting in case there's a dispute? Like, how contentious was everyone? But this whole setup doesn't make sense. It literally within a few paragraphs. Okay, bear with me for a second. I want to go through this again. It says that, where is it? Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel. Up is up on Mount Sinai. That's the whole thing here is in reference to Mount Sinai. I feel very confident in saying up here means up the mountain, up Mount Sinai. Everything about this text is about Mount Sinai. That's where the commandments come down. That's, the famous thing with the tablets and all this stuff. This is Mount Sinai. It says they went up and they saw the God of Israel. And then it gives us the thing about under his feet with the pavement of sapphire stone. And then it says, the next paragraph, the Lord says to Moses, "Come up to me on the mountain and wait there." He's already on the mountain. He's already up. I guess maybe we're supposed to imply that, he and the elders went like halfway up the mountain, and then the Lord told him go the rest of the way up to the mountain. I guess that's all I can infer from this, because it's really confusing. He's already with the elders up on the mountain. But then Lord says to Moses, "Come up to me on the mountain and wait there." And then he says, I will give you the tablets of stone with the law and the commandment which I have written for their instruction. They just said in the previous verses that Moses had written this all down. And I understand that, I mean, if you've written it down, maybe it's good to have it inscribed on stone tablets too. I don't know. But it seems weird that I feel like it's almost two accounts that have been squished together. On one account, we're saying, okay, Moses came down and he had the commandments and all the laws and he wrote them down for everyone. And then later, oh, guess what? Moses went up with the elders and they saw God. But then Moses went up again, up more. And then he got the stone tablets. Like it's weird conflagration. I don't know. And then Moses went up on the mountain where he already is, and the cloud covered the mountain. The glory of the Lord settled on Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it for 6 days. On the seventh day, he called to Moses out of the cloud. So Moses goes up, he's there for 6 days. And then on the seventh day, the Lord called to Moses. I guess Moses was just hanging out for 6 days, like, yo, Lord. Yo, bro, I'm here. Hey, anything going on? I guess he waited 6 days. And on the seventh day, the Lord called to Moses out of the cloud. Now the appearance of the glory of the Lord was like a devouring fire on the top of the mountain in the sight of the Israelites. Moses entered the cloud and went up on the mountain. Moses was on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. This is really weird because that's the end of Exodus 24, that chapter. It ends with Moses was on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. Full stop. Now, granted, when Exodus 25 starts, we get more commandments from the Lord to Moses. So I guess all these commandments that are going to come in the succeeding chapters are what happened in that 40 days. I don't know if it took God 40 days to say all this to Moses, but that sentence is given to us. Moses was on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, and that's it. Did they play cornhole? Did they watch football? Did they play truth or dare? I mean, did they have some cocktails? What did they do? It just says Moses was on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. And again, the succeeding chapters give a whole bunch of more commands. So I guess we're supposed to imply that these commands that come after took 40 days to be transmitted from God to Moses? I don't know. It's a little strange. Some of the places where they choose to give us all the detail in the world get exasperating, and in other places, it's like they can't be bothered to even let you know more than he was there for 40 days and 40 nights. What more do you need to know? And now we come to the tabernacle. So we covered the 10 Commandments, which was Exodus 20 in one video, because there's a lot to say about that. We did 21 and 22 in the next video. In this video, we've done so far 23 and 24, and we are about to do a big leap. I don't like to leap through too much. I leapt through the story of Joseph. I have skimmed past the lineages. But in this case, we're going to skip a lot. Here's why. Because from Exodus 25 to 31, so that's 6 chapters, right? There is an insane amount of detail. These 6 chapters are all a painful amount of detail about how God tells Moses to build the tabernacle. If you're not familiar, the tabernacle is basically a portable temple of God that they build in the desert, okay? They set up tents and they have all this other stuff that has to go into the tabernacle to make it right for God. And if you don't understand what I'm saying by painstaking detail, trust me, I'm not going to sit here and read it to you because that would be painful. Let me just skim some things. There's a decent sized chapter on the offerings for the tabernacle. Then we get into the Ark of the Covenant. You remember, Indiana Jones, Ark of the Covenant. And it talks about how many cubits wide and how many cubits tall and how many cubits deep it has to be. And you need to make it with acacia wood, and it needs to have these gold rings, and it has to have cherubim on top, blah, 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 blah. It tells you in painstaking detail how to make the Ark of the Covenant. And then that's not it. Then it goes to the table for the bread of the presence. So it tells you how to make the table, how many legs it has to have, how wide it has to be in cubits, and what it needs to be made of, and where the gold goes on it, etc. And then once you get done with that, it tells you how to make the lampstand. Yes, there's a huge freaking paragraph in excruciating detail on how to make a lampstand, talking about calyx and petals and branches and 7 lamps for it, and like pure gold. And oh my gosh, it goes into so much freaking detail about how to make a lampstand. And then we get to Exodus 26, and it talks about the tabernacle itself, and it talks about, you mean they make 10 curtains of fine twisted linen and blue and purple and crimson yarns and blah 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 blah, and you make curtains of goat's hair for a tent over the tabernacle. And this goes on, telling you how to make the tabernacle. And then it tells you how to make the framework. And the framework is 2 more long paragraphs about all the materials that have to go into it, and the bases of silver, and 8 frames and 5 bars for the frames, and blah, blah, blah. And then it tells you about a curtain. There's 2 paragraphs about how the curtain has to be made and what it needs to be made of. And then we go on to Exodus 27, the altar of burnt offerings. It tells you how to do to create this altar where you're going to do the burnt offerings, and then the court and its hangings. And it's going to tell you in exquisite detail how to make all this stuff for the court. And it's going to be 50 cubits front to the east, and 15 cubits to another side, and on and on. Then it tells you how to make the oil for the lamp. Because apparently you can't just put any oil in the lamp. You have to have exactly the right oil to put in the lamp of the tabernacle. And then we go into Exodus 28, and there's vestments for the priesthood, and we have to know how to make all the robes and what colors and what the materials are that go into them, and the ephod. And they make the ephod of gold, of blue, of purple, and crimson yarns, and blah, blah, blah. And then they have to tell you how to make the breastplate for the priesthood. And the breastplate is this huge paragraph that tells you how to twist the cords and make the 2 rings of gold and all this other stuff. And then how do you make the other priestly vestments? That's another 3 paragraphs. Then we get to Exodus 29, the ordination of the priests, and it tells you all fine detail of how we have to ordinate the priests. And how we have to burn bull dung and the rams and the appendage of the liver and the 2 kidneys and all these different offerings that have to be made. I mean, this goes on forever about the ordination of the priest. Oh my gosh. And then the daily offerings, what you have to bring every damn day to make this dude happy, and how it has to be prepared and burned properly, and blah, blah, blah. And then finally, not finally, so Exodus 30, the altar of incense. We have more detail on the altar of incense, the half shekel for the sanctuary, which is like this offering everyone gives so we can basically build the sanctuary, how to create the bronze basin, the one that has all the ox blood, the anointing oil and incense, more paragraphs. And then finally at 31, it talks about, he talks to Bezalel and son of Uri, and he talks about the Sabbath law and the 2 tables of the covenant. Oh my freaking gosh. Exodus 32, we'll get into the next video, is the golden calf. We get back to narrative at that point, but there's 6 chapters in here that go into excruciating detail about how you have to make every finite aspect of God's freaking tabernacle, down to the oil in the lamp. And I bring this up because, first of all, it's taken us a while to go through all these because I talk constantly through them. But as books go, this isn't that wordy of a book, the Bible. It's not like Game of Thrones. There's not a ton of flowery narrative in here. And you can tell that most of it's fairly concise because people had to write this crap down on parchment and, with old quills and stuff and old writing implements. But at this point, he feels perfectly fine to go hog wild with all this detail about everything that needs to be put in place perfectly for me. And it just reeks so much of a God that is the God of self-absorption. I guess all gods would be self-absorbed. I mean, I don't know if there's such a thing as a humble God, but oh my gosh, they are still in the desert facing life-threatening conditions in some cases, and yet this is what God finds important. And again, you can almost look at how important he finds it by how much space is dedicated in the text. If you look at the total text that goes into defining every aspect of his golden freaking tabernacle, it's almost as much text as it took to detail the whole escape from Egypt. It's verbose as hell. I mean, I understand the story of the Exodus. It's supposed to teach us a lot about how God's saving them and bringing them out of bondage. And I understand, well, even though the wandering in the desert to me is really weird. I mean, I understand that this is still more about religious edicts, and then he brings down the laws. And I understand you have all this text to lay out your laws, but you're spending this much real estate to make it exquisitely, painfully clear, just everything that has to go into your freaking temple. Oh my gosh, dude, read the room. It is so out of touch with where his people actually are at this point. They are not in Israel. They have not conquered Canaan or any of these people that you've said they're going to conquer. They are wandering in the desert, and yet you are braying like a jackass to tell us over and over again of all the minute details that need to be in place for your Holy of Holies. Oh my freaking gosh. I find it just to be really gross and out of touch. And it's not a God I ever want to worship on any level. If for some reason I felt compelled to return to a religious mindset, I mean, this is the last religion I would ever pick up. It would be at the absolute bottom of the stack. I would look into Zoroastrianism. I would look into anything before I looked at this. I mean, this is just so bereft of any value, any moral character, any proper priorities. Your people are still in danger wandering through the desert, and all you can do is devote 6 long-ass chapters of directives as to how to build your anointed Holy of Holies. Okay, dude. Fine. What a great God. So that brings us up to Exodus 32, which we won't be getting into in this video. There we will get back into the narrative because that is the story of the golden calf. If you are still with us, first of all, thank you. Second of all, I'm sorry that your life choices have led you to this, although I appreciate you being with me. I'm glad that, well, I hope that you're getting something out of this. I'm enjoying it. I hope you're getting something out of it too. And I hope you stay with me as we get into Exodus 32 in the next video. But thank you sincerely for being with me. Subscribe, like, all that crap. You know what to do. Leave comments. Tell your grandmama. Or don't. I just hope you've received some value from this video. Thank you for joining me on God-Free Bible Study. And we'll see you in the next video for Exodus 32.
What up, YouTube? This is your boy, Adam of Nola, and this is another video in my series God-free Bible study on my channel, Skepticus. We are in Exodus. We won't be in Exodus much longer, but I think we're going to close this sucker out today, get all the way through Exodus. Just to give you a little bit of context. At this point, we're starting at Exodus 32, and Moses is on Mount Sinai. In fact, apparently he's been on Mount Sinai for 40 days. that's a good long bit to be just up on a mountain hanging out with God. And right before this, we had all of the laws, an insane number of laws that came down specifically from God about how do you build the tabernacle? How do you make the priestly vestments? How do you make the Ark of the Covenant? How do you make the oil that goes in the lamp for sacrifices? How do you cut up the sacrifices? It was really an insane, overly detailed, and ostentatious display by the Hebrew and ultimately the Christian God, as everyone is in the desert. Still, I mean, they may be alive and being fed by God, but I mean, they're still kind of hanging on the edge here, okay? They don't have their own lands. They don't have their own crops. They don't have their own means to support themselves. But what was God doing? He was spending 6 chapters laying out in excruciating detail how we have to make his special home with the Hebrews. But now Moses is on Mount Sinai, and like I said, he's been up there for a long ass time. And then we come to the story in Exodus 32 of the golden calf. So here we go. When the people saw that Moses delayed to come down from the mountain, the people gathered around Aaron and said to him, "Come, make gods for us, who shall go before us. As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." Aaron said to them, "Take off the gold rings that are on the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters, and bring them to me." So all the people took off the gold rings from their ears and brought them to Aaron. Remember, Aaron is Moses' brother. He took these from them, formed them into a mold, and cast an image of a calf. And they said, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." When Aaron saw this, he built an altar before it, and Aaron made a proclamation and said, "Tomorrow shall be a festival to the Lord." They rose early the next day and offered burnt offerings and brought sacrifices of well-being, and the people sat down to eat and drink and rose up to revel. The Lord said to Moses, "Go down at once. Your people, whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt, have acted perversely. They have been quick to turn aside from the way that I commanded them. They have cast for themselves an image of a calf and have worshipped it and sacrificed to it and said, 'These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt.'" The Lord said to Moses, "I have seen this people, how stiff-necked they are. Now let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I may consume them. And of you I will make a great nation." But Moses implored the Lord his God and said, "O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say, 'It was with evil intent that he brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth?' Turn from your fierce wrath. Change your mind and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, how you swore to them by your own self, saying to them, I will multiply your descendants like the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have promised I will give to your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. Then Moses turned and went down from the mountain, carrying the 2 tablets of the covenant in his hands, tablets that were written on both sides, written on the front and on the back. The tablets were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, engraved upon the tablets. When Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said to Moses, "There is a noise of war in the camp." But he said, "It is not the sound made by victors or the sound made by losers. It is the sound of singing that I hear." As soon as he came near the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, Moses' anger burned hot, and he threw the tablets from his hands and broke them at the foot of the mountain. He took he took the calf that they had made, burned it with fire, ground it to powder, scattered it on the water, and made the Israelites drink it. Moses said to Aaron, "What did this people do to you that you have brought so great a sin upon them?" And Aaron said, "Do not let the anger of my Lord burn hot. You know the people, that they are wicked. They said to me, 'Make gods for us who shall go before us.' As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." So I said to them, 'Whoever has gold, take it off.' So they gave it to me, and I threw it into the fire, and out came this calf. When Moses saw that the people were out of control, for Aaron had lost control of them, prompting derision among their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, "Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me." And all the sons of Levi gathered around him. He said to them, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, put your sword on your side, each of you. Go back and forth from gate to gate throughout the camp, and each of you kill your brother, your friend, and your neighbor." The sons of Levi did as Moses commanded, and about 3,000 of the people fell on that day. Moses said, "Today you have been ordained for the service of the Lord, each one at the cost of a son or brother, and so have brought a blessing on yourselves this day." On the next day, Moses said to the people, "You have sinned a great sin. But now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin." So Moses returned to the Lord and said, "Alas, this people has sinned a great sin. They have made for themselves gods of gold. But now, if you will only forgive their sin, but if not, please blot me out of the book that you have written." But the Lord said to Moses, "Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book. But now go, lead the people to the place about which I have spoken to you. See, my angel shall go in front of you. Nevertheless, when the day for punishment comes, I will punish them for their sin." Then the Lord sent a plague on the people because they made the calf, the one that Aaron had made. That is Exodus 32. And once again, we are just rained upon with disgusting, immoral crap from this, our Hebrew and our Christian God. Let's go through this bit by bit here. First of all, this is when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down from the mountain. They get around Aaron. Delayed? Is that what we're calling it? I mean, they said he was up there for 40 days. And at least to take the text at its literal self, there was no indication here that God said to Moses, "You're going to be up on the mountain for 40 days. There's no indication that Moses said to his people, "I'm going to be up on the mountain for 40 days. This dude's old as hell. Now, I'm sorry, but when Grandpa goes up on a mountain and I haven't seen him for 40 days, hell, if I haven't seen him for 10 days, I'm starting to write that dude off. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You gave these people no indication of what was going on. And yet, when they had the audacity to actually think, "Oh crap, we've been left here and Moses ain't coming back," and they start to do their own thing, now you get mad. Come on, man. Think about this. You dipped out for 40 days. and you don't think that anyone was going to like carry on any other plans, fine. I mean, this is so short-sighted to me that it's just another indication to me that God doesn't have any freaking clue what's going on. He thinks that he can just call up Moses for 40 days without giving anyone any indication of what's happening or when he'll be back. And hey, we'll all be good. Who cares? Right? It's so stupid. It is interesting to me that Aaron really is key to this. Yes, it's the people crying out and they're like, oh, Moses isn't coming back. And let's have our own festival and make our own idols. But Aaron is right there with them. Aaron is Moses's brother. Aaron was Moses's mouthpiece to the Pharaoh during the whole thing with the Egyptians and, let my people go and all this. So Aaron was the one who had the staff or has the staff and performed the miracles, or sort of, but and yet, and granted, just like with the people, Moses didn't tell him how long he's going to be gone, as far as we know. So Aaron didn't know what to do, but it's interesting that Aaron right away is like, yeah, give me your gold and we'll make this thing, and cast an image of a calf. And they said, these are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. I mean, Aaron really was pretty quick to jump in alongside everyone else to say, let's make idols and worship them or whatever. This whole story, to me, it does really solidify the polytheistic nature of these people in this time. Now, I've pointed out time and time and time again, if you watched any of the previous videos, about how the text is very much not monotheistic. I don't care what the apologists want to say. If you read it, just read the plain text. It does not read as a monotheistic text at all. If you want to read monotheism into this, it's because you have to read it. You have to choose to read monotheism into this. Yes, we only hear from one God speaking, but he actively refers to other gods, and he doesn't refer to them as fake gods or false gods or fictional gods. He refers to them as other gods. So clearly this is not a very monotheistic text at all. But I bring this up because I brought this up time and time and again in the other videos. But it's not just that the text is telling you this. The people themselves, ancient Israelites, were a polytheistic society. If you don't believe that, Google it. And I know that, this story is part of the story of trying to make them follow one God. But that is against their basic nature. They are polytheistic. The God of the Old Testament, his name is not God. It's not the Lord. His name is Yahweh. And if you just Google Yahweh, you will find Yahweh and Yahwism and references to ancient Israelites. And they always refer to it as a polytheistic religion way back then, back in the day. I'm not saying that they are today, okay? But back then, absolutely a polytheistic religion. And you can see it here, how, they have this whole trial and they get out in the desert and they're trying to, they've escaped from Egypt, but they don't know where to go. And they think everything's going to be better. And then suddenly Moses pieces out for 40 days. And what is the first thing that they do? I mean, they basically revert back to polytheism. And I bring this up because I want to make it clear that it's easy for us in modern day to think, well, of course you are punished because you did not stay true to the one true God. But if you think about this in context, they were polytheistic the whole damn time. And to now think that this was some affront when I was a kid, I read this story and I thought, oh, it's so crazy. Like they got the 10 Commandments and God's looking out for them. And then right away, they go right back to like false gods and making golden calves and stuff. And I thought, how stupid. But that was really an ethnocentric point of view. They were not by nature a monotheistic society. And Yahweh was not part of a monotheistic tradition. If anything, this was a breaking from tradition. If we want to really read into this, that this is where monotheism in this culture comes from, because it did not start this way. It started polytheistic and evolved over time into a monotheistic tradition. And you can see that time and time again, especially in this story, because what happens? They go right back to their old ways, which is understandable. And, Moses comes down, the Lord's pissed off. Moses was pissed off. Those two are pissed off. But, if you just maybe told somebody, I'm going to be up here a minute, like not an hour, not a day, but I'm going to be up here for like 40 days. I mean, even if you didn't tell them an exact amount of time, the fact that you just went up on the mountain and you expect this whole group of 1 million some people just to patiently wait for you. I'm sorry, but it's stupid. It's nothing short of stupid. There's no other way to put it. I don't know where this comes from. And the Lord says to Moses, I've seen this people, how stiff-necked they are. He actually uses that exact term several times. Like, that always makes me laugh. Was that a common insult? Was that a common insult of the day? Like, it feels like you're calling them rednecks or hillbillies or something like that, or just stubborn or stupid. I don't know, but he keeps saying stiff-necked. It's kind of hilarious. It's hilarious until he says, now let me alone. So Lord says to Moses, I have seen this people, how stiff-necked they are. Now let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I may consume them. And of you I will make a great nation. Let me read that again. Now let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I may consume them. And of you I will make a great nation. He's speaking to Moses there. So that sounds like God was very much deciding, screw this, kill them all, start over with Moses. We've seen before, we'll see again, where God's default plan is if things don't go according to plan, then we'll just kill everyone and start over. Kill them all and reset the board. In this case, he was going to kill, of course, he doesn't give a number, but when he says, let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I may consume them. And I'm not just pulling this out of my backside. This is a God who has already committed multiple genocides. When someone like that says this, that is a very strong indication that he's about to go on a murdering rampage. He gonna kill everyone, except for Moses, I guess, and start over with Moses. Like, you went through all this crap, the plagues and hardening Pharaoh's hearts and all the games you played and all this stupid, these hoops we had to jump through. And at the end of it, if people didn't perfectly align with your expectations, your answer was, let's kill them all and start over again with Moses. Yeah. Good dude. And this, then Moses implores the Lord. And this isn't the first time. This will happen. This has happened before and it's going to happen again. Basically, the Lord decides, I'm going to jack these fools up. So what's Moses do? He pleads for them. He pleads, don't do this. And he says, I love this because it really does make sense. Why should the Egyptians say it was with evil intent that he brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth? In other words, Moses is saying, if you kill everyone now, it's going to be a really bad look for you. And I guess you can say, well, that's good because God listened to Moses. God changed his mind. It literally says in the text, and the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he had planned to bring on his people. And some people would read that, the apologists would read that and say, see, he's a loving God. Bullshit. He's a juvenile God who hasn't thought anything through, and he has to be talked out of this by Moses. I mean, Moses is wise and all, but to think that God has to have some sense talked into him about, yeah, don't go kill everyone. That's not a good idea. It's going to look bad. No one's going to want to follow you. And he doesn't realize this until Moses tells him. How sad is that? I mean, it's fine to have in a normal human and human relationship, it's fine to have people around you that you can trust, people that can set you straight and say, Adam, maybe you don't want to do that crazy rash thing. And that's fine if it's a story with two humans, but when one of those people is a freaking God, supposedly an almighty, omnipotent, omniscient, although we know this is not true, but this omnipotent God, and he has to be talked out of things like he's a teenager about to go on a rampage because he's about to kill everyone that he just brought up to the desert through all that long rigmarole. How embarrassing. And I mean, I really think it has to mean he was going to kill everyone other than Moses, and it says, and the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. I know we could say, well, but he got talked out of it. That doesn't make me feel any better about him at all. It makes me feel like he's gross. How embarrassing. Like, this is your God. I don't want a God that has to be talked out of his most genocidal plans because at the last minute, some council elder will come in and say, dude, do you really want to do that? Man. So it talks about Moses coming down with the tablets. The tablets were the work of God. And then Joshua says to Moses, there's a noise of war in the camp. But Moses said, it is not the sound made by victors or the sound made by losers. It is the sound of singing that I hear. I'm getting vibes of like the Grinch, waking up in the morning after he's stolen everything and then like, oh, he wants to hear all the misery, but no, they're singing. Yeah, well, like, oh, God is the Grinch. The much deadlier, more homicidal, genocidal version of the Grinch. If the Grinch had come down and had wiped out the whole village of Whoville, or the Who's in Whoville, that would have been much closer to God. Yeah. It says, because of Moses coming down the mountain, as soon as he came near the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, Moses' anger burned hot. I think we're supposed to understand that the major crime committed here is the calf. But the way that's written, like, was it the dancing that was pissing him off? Was he so, like, is this footloose? Or is he so pissed off that people were dancing? How dare you dance while I'm on the mountain chilling with God? And this remedy, if you want to call it that, this is the most parochial, juvenile shit I'd say it's the most juvenile shit I've ever heard of, but wait till we get to Numbers. Oh my gosh, it's going to get much worse than this. But it says he took the calf that they had made, burned it with fire, ground it to powder, scattered it on the water, and made the Israelites drink it. What the hell is that? First of all, it's petty as hell. I mean, you took the calf, ground it to powder, and then made the Israelites drink it. This is the shit that an older brother does to you when he wants to torture you, you know? How? Yeah. Not cool. And this is just so juvenile and ridiculous. Like, you're going to grind the calf up and into powder and put it in the water and make everyone drink it. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Come on. And when he talks to Aaron, Aaron's like, well, what did this people do that you have to brought so great a sin on that? Or Moses said to this them, and Aaron said, do not let the anger of my Lord burn hot. You know the people that they are wicked. First of all, Aaron is throwing these fools under the bus because Aaron was quick to be like, yeah, give me your gold and we'll make an idol. And now he's like, don't let the anger of my Lord burn hot. You know, the people, they're just real wicked. They can't be helped. Like, come on, man. You were at the front of the line. You were starting this whole thing. And now he's like passing the buck, like, yeah, those are wicked people. You know, what did you want me to do? And then at the end of it, he says, so I said to them, whoever has gold, take it off. So this is Aaron speaking. Whoever has gold, take it off. So they gave it to me, and I threw it into the fire, and out came this calf. That's an exclamation mark. They gave it to me. I threw it into the fire, and out came this calf. Like, they just took a bunch of fire or a bunch of gold and threw it in the fire, and then look, a calf came out. How did that happen? I don't know. He is so trying to pass the buck here. This is when Moses saw that the people were out of control. It uses this phrase, out of control. And then it says, for Aaron had lost control of them, prompting derision among their enemies. First of all, where were their enemies? I mean, I'm sure there were ancient spies walking around, but they're in the middle of the desert. They're not in the middle of someone else's territory right now. So this idea that them having this festival constituted them losing control and prompting derision amongst their enemies. This sounds like post-writing put in to try to prove some moralistic point. It's ridiculous. There's no country in the world that's looked at another country having a festival and said, yeah, those fools have lost control. We look at them with derision. No, come on, man. That's ridiculous. And this whole idea that they were out of control. They made a golden calf. They had a festival with dancing and singing. That's out of control. I mean, did they go insane? Were they destroying things? I mean, how exactly were they out of control? Were they murdering each other? Were they tearing down the tents and burning them? I mean, out of control sounds ridiculous. It sounds like you wanted to say that they were out of control to justify you grinding the calf into powder and making everyone drink it. Like some pissy Catholic school nun. And then, as if this wasn't ridiculous enough, then it goes from farcical to just being dark-ass Old Testament shit. And not dark as in the Lord will teach you a lesson. Dark why would anyone worship this shitbag? This is what happens. The sons of Levi, did as Moses, no, Moses tells them, the Levites. So the Levites are like, they're like this religious guard, essentially. Like they're kind of one of the tribes, but not really. And they become like this special religious guard of the Hebrews. They later become like the ones who specifically watch the temple. But at least at this point, they're kind of like religious warriors. And he tells the Levites, put your sword on your side, each of you. Go back and forth from gate to gate throughout the camp, and each of you kill your brother, your friend, and your neighbor. He tells the Levites, grab your swords, kill your brother, kill your friend, kill your neighbor. Because they made a golden freaking calf. The sons of Levi did as Moses commanded, and about 3,000 of the people fell on that day. Think about this. My freaking gosh. The Levites just grab swords and start going around hacking everyone down. Now, granted, there were supposedly hundreds of thousands of people here, but still, think about this. If you have a city of 1 million people that you live in, and some group of strong men goes through his swords and kills 3,000 people in a day, hacking them down in the streets, what kind of day would that be in the history of your city, your country, your people? That is disgusting. And anyone who wants to tell me that this is justified because someone made a statue out of gold is gross as well. If you think that this is in any way justified, you and I have nothing morally in common whatsoever. And I never, ever want to have anything in common with you at all. If this is what it takes to go to hell, to not go by and hack down 3,000 people because someone made a gold statue, then I will go to hell every day and twice on Sunday. Screw your angry bullshit God. And then that's not enough. It's not enough that Moses told them to go out and start slaughtering people, and they slaughtered 3,000 people in their camp. After that, the Lord sent a plague on the people because they made the calf, the one that Aaron had made. Couple notes here. One is, yeah, it's not enough we killed 3,000 of your people, but now I'm going to put a plague on you. I don't know how many people died of the plague. I don't know how widespread it was, but that's disgusting. And then also notice Aaron didn't get the plague. Aaron was all in on this. Aaron said, yeah, go bring your gold and we'll make a statue. Like Aaron was like, yeah, let's do this thing. But Aaron didn't get a plague. Aaron is fine. So I guess if you're going to disobey the Lord's commandments, you better make sure you're the one leading the disobedience, because that, at least then maybe you'll get off easily. So now to Exodus 33. The Lord said to Moses, go, leave this place, you and the people whom you have brought up out of the land of Egypt, and the ones that didn't get killed by the swords or the plague, and go to the land of which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yeah, I know you've been swearing this forever. It was 400 years ago that you were swearing this. My gosh. Go there saying, to your descendants I will give it. I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, who are, as I like to just call them, the ites. Go up to a land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go up among you, or I would consume you on the way, for you are a stiff-necked people. There we go again with the stiff-necked people. And I love how he's like, yeah, if I go up with you, I'm going to consume all you. Because apparently he's too feral to actually control his own urges to commit mass murder. Good on you, God. When the people heard these harsh words, they mourned, and no one put on ornaments. For the Lord had said to Moses, say to the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If for a single moment I should go up among you, I would consume you. Or you could not, and you could actually not be a juvenile prick. Crazy thought. So now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do to you. Is he going to do more than the 3,000 people that were slaughtered in the camp and then the plague that you threw on them as well? What a dick. Therefore, the Israelites stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb onward, the tent outside the camp. Now, Moses used to take the tent and pitch it outside the camp, far off from the camp. He called it the tent of meeting, and everyone who sought the Lord would go out to the tent of meeting, which was outside the camp. I know you just told us that. Whenever Moses went out to the tent, which was outside the camp, all the people would rise and stand, each of them at the entrance of their tents, and watch Moses until he had gone into the tent. When Moses entered the tent, the pillar of cloud would descend and stand at the entrance of the tent, and the Lord would speak with Moses. When all the people saw the pillar of cloud standing at the entrance of the tent, all the people would rise and bow down, all of them at the entrance of their tent, except all the ones that were dead because they were slaughtered by the Levites and by the plague. Thus the Lord used to speak to Moses face to face, as one speaks to a friend. Then he would return to the camp, but his young assistant, Joshua son of Nun, would not leave the tent. Moses' intercession. Moses said to the Lord, see, you have said to me, bring up this people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found favor in my sight. Now, if I have found favor in your sight, please show me your ways so that I may know you and find favor in your sight. Consider, too, that this nation is your people. He said, my presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. And he said to him, if your presence will not go, do not bring us up from here. For how shall it be known that I have found favor in your sight, I and your people, unless you go with us? In this way we shall be distinct, I and your people, from every people on the face of the earth. The Lord said to Moses, I will also do this thing that you have asked, for you have found favor in my sight, and I know you by name. Quick note here. I'm going to read this again. The Lord said to Moses, I will also do this thing that you have asked, for you have found favor in my sight, and I know you by name. Maybe that doesn't sound like much of a sentence. He knows Moses. He knows him by name. That also directly implies that there are plenty of other people of whom he does not know their name at all. For all of you people who want to believe that God knows every one of you, that you have a personal relationship with God, that he knows you by name, he knew you when you were in the womb, he knows you like this close personal friend. This is God telling Moses, well, I know you by name. He doesn't know a lot of the other ones by name. Now, if this is a regular dude, I'd be like, yeah, there's a lot of people in the camp. You can't know everyone by name, but this is God. God doesn't know a lot of them by name. He knows Moses, but not the others. You're a supposedly personal God who knew you in the womb and who listens to your prayers, but he doesn't know your name. Moses said, please show me your glory. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim before you the name the Lord. And I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. That's the dumbest sentence ever. I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and I will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. That applies to every person who has ever walked the earth. I will also be gracious to whom I will be gracious. And I will also show mercy on whom I will show mercy. So will you. And that applies to anyone. That's the dumbest sentence ever. But he said, you cannot see my face, for no one shall see me and live. But that makes no sense. It literally just said in the previous piece here that the Lord used to speak to Moses face to face as one speaks to a friend. And then 2 paragraphs down, it says that the God says to him, says, you cannot see my face, for no one shall see me and live. Liar. Something is wrong here, because 2 paragraphs earlier, you said that you hung out with Moses as a friend and you knew his name and you hung out with him face to face. The text literally says face to face. And then 2 paragraphs later, it says, you cannot see my face, for no one shall see me and live. You lying sack of shit. And the Lord continues, see, there is a place by me where you shall stand on the rock. And while my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft of the rock, and I will cover you with my hand until I pass by. Then I will take away my hand, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. The face that will kill everyone, unless, of course, you're lying, because you just told us you hang out face to face with Moses. Oh, the God of lies. I love it. And then to Exodus 34. Moses makes new tablets. The Lord said to Moses, cut two tablets of stone like the former ones. Remember the ones that Moses smashed into bits. And I will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets, which you broke. That almost sounds kind of bitter. Be ready in the morning and come up in the morning to Mount Sinai and present yourself there to me on top of the mountain. You're going to be there for 40 days? Because if so, you might want to let people know. No one shall come up with you, and do not let anyone be seen throughout all the mountain, and do not let flocks or herds graze in front of that mountain. So Moses cut 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and he rose early in the morning and went up on Mount Sinai as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tablets of stone. The Lord descended in the cloud and stood with him there and proclaimed the name the Lord. That sentence. First of all, when it says the name the Lord, this is another reference to the Tetragrammaton. So what it really, if you were to read this literally as it was originally written, it would say Yahweh descended in the cloud and stood with him and there proclaimed the name Yahweh. But I know he's God, but like the idea that I would show up to you and then proclaim my name, like what? Okay, dude, sure. The Lord passed before him and proclaimed. This is the Lord proclaiming this. Okay, I know I just read this, but I want to. The Lord descended in the cloud and stood with him there and proclaimed his own name. Then the Lord passed before him and proclaimed, the Lord, the Lord. In other words, like I'm standing in front of you saying, Adam, Adam, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, which that is a damn lie. Slow to anger my ass. This dude, swift to anger and murders thousands or tens of thousands or millions whenever he damn well pleases. That is a bald-faced lie while you're proclaiming your own glory and lying about being slow to anger. the Lord, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, bullshit, and abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness, unless you make a golden cow, keeping steadfast love for the 1,000th generation, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin. No, you don't. You said in the 10 Commandments that you will punish to the 3rd and 4th generation the sins of the father. And it's about to say it right here. Yet by no means clearing the guilty, but visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children to the 3rd and 4th generation. What an ass. The fact that they would have this stanza here where it starts by saying, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness. And then they would end it by saying, but visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children to the 3rd and 4th generation. That's a disgusting God. And Moses quickly bowed, and this is as he's talking about himself. He's exalting himself. And Moses quickly bowed down to the ground and worshiped. He said, if now I have found favor in your sight, my Lord, I pray, let my Lord go with us. Although this is a stiff-necked people. There we go again. Pardon our iniquity and our sin and take us for your inheritance. Yeah, your inheritance because we're your slaves. The covenant renewed. He said, I hereby make a covenant before all your people. I will perform marvels such as have not been done in all the earth or in any nation. Yeah, like the staff with the snake that all the Egyptian magicians could do. And all the people among whom you live shall see the work of the Lord, for it is an awesome thing that I will do with you. Observe what I command you today. See, I will drive out before you the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Take care not to make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land to which you are going, or it will become a snare among you. Rather, you shall tear down their altars, break their pillars, and cut down their sacred poles. For you shall worship no other God, because the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. God is speaking, and he tells you, my name is jealous. That just says so much to me. Even amongst regular people, okay, let's take the God aspect out of it. I really hate, like, sometimes you'll hear someone say, oh, you know, I'm a really jealous person. And they'll say it almost like they're proud of it. Like it's a character trait that they want to foster. And I always think to myself, you should fix that. You know, like, I mean, it's great if you're honest about your shortcomings, but jealousy is a shortcoming. Jealousy is not something to be bragged about. I don't care if it's your spouse. I don't care if it's your job. I mean, there is never a point when you should bow up, stick your chest out, and be proud of the fact that you're jealous. And to say your name is jealous and you're a jealous God. I mean, he's telling it to you right there. He's disgusting. It just sounds so silly. Whose name is jealous is a jealous God. You know, my name is hungry. I'm a hungry dude. Like, what? Like, come on. I've never heard him call himself jealous before. I mean, it's jealous with a capital J. So it's meant as a name, a title. It's not just, he's not just saying, oh, I'm kind of jealous. He's saying whose name is jealous is a jealous God. You shall not make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, for when they prostitute themselves to their gods and sacrifice to their gods, someone among them will invite you, and you will eat of the sacrifice. And you will take wives from among their daughters for your sons, and their daughters who prostitute themselves to their gods will make your sons also prostitute themselves to their gods. This is God's legacy of ethnic purity. He is telling them, I'm going to send you to these countries where you're going to slaughter people and take the land, which was never yours to begin with, other than God promising it hundreds of years ago, but it's never been your land. I'm going to send you there. You're going to slaughter scores of people. And then the ones who are left over, don't mix with them. Yes, that's what he's talking about. Don't mix the races. Don't mix the ethnicities. Don't dare mingle with their society. And I understand the logic behind it, because the idea is they're not godly, or at least godly by this definition. They have their own gods, but they're not holy by this definition. So, but it still sounds so gross to me to think that you're going to tell these people to go invade this country, these countries, slaughter scores of people, take everything around you, and then you can't even deign to have relations with these people because they're not pure. Yeah, if you want to know, racism doesn't come from Judaism or from Christianity or from Islam, but I'll tell you what, these religions sure as hell don't help. I mean, you're being Christian doesn't make you a racist, obviously, but man, these ideals don't help at all. These ideals serve to buttress anyone who wants to find an excuse for their racist crap. This is coming straight from your Old Testament, straight from your Bible. He says, you shall not make cast idols. Yes, we've covered this. You shall keep the festival unleavened bread. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you at the time appointed in the month of Abib. For in the month of Abib you came out from Egypt. Yes, we've covered this. All that first opens the womb is mine. All your male livestock, the firstborn of cow and sheep, the firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with the lamb, or if you will not redeem it, you shall break its neck. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem. Now, I do want to point out, I want to be fair. When we saw the Ten Commandments, well, shortly after the Ten Commandments, there was a pretty explicit commandment there to sacrifice your firstborn sons. Now, I said, when I read that, I said, well, if we went back several chapters before, it says the same thing, but it says you can redeem your firstborn sons. And then, strangely, after that, they reference it again without the redemption thing, strongly implying that you just have to sacrifice your sons. And then, once again, now we come back to the redemption thing. So I'm not going to sit here and try to gin up some story that says, oh, Christianity wants you to, or Judaism wants you to sacrifice your sons. But it's just weird that we get these mixed messages. No one shall appear before me empty-handed, because bitch better have my money. Yeah. If God is nothing else, if not greedy. 6 days you shall work, but on the seventh day you shall rest. Even in plowing time and in harvest time you shall rest. You shall observe the festival of weeks, the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the festival of ingathering at the turn of the year. 3 times in a year all your males shall appear before the Lord God, the God of Israel. Yes, we've covered this. For I will cast out nations before you and enlarge your borders. No one shall covet your land when you go up to appear before the Lord your God 3 times in a year. This is interesting to me, and it strikes me as another one of these things. Like in the last video, I talked about how he says there will be no miscarriages in your land, which I know is demonstrably false. And it's just weird to me that he would ever promise something that we know has never come to pass. I mean, a lot of times he promises these things that you can always read through a certain lens and say, oh, look, the Lord did what he said, because it's always nebulous. But that one promise is like, that's a bullshit promise. That's never been true. There's always been some women there who have been had miscarriages or been barren. And then once again, we get another promise like this, where it says, no one shall covet your land when you go up to appear before the Lord. It's talking about the festivals. No one shall covet your land when you go up to appear before the Lord your God 3 times in a year. It's basically promising them that when you go to these festivals 3 times a year, no one will try to attack you or covet your land. That's bullshit. Any enemy who actually wants to, do damage will consider those to be prime times. Come on. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, because God forbid we have some yeast. And the sacrifice of the festival of the Passover shall not be left until the morning. I'll never understand the yeast thing. The best of the first fruits of your ground you shall bring to the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. We just did this the last video. I mean, this is the 3rd time now. I don't know what it is about this boiling kids in mother's milk, but apparently God doesn't like it. The Lord said to Moses, write these words, for in accordance with these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. Well, yeah, you've renewed it, like you've repeated everything again. He was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. Is this again? See, the way they do this storytelling, I'm not sure, because we talked before about him being up there for 40 days and 40 nights. And now it says again 40 days. And like, is this another stint of 40 days and 40 nights? I mean, I'm sure a biblical scholar could tell you, no, that's the same story repeated. But it's really weird. It's not clear at all. And if I read it verbatim, it sounds to me like he spent another 40 days and 40 nights chilling with God, but I don't know. It says, well, during his 40 days and 40 nights, he neither ate bread nor drank water, and he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. It's like, does that mean that Moses wrote them or God? I don't know. It's weird. And then finally, Exodus 34, we have the shining face of Moses. This is kind of a weird story. Interesting way to end this. Moses came down from Mount Sinai. As he came down from the mountain with the 2 tablets of the covenant in his hand, Moses did not know that the skin of his face shone, because he had been talking with God. When Aaron and all the Israelites saw Moses, the skin of his face was shining, and they were afraid to come near him. But Moses called to them, and Aaron and all the leaders of the congregation returned to him, and Moses spoke with them. Afterward, all the Israelites came near, and he gave them in commandment all that the Lord had spoken with him on Mount Sinai. When Moses had finished speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But whenever Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he would take the veil off until he came out. And when he came out and told the Israelites what he had been commanded, the Israelites would see the face of Moses, that the skin of his face was shining, and Moses would put the veil on his face again until he went in to speak with him. Somebody has to have made like a Moses light of God face cream or something. Like, this sounds like the most amazing face cream in the history of man. You go in and you talk to God for a few hours, and you come out and you're all glowing and shiny. You got to put a veil on because you're just so shiny. I know this has been done, because in the history of man, we've tried everything, but somebody has to have come out with a whole line of face creams, this special light of God face cream, you put it on and it's probably like super shiny, like oily crap or something, but it's just a weird story. This whole idea that when he talked to God, Moses would come back and his face would be glowing and he had to put a veil on over it. It's kind of strange. So that brings us to Exodus 35. I know we're getting long. We're going to finish this, but not because we're going to read this. Here's what's going to happen. If you watched a couple of videos ago, you know that, the previous video, I should say. The previous video, we ended by skipping through like 6 chapters, all right? And the reason that we skipped through the six chapters wasn't because I was trying to cheat on the reading, but because those 6 chapters here in Exodus were this ridiculous string of insanely detailed instructions that just went through every stupid detail about how to do his tabernacle and the vestments and the lamps and the oil in the lamps and the Ark of the Covenant. It was really self-absorbed. It's incredibly boring, and it doesn't tell you anything other than the fact that God just cares about God. That's really what it came down to. And then we have this story about the the golden calf and killing people in plagues and all this stuff. And then finally we get to Exodus 35. It goes through preparations for making the tabernacle. And then once again, for chapter after chapter, we get to get in excruciating detail how everything in the tabernacle was made. And you might think, like, from a historical, quasi-historical perspective, whatever, you might think, well, that's interesting, but no, it really isn't. You know why I say it's not interesting? Because it repeats almost word for word all of the exact instructions that were given to us in those 6 chapters earlier in Exodus. So earlier in Exodus, we had this ridiculous long set of instructions about you have to do this and this and this, and you have to use acacia wood, and you have to have rings of this size, and you have to use gold and all this other stuff. And then he spends another 6 chapters telling us in excruciating detail how they did exactly what he told them to do. I mean, literally using almost the exact same verbiage. The first part was 6 chapters about build it this way, and use this kind of cloth, and use this kind of gold. And then literally at this point, we almost repeat those 6 chapters verbatim, saying, okay, this is how they built it. They built it this way, using this fabric and this kind of gold and this kind of wood. And it's like, yeah, we know you gave us all the instructions. And now you're going to make us read. I mean, if you really wanted to be fastidious about reading every single word, you're going to make us read the exact same thing you told us only a handful of chapters earlier. It is so self-indulgent, really. I know, if this is your religion, you're like, well, of course it's self-indulgent. It's God. It's my God. He should be self-indulgent. But it just, oh man, it comes across as so banal, so pointless when you have these people that are in the desert and, when you're not dropping, bland bits of manna on them, you're afflicting them with plague because they had the nerve to make a golden calf and dance and sing. And you're sending the Levites through to slaughter 3,000 of them in the camps. But then when you're not doing those things, let's talk about all the plans and accoutrement for my glorious tabernacle. You self-indulgent ass. But that actually brings us all the way through Exodus. Again, I'm not reading every stupid and, nitnoid detail about how they built the tabernacle. We already read all the instructions of how to build it, and then you just tell us that they did it exactly as you said they should do it. But that brings us to the end of Exodus. So now we are through 2 books of the Bible, 2 of the first 5, which are collectively called the Pentateuch. The first 5, when the Old Testament was first created, these first 5 books were the first 5 that were published. So we have gone through Genesis, we've gone through Exodus. For my fans that have been through all these videos, and you know what your name is. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for coming along on the ride. I hope this has been somewhat enlightening. I just keep finding new things here, and none of them are flattering. So thank you for coming along for the ride. I really appreciate you watching, especially if you've watched all the way through this video. I appreciate you putting up with my bullshit. And I hope that I have at least done enough to keep your attention to stick with us when we start in on Leviticus. Ooh, goody. The joy, the happiness, the peace and love that is Leviticus. Thank you for joining me here on God-Free Bible Study. I hope to see you all again, unless you found something better to do with your life, which I would understand. But please hang with us, and we will continue trudging through the effery that is the Jewish and Christian Bible. Appreciate you being with us. Have a good night.